Obtained the girlfriend training system starting with my voluptuous neighbor. Chapter 1. Transmigration, the girlfriend training system. When Hao Qiang woke up, he felt utterly drained, as if all his strength had been sapped away. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to assess his surroundings only to realize he was lying on the floor in an entirely unfamiliar place. The room was dim and cramped, the curtains tightly drawn. In the center sat a charcoal brazier, its interior filled with white ashes from something burned. Other than that, the room was relatively clean, though the decor looked dated and oddly out of place, definitely not a style you'd see back home in China. What the hell? Where did that little bastard dump me? Am I even still in China? Hao Qiang was baffled. He'd just dozed off in a taxi. How did he end up here when he opened his eyes? Had he been kidnapped? Hao Qiang was a struggling writer, barely scraping by on his meager income. Though he'd once compromised his dignity for survival, he'd long since turned over a new leaf. Tonight, after pulling an all-nighter to meet his word count, he'd decided to reward his hard work with a trip to the foot massage parlor to unwind. He'd hailed a cab and set off. Who'd have thought that a quick nap in the car would land him here? This was definitely not the massage parlor. Where the hell was this? Hao Qiang was stumped. But as a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into his mind, it finally clicked. Oh, I've transmigrated. Japan. Tokyo. Kitahara Senshu, 23 years old. Graduated from the University of Tokyo. August 1992. Writer. Charcoal suicide. Fragments of memories digested one after another. Hao Qiang found it all rather amusing. He'd never imagined he'd transmigrate one day. Fate had truly smiled upon him. From the memories, the original owner of this body, Kitahara Senshu, was a top graduate from the University of Tokyo. On top of that, he had a talent for writing. His debut novel, written during his student days, had been a bestseller. A true prodigy. Naturally, after graduation, he chose to become a full-time writer, devoting himself to literature. Unfortunately, his subsequent works had mediocre sales, failing to make a splash in the market. The pressure crushed Kitahara Senshu. He began doubting his abilities, spiraling into self-loathing until he finally chose to end his life by charcoal suicide. This guy's mental resilience is pathetic. I've flopped over a dozen books and still daydream about foot massages. And he just offs himself? What a loser. Well, his suicide was Hao Qiang's gain. A 23-year-old University of Tokyo graduate and a once popular, now washed-up writer, this identity suited him just fine. As a web novelist who constantly dealt with transmigration and rebirth tropes, Hao Qiang adapted quickly. He accepted his new reality without much fuss. In fact, he was pretty thrilled. Back in his old life, he'd been a loner with no family or close ties. Now, he had the chance to experience the multifaceted charms of Japanese women. What a dream. Oh right, almost forgot where's my transmigration perk? Where's the system? Hao Qiang smacked his forehead. He'd nearly overlooked the most crucial part. This was Tokyo in the 90s. The economic crisis had already hit, leaving the market in shambles. Jobs were scarce, and people were jumping off rooftops like dumplings into boiling water. Without a system, living comfortably here would be a challenge. The environment was just too harsh. Luckily, with a ding, a mechanical voice rang out, and a virtual screen materialized before Hao Qiang's eyes. The system had arrived. As expected, systems were standard issue for transmigrators. Ding! The girlfriend training system has been activated and is at your service. When the host encounters a girl they like, they can add her as a girlfriend in this system. Spending money on your girlfriend will grant you 2x to 10x cashback. Increasing your girlfriend's affection level will earn you special rewards. Once affection reaches max level, you can unlock a second girlfriend slot. Additionally, the first girlfriend's affection will never decrease. As Hao Qiang skimmed the lines of text flashing on the virtual screen, he gradually grasped how his system worked. Slow grins spread across his face, excitement bubbling inside him. The so-called girlfriend training meant understanding and caring for a girlfriend's feelings and needs in a relationship, intentionally supporting and nurturing her to help her achieve her dreams. At the same time, it would perfect the romantic bond between them. Hao Qiang had played games with similar mechanics before, so he roughly understood the concept of training. This system was amazing. If he fancied a girl, he could just set her as his girlfriend. Buying her gifts and spending on her would earn him cashback. Not only was it free, but he'd even make money from it. With this, earning cash would be a breeze. And what girl could resist the onslaught of money? They'd definitely think, he spends so much on me, he must really love me. Though he didn't yet know what the special rewards were, anything labeled special had to be awesome. His wild guess. Something high-tech like titanium alloy kidneys. At this thought, Hao Qiang shed tears of joy. He fantasized about this day countless times. Life had been too hard, too exhausting. Writing day in and day out just to scrape by, praying each new book would take off only to be met with disappointment every time. This hopeless grind had been slowly eroding his passion for life. Approaching middle age, alone and adrift. Some might call that freedom, no dependence, no worries. But Hao Qiang only felt loneliness and emptiness. Those trips to the foot massage parlor? They were his way of comforting his solitary heart, reminding himself that life still had its pleasures. Otherwise, he might be sunk into depression. Finally, the heavens had taken pity on him. They sent him to a new world and gifted him a system. At this moment, Hao Qiang swore to himself he wouldn't let himself down this time. He'd live unapologetically. With a mental command, he put the system on standby. Struggling against his weakened body, Hao Qiang hauled himself up from the floor. Staggering to the window, he pulled back the curtains and pushed it open, letting fresh air flood in. His mind cleared slightly. No longer groggy, but his physical condition was still poor, especially the gnawing hunger in his stomach. He had no idea how long the original owner had been lying on the floor, but it had to have been at least a full day. Just as he was about to check the kitchen for food or head out to find some, a knock sounded at the door. After hastily shoving the charcoal brazier to the side, no need for misunderstandings, Hao Qiang hobbled to the entrance and opened the door. Standing, there was a young woman who appeared to be in her mid to late 20s. Her figure was voluptuous, her face lightly made up. Though not stunningly beautiful, her gentle demeanor and concerned expression put Hao Qiang at ease. The only problem? He couldn't recall who she was. His memories were still a jumbled mess. Then, the kind-faced woman spoke softly. "Kitahara-san, are you all right?" Chapter 2. "Please, Mrs. I'm fine." The woman's voice was gentle, and Hao Qiang could sense genuine concern in her tone. Though she was speaking Japanese, Hao Qiang understood her perfectly and could reply fluently, likely an ability inherited from the original owner of this body. After giving a vague response, Hao Qiang frantically searched the original owner's memories for information about this woman. Moments later, he finally found what he was looking for. He quickly asked, "Mrs. Watanabe, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" "Oh, well, I haven't seen you leave your apartment in 2 days, so I was worried about your health. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Even while expressing concern, the gentle woman bowed slightly in apology, afraid she might have interrupted the writer's work. She was Kitahara Senshu's neighbor, a widow. The complete silence from next door over the past 2 days had unsettled her. She feared something might have happened to this talented young man. Barging in unannounced wasn't polite, so she had hesitated for a long time before finally mustering the courage to knock. Seeing that Kitahara Senshu was fine, just a bit weak, she felt much more at ease and prepared to leave. "Kitahara-san, you shouldn't lock yourself indoors all the time. Going out for a walk might even give you inspiration. And please remember to eat on time, your health matters too. I'll be going now. Goodbye." The woman had always liked this young man. He was well educated, humble, and polite, a respectable writer by profession. His only flaw was his reclusive nature, and with no one to take care of him in daily life, she couldn't help but feel a little protective of him. Thinking she should remind him to take care of himself more often in the future, she turned to leave only to hear his voice behind her. "Wait, Mrs. Watanabe, could I trouble you with something?" "Huh? What is it?" She stopped and turned back, puzzled. "Could you make me some food? I'm starving." Hao Qiang made what might seem like an unreasonable request. The reason it could be considered unreasonable was that the original owner and Mrs. Watanabe weren't particularly close at most. They were nodding acquaintances who exchanged greetings when they met. In a big city like Tokyo, people tended to keep their distance, rarely imposing on others. Asking her to cook for him was clearly inappropriate given their current relationship. But Hao Qiang did it anyway. It wasn't that he needed Mrs. Watanabe's help. His body could still hold out for a while. No, he did it because he wanted to create more opportunities to interact with this young widow. Well-proportioned, gentle, and kind-hearted neighbor like her, wasn't it only natural to ask for her help a little more? "Make you some food? You mean cook for you?" I could, but I'm still on my shift. I can't leave the convenience store for too long." Mrs. Watanabe seemed conflicted. She was caught off guard by Hao Qiang's request, but she didn't dwell on it. Maybe the young man was really hungry. The problem was, she had slipped away from work to check on him and couldn't stay long. She felt guilty. This was the first time Kitahara-san had ever asked her for help, and she had to turn him down. "Please, Mrs. Watanabe, I haven't eaten in 2 days." Hao Qiang pleaded weakly. "What? 2 days without food? That could kill you." There's no time to cook. I'll grab a bento from the convenience store. I'll be right back. Horrified, Mrs. Watanabe dashed out in a panic. Not even 10 minutes later, she returned in a hurry, carrying a bento box and a bottle of milk. Kitahara-san, you must take better care of yourself. How could you go so long without eating? Here, the bento is already heated. She helped Hao Qiang to the dining table, opened the bento box for him, unscrewed the milk cap, and even fetched utensils from the kitchen. Drink some milk first. Eat slowly. If you go too fast, your stomach will hurt. Thank you so much, Mrs. Watanabe. I might have actually starved to death today if not for you. While eating, Hao Qiang expressed his sincere gratitude. No need to thank me. Neighbors should help each other. But Kitahara-san, you must not do this again. Don't ruin your health like this. As she watched Hao Qiang eat with gusto, Mrs. Watanabe's throat moved slightly. She swallowed unconsciously. The bento she had bought him was a mid-range teriyaki chicken cutlet bento. Compared to the cheaper vegetable or pork cutlet options, this one tasted better and was easier to digest. She had hesitated for a few seconds before choosing it. Her financial situation was tight. Her convenience store salary barely covered basic expenses for her and her daughter. She hadn't eaten a chicken cutlet bento like this in a long time. Hao Qiang was famished, devoting his full attention to the meal. In response to the neighbor's concern, he simply nodded to show he understood. Seeing this, Mrs. Watanabe prepared to leave. Kitahara-san, take your time eating. I need to get back to work. Okay. Take care, Mrs. Watanabe. Thank you again for today. Hao Qiang waved in gratitude. Kitahara-san, could you not call me Mrs. Watanabe? My late husband passed away over a year ago, and that title. My name is Hayami Rina. Just as she reached the door, Mrs. Watanabe no, Hayami Rina paused and spoke up. Hao Qiang froze for a second before grinning. Then I'll call you Rina. I sent that. A bit too familiar? Ms. Hayami or Miss Rina would be fine. Hayami Rina felt it was a little inappropriate. No, Rina is perfect. It's settled then. Take care, Rina. Watching Hayami Rina close the door behind her, a smile crept onto Hao Qiang's face. Rina, huh? He couldn't wait any longer. He summoned the system. Add Hayami Rina as my girlfriend. Chapter 3 Live Broadcast. In the original owner's memory, Hayami Rina originally had a happy family. Her husband, Mr. Watanabe, is also a top student and works in a financial company with a good salary, which allows the whole family to maintain a high standard of living. Hayami Rina is a full-time housewife, responsible for taking care of her husband and a lovely daughter. Unfortunately, with the outbreak of the financial crisis, the happy life was broken. Mr. Watanabe lost his job and the family faced a huge financial crisis. On a dark and windy night, he jumped from the roof of a building and ended his life. Hayami Rina became a poor widow. These things are very vague in the memory, and I don't know the details because the original owner is not the kind of person who likes to pry into other people's affairs. Hao Qiang didn't care much about it, as he would have plenty of opportunities to learn more in the future. Following his call, the system interface quickly popped up in front of him. After testing, Hayami Rina is not in a continuing marriage. She can be added as a girlfriend. Are you sure to add her? Sure. Okay, added. Your first girlfriend's information is as follows. Hayami Rina, age, 27 years old. Personality, gentle, kind, considerate, obedient, receptive, and tolerant. Appearance, good looks and perfect figure. Favorability towards the host, 58 points. If you spend money on him now, you can get double the cashback. If you increase the favorability to 60 points, the cashback will be tripled. The ultimate wish, to have a pair of children and become a full-time housewife. Current mood, I'm glad Kitahara-kun is okay. The teriyaki chicken bento smells so good, and working at a convenience store is so tiring. Well, very good, very good. She is simply the perfect wife. She doesn't have any unrealistic ideals and just wants to be a full-time housewife. Hao Qiang admired such a woman very much, and Hayami Rina made him feel that it would be easy to cultivate her. Her considerate personality makes her not like many women who are petty and unreasonable. She is emotionally stable. This is very important, as it relates to the stability of favorability, which will not fluctuate due to emotional issues. Her ultimate wish is so simple, even too simple. She is truly a woman who just lives her life. Let me make it clear here that Hao Qiang is definitely not a sex-crazed man, nor is he a scumbag, nor does he have a special fetish for widows. Well, he is definitely not that kind of person. He simply wanted to help this woman because she was so pitiful, and he could also make some money at the same time. After all, the original owner didn't leave much wealth, But one still has to live, right? At this moment, Hao Qiang found an icon of girlfriend's real-time status in the lower left corner of the interface. He clicked it with his mind, and immediately the entire virtual screen changed into a scene in a convenience store. In the scene, Hayami Rina is working in a convenience store apron. She is sometimes tidying up the shelves and sometimes helping customers explain the products and select the goods. She is patient and meticulous, and takes her work seriously. There was a faint smile on her fair and beautiful face. Isn't this a live broadcast? Hao Qiang was stunned. While enjoying Hayami Rina's live broadcast, Hao Qiang finished his lunchbox and drank up the milk. He was finally no longer hungry and felt a sense of satisfaction of surviving a disaster. However, his body was still weak at this time, and he knew that he needed enough sleep to recover. Reluctantly turning off the live broadcast, Hao Qiang walked into the bedroom, lay on the bed, closed his eyes and began to rest. I'm really looking forward to the next life. It's a pity that this time I traveled through time and space in my soul instead of my body. There is no Hao Qiang in this world anymore. I am Kitahara Kaishu. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the former Hao Qiang, now Kitahara Kaishu, climbed out of the bed. At this moment, he was finally no longer in the state of being drained of his body, and he was obviously much better. Kitahara decided to go out for a walk and take a look at Tokyo of this era. He was quite curious about this place. He had only seen it when watching videos in his previous life, and had never experienced how hot Tokyo was in person. But before that, he sorted out the property left by the original owner. Speaking of it, the original owner's life experience was quite miserable. He was an orphan without a father or a mother and grew up in an orphanage, which also led to his lonely and introverted personality. He has published a total of 4 works before. Except for the good performance of the first one, he earned a total of 15 million yen in royalties over the years. The performance of the other 3 films was not ideal, with a total of only 3 to 4 million yen. Nearly 20 million yen in royalties sounds like a lot, but actually, well, it's not a small amount either. But the cost of living in Tokyo is too high. An ordinary bento costs thousands of yen, and a good meal in a restaurant can easily cost over 10,000 yen. Renting a house costs hundreds of thousands of yen a month. Therefore, after deducting several years' expenses, the original owner was left with less than 1 million yen from these royalties. This was also one of the reasons why he was under increased pressure and committed suicide by burning charcoal. Note, 10,000 yen is approximately equal to 500 renminbi. Kitahara Chiki looked at the pile of banknotes in his hand. His heart was calm. It doesn't matter, although the money is not much, only tens of thousands of RMB. But it is better to have the initial capital than nothing. What's more, even now, the original owner still has a steady stream of royalties from his first book a few years ago deposited into his account. Although it is better than nothing, it can barely pay the water and electricity bills. Then, it's time for him to make a small investment for a big gain. He's going to buy something for Hayami Rina and try out the system's cashback function. After changing into clean clothes, Baiyuan came to the sink and looked at his body in the mirror. This is a thin young man with long and messy hair. His facial features are pleasing to the eye, with sharp edges and a strong scholarly air. It's just a bit too thin. He is about 1.75 meters tall and weighs less than 120 pounds. It gives people a feeling of weakness and lack of security. It seems that I need to eat more good foods to replenish my body in the future, and try to have a more regular schedule to take care of my body. Without a strong body, how can you support a dirty soul? Bah, I'm not dirty. After tidying up his messy hair, Kitahara took the key, pushed the door open and walked out of the rented apartment. In the clean corridor, next door is Hayami Rina's house. The gate there is closed at this time. After Kitahara took a look, he smiled knowingly and took the elevator downstairs. The first elevator apartments in Tokyo were built in the 1960s. By the 1970s, elevators had become popular in buildings over 5 stories high. The apartment building that Baiyuan rented was built no more than 10 years ago and is considered to be high-end, so the rent is not cheap. Chapter 4 White Jade. When you come to the street, what you see is a prosperous scene. It is located in Chiyoda Ward, one of the 6 core districts of Tokyo. It is very close to Akihabara, which is well known to the public and is known as the Holy Land of Anime. Looking up, there are tall buildings lined up one after another, and the streets are busy with cars and pedestrians. On both sides of the road are various shops, full of modern atmosphere. The original owner chose to live here because it was very close to the University of Tokyo. He moved out during his school years. It only takes 10 minutes by train to get to the University of Tokyo. At that time, his financial situation was good and he could afford the rent here. In addition, life here is convenient and comfortable, and transportation is convenient. As soon as you go out, you will see the bustling streets with a strong atmosphere of life. As a writer, He doesn't want to waste time on other things and needs such a convenient life. Baiyuan was a little dazed as he looked at the scene in front of him. For a moment, he thought he had not traveled through time and was still in the 21st century. It's worthy of being called Tokyo. By this time, it has already been built into such a modern metropolis. No wonder the little guys once boasted that they could buy the entire United States by selling Tokyo. Life at this time is indeed very good, and you have the capital. But if you talk to your father like this, you will get beaten. Otherwise, there would be no lost 30 years. A few dozen meters away, across the street, there is a 7-Eleven convenience store, which is where Hayami Rina works. Kitahara walked across the street, and after a moment, he pushed the door and walked in. The convenience store was not very busy at this time of year, and there were not many customers. Following the receptionist's greeting, Kitahara walked a few steps inside and saw Hayami Rina sitting in the corner to rest. Hayami Rina was sitting there in a daze at this moment, her legs together, her arms on her knees, her chin supported by her hands. Her beautiful eyes were lifeless as she stared blankly at the ground with a gloomy expression. It was unknown what she was thinking about. This plump widow wore a white casual shirt on top and a light green skirt underneath. The simple combination of clothes brought out her intellectual and gentle temperament. It also makes her skin look fairer and more delicate. Hey, Kitahara-kun, why are you here? Perhaps because of the gazes she was receiving, Hayami Rina came back to her senses and asked in surprise when she saw Kitahara-chiki. Oh, Sister Rina, I came here to buy some things and take a walk around. It's too boring to stay at home. Kitahara retracted his gaze and answered with clear eyes. That's great. We should get out more often. Kitahara-kun, what do you need to buy? Do you want my help? Hayami Rina stood up, smoothed her clothes, then casually tucked her hanging hair behind her ears, preparing to fulfill her work obligations. However, we need to first consult the customer Kitahara to see if he has this need. Because some people don't like to have someone follow them when they are shopping, they prefer to be alone and choose quietly. No, I can do it myself. Sister Rina, you just continue to rest. Kitahara just wanted to buy her something to try out, so he refused. They came to the snack and drink area and took a look. There was a wide variety of goods here. They picked out a box of matcha-flavored biscuits and 2 bottles of iced green tea drinks. Kitahara took them to pay for them. Green tea is 135 yen per bottle, and the biscuits are a bit more expensive, probably from a big brand. A small box costs 850 yen. Kitahara didn't care and paid the bill promptly. Because they were acquaintances, Hayami Rina had been paying attention to Kitahara's actions. When he walked towards the cashier counter, she came over and prepared to say a simple goodbye. Kitahara-kun, take care, and welcome back next time. Seeing that Kitahara had paid the bill, Hayami Rina said with a beautiful smile on her face. No hurry, Sister Rina, please come out with me for a moment, I have something to tell you. Kitahara pointed outside the convenience store and motioned for Hayami Rina to follow him out. He went out first. When Hayami Rina, who was puzzled, followed him out, Kitahara handed her the biscuits and a bottle of green tea. Sister Rina, this is for you, please accept it. This? Kitahara-kun, why did you buy it for me? I don't need it, right? Sister Rina treated me to a lunchbox this morning, and I'll treat you to afternoon tea in return. Come on, take it. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Kitahara did not allow any refusal and stuffed the thing directly into Hayami Rina's hands. Hayami Rina couldn't refuse anymore. At this moment, a reminder sounded in Kitahara's mind. Ding, the host spent 985 yen on his girlfriend Hayami Rina. The system doubled the cashback. The host can withdraw 1970 yen at any time. Yay! It really makes money. Kitahara was excited, and an expression of joy that was hard to conceal appeared on his face. So cool. The peak of life is just around the corner. With the system, life feels more fulfilling. Since he can really get cash back, his next step is to get something valuable to give to his girlfriend, hoping to get the biggest one. But she still needs to think carefully about what to give. Hayami Rina doesn't look like the kind of person who would casually accept gifts from others. Sister Rina, I have something else to do and I'll leave first. See you later. Kitahara waved goodbye and left, preparing to walk around the area and pick out a suitable gift. Hayami Rina watched Kitahara walk away, then returned to the convenience store with her things. Wow, Sister Rina, is that young man your suitor? He bought something for you. I've eaten this cookie before. It's delicious, but a little expensive. It's worth an hour's salary for me. Sister Rina, can you give me 2 pieces? In the convenience store, a slightly plump girl in charge of the cashier saw Hayami Rina coming back and started chattering excitedly. She had just seen the actions of the 2 people outside through the glass from inside, and the fire of gossip in her heart was burning, and she couldn't wait to find out. Don't think that Japanese people are cold and don't like gossip. In fact, humans are social animals and have social needs. However, many people are only willing to share their feelings with people they are familiar with, and are cautious or even a little cold toward strangers. This girl has been working with Hayami Rina for more than half a year. Because of their similar personalities, they have become friends and are familiar with each other's situation. So it seems a bit unrestrained. Chapter 5 Tokyo is too hot. Seeing that her colleagues had misunderstood her, Hayami Rina quickly explained. No, Sochiko-chan, please don't make random guesses. I don't mind, but Kitahara-kun is still an unmarried young man. Don't affect his reputation. After saying that, she opened the package of matcha biscuits and shared them with her colleague Sochiko. Sochiko cheered, picked up a cookie and stuffed it into her mouth to taste it, but she didn't agree with Hayami Rina's opinion. She muttered while eating. What reputation? There are only two of us here, and no one else will hear us. Who is that Kitahara-kun? I think he just likes you, Sister Rina. Otherwise, why would he buy you food? He is my neighbor. I bought him a lunchbox this morning. This is a return gift. I see. What do you think? He's a writer, a top student who graduated from the University of Tokyo. How could he fall for a widow like me who has given birth to a child? Ah, he's the writer neighbor you mentioned. No wonder he looks so gentle. He graduated from the University of Tokyo, so outstanding. Sister Rina, if you don't want Kitahara-kun, I will pursue him. Money is so hard to make these days, so his income as a writer shouldn't be affected, right? I don't know. He's usually very low-key. I don't know much about him. But Sochiko-chan, you can take the initiative to pursue him. If you can marry him, at least you don't have to work 2 jobs. Forget it. I was just kidding. I'm not worthy of her. Why don't you give it a try? Sochiko-chan is so cute and has a nice personality. Maybe Kitahara-kun will like your type. What's the point of being kawaii? They and I are from 2 different worlds. The atmosphere was silent for a while. After a while, Sochiko pushed the cookie box towards Hayami Rina. Sister Rina, I'll just try 2 pieces. You can save them for Shaoling. She glanced at the high-end apartment building opposite the convenience store and continued. Come to think of it, I'm quite envious of you, Sister Rina. Owning a property here is something I've always dreamed of. Don't be envious. I'm already considering selling this property and living somewhere more remote. My savings have run out, and my income is not enough to support Shaoling and I. Hayami Rina looked very lonely, and slowly spoke about the big thing in her life that she was about to do. Even though she was very reluctant. She and her husband, Mr. Watanabe, bought this apartment after they got married. They have only lived in it for a few years and it is no different from a brand new one. This place carries countless beautiful moments in her life, records every detail of her daughter Shaoling from birth to now, and the beautiful memories of her and her late husband. The living environment is very convenient and comfortable, and the neighbors are also very nice. However, the selling price she inquired about was already 1/3 lower than when she bought it. But what else could she do? She had no other choice. Human joys and sorrows are not shared. While the 2 women in the convenience store were having difficulty breathing under the pressure of life, Chiki Kitahara was strolling leisurely down the street. He was in a good mood. He had just used the cash withdrawal function of the system, and 1970 yen appeared out of thin air in his hand. Not a cent more, not a cent less. And they were all real coins, and they were the kind that had been circulated. It was magical. Moreover, Hayami Rina's favorability has increased by 2 points because of the return gift, and now it is 60 points, which can be tripled. Double happiness. The only thing that is bothering Kitahara now is what to buy for Hayami Rina, and it has to be something that she will be happy to accept. She definitely wouldn't rashly buy clothes or accessories for her. They were just simple neighbors, and she wasn't his real girlfriend in reality. Just now, Kitahara passed by many gift shops, cosmetic stores, etc. The items inside were very suitable as gifts for women, but he felt that now was not the time to give them these. We need to improve our intimacy first, at least from neighbors to friends. Once we become friends, it will be easy. From this perspective, I can buy some food and go to her house for a meal to thank her again for her help this morning. I don't think she will refuse. Kitahara pondered, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. He decided to start from this aspect and first increase his presence and trust. Presumably, the favorability will increase a lot because of this. Well, you can buy better ingredients. The triple rebate is so tempting. Even if the system doesn't give you a rebate for the portion you eat, it doesn't matter. You still get free food and drinks, so it's worth it. Having made up his mind, Baiyuan stopped wandering around and walked towards a department store located at a nearby intersection. To be honest, Tokyo was really hot. After walking for such a short while, he was already sweating. Young girls dressed in fashionable styles could be seen everywhere, either wearing short skirts or shorts, with their white thighs exposed to the air, making him feel dry in the mouth. A bottle of green tea drink had already been finished. It's too hot. The concept of department stores took shape in Tokyo at the beginning of the century, and has now reached its peak, with stores spread across every busy business district in Tokyo. The store in Kitahara is called Mitsukoshi Department Store. It is one of the earliest department stores and is famous for its high-end products. Its main store is located in the core area of Tokyo. As you enter the department store building, a cool breeze hits you in the face, dispelling the heat in your body and making you feel very comfortable. After asking the waiter, Kitahara strolled to the food area, where the dazzling array of ingredients was dazzling. He was first attracted by the pieces of precious Wagyu beef with attractive colors and distinct textures. This should be the famous Kobe Wagyu beef, and it really looked good. However, when he saw the price on the label, Kitahara was secretly shocked. Wow, more than 20,000 yen per kilogram, it's so damn expensive. This is more than 1,000 yuan per kilogram, which requires an ordinary person to work for several days. This is something only rich people can afford. Although I am not a rich man, I have my own system. Waiter, give me 2 pieces of this. The waiter at the high-end place was very attentive. After asking Kitahara how he planned to eat it and whether it needed any processing, he thoughtfully helped to cut it and put it in a packaging box with ice cubes to keep it fresh. Kitahara held the box and looked away again. Not far to the right is the seafood area, where all kinds of precious seafood are displayed. There are live lobsters with their claws bared, crabs waving their huge claws, and all kinds of colorful fish swimming in the tank. They also come at a hefty price. After thinking for a moment, Kitahara did not choose to buy seafood. He was afraid that buying too many precious ingredients at one time would scare Sister Rina. There is a long time to come, so I'll buy it next time. She picked some side dishes, and thinking of the child at home, Kitahara bought some candy, then paid the bill and left. The things were not many, but it cost nearly 60,000 yen. Kitahara was very satisfied. This simple and unpretentious feeling was great. Chapter 6. Please let me feel the warmth of home. Without further delay, Kitahara returned home directly. After putting the ingredients in the refrigerator, he lay down on the sofa tiredly and began to rest. After going out for such a walk, the burden was still a bit heavy for his weak body. He still needs to rest, and it will probably take several days for him to fully recover. After a while, feeling a little bored, Kitahara turned on the TV in the room and prepared to watch something to pass the time. As far as I remember, Hayami Rina would pick up the children at around 5 or 6 o'clock every afternoon, so there was still quite a while. Is there any Doraemon to watch now? When the TV was turned on, the screen showed the cartoon Doraemon, which later became known as Doraemon. Kitahara didn't know that this cartoon was released so early, but it has been popular for so many years. This cartoon is quite interesting. Although the graphics are very rough and not exquisite enough nowadays, it is still enough to kill time if you are not picky. Before I knew it, 2 episodes of Doraemon were over. After a few commercials, the older, the clever Ikki started playing. Kitahara was a little puzzled as to why the cartoons were playing all the time, until he glanced at the icon in the upper left corner of the screen, and then he understood. Oh, it's Tokyo TV, that's fine. As long as the world doesn't explode, don't bother Eastern Television from showing animations. This is the Tokyo TV station that is considered weird all over the world. Even in the face of war, earthquakes, Tokyo's successful bid for the Olympics, and attacks on the Prime Minister, the show remained indifferent and continued to play the scheduled cartoons, with at most a subtitle inserted below. Yes, it was a landslide on TV. Later, it became an indicator for people to assess the level of disasters. As long as Eastern Television is still showing animations, there's nothing to worry about. Kitahara feels that it is quite interesting. For such a peculiar TV station, it seems that it does not need reporters, program producers, hosts, or planners. As long as we arrange 2 buyers to buy cartoons and broadcast them, and then hire a few salesmen to sell advertisements, this TV station can operate normally. Just like Kids Playing House. After watching the young monk Ikkyu for a while, Kitahara felt that the time was about up, so he opened the door a crack and kept an eye on the situation outside. Not long after, he heard some noise in the corridor outside. Hayami Rina and her daughter came back. Kitahara stood up and walked to the door. He leaned out and saw Hayami Rina opening the door with the key. Next to her stood a soft and cute little girl. The little girl looked about 5 or 6 years old, and was very adorable, as delicate as a delicate piece of jade. Her little face was so white and delicate, as if water could be squeezed out of it with a gentle pinch. Maybe it was because the temperature was a little hot. Her pink cheeks were like ripe apples, slightly flushed. As soon as Kitahara showed his head, The little girl noticed this side, looked over timidly, and did not dare to speak. Kitahara smiled at her, and then said to Hayami Rina, "Sister Rina, you came back from get off work to pick up your daughter. I remember her name was Xiaoling, right?" "Yes, Kitahara-kun, you remembered correctly. Her name is Xiaoling. Come and say hello to Brother Kitahara. The biscuits you just ate on the road were bought by Brother Kitahara." Hayami Rina had already opened the door. When she heard Kitahara's call, she didn't rush in, but introduced Kitahara to her daughter. Although the two families have been neighbors for several years, Baiyuan has always lived a secluded life and has little contact with his daughter, so his daughter is somewhat unfamiliar with him. "Hello, Kitahara, Brother Tilda." The little girl's soft voice sounded gentle and refreshing, making people feel indescribably comfortable. "Hey, hello, Aya-chan. Kitahara-san will bring you some candy later. Rina-san, can I ask you for one more favor? I bought some ingredients, but I don't know how to cook them. Can you help me? By the way, as a reward, after it is done, I invite you and Xiaoling to enjoy it together." Kitahara Chiki waved to Xiaoling, and then made a request to Hayami Rina. Hayami Rina was a little surprised when she heard this. She didn't know why Kitahara Chiki made such a request again. This was not in line with his usual character. He is different now than he was this morning, and looks quite healthy. Could it be that he really has a crush on me? It's impossible. She was full of doubts, but she couldn't ask directly, so she had to suppress them for the time being and said, "No need to share it together. I bought some vegetables and bento. Do you want to cook it now, Kitahara-kun? What are your ingredients?" "The main ingredient is beef, and there are some other things. Sister Rina, don't refuse. I'll get it right away and cook it at your house, and then we can all eat together." Kitahara went back to get his things without giving Hayami Rina a chance to refuse. He had just seen what was in the shopping bag in Hayami Rina's hand. It was just a few vegetables and 2 bento boxes with special offer labels on them, which looked quite shabby. Moreover, this is probably just the food for the mother and daughter for 2 meals, tonight and tomorrow morning. Will they be full? Let them eat something good. Kitahara quickly picked up the beef, candy, and other things, and was the first to enter their house amid the surprised looks of Hayami Rina and her daughter. He didn't show any sign of being awkward or restrained, and didn't consider himself an outsider at all. "Sister Rina, the beef has already been cut by the merchant. This box can be eaten fresh with some sauce. These thick slices can be fried on a teppanyaki plate. Do you have a teppanyaki plate at home? These beef cubes can be used to make soup. You can cook them as you like." When buying Wagyu beef, the waiter at the department store gave some reasonable eating suggestions, which Kitahara remembered and repeated to Hayami Rina. While listening to Kitahara's story, Hayami Rina carefully looked at the boxes of beef. After Kitahara finished speaking, she raised her head and asked, "Kitahara-kun, this is a 5-grade castrated Wagyu beef. This high-grade beef is very expensive, and Xiaoling and I can't eat it. I'll prepare a box for you, which will be enough for you to eat, and you can take the rest home." Hayami Rina used to live a very comfortable life and had eaten this kind of high-end Wagyu beef. Although she didn't eat it often, the unique marble texture, beautiful fat pattern and delicious meat texture made her recognize it as the best Wagyu at a glance. This kind of meat is too expensive. She and Chiki Kitahara are not related at all, so how can she feel comfortable enjoying it together? "Sister Rina, please don't be so polite. A few pieces of Wagyu beef are nothing to me. I am very grateful for your help this morning. Just consider it as me treating you and Xiaoling to a big meal. You have already returned the gift." "No, it's far from enough. That little bit is not enough to express my gratitude. Besides, to be honest, Sister Rina, I have been too lonely all this time and have never felt the warmth of home. It has been a long time since I felt the feeling of being busy." Chapter 7, Don't Tell Mom. Are you kidding? Hayami Rina has to eat this beef. Kitahara spent so much money and still wants to make a profit. As a last resort, he had to play the emotional card. He had no choice. Hayami Rina was too kind and had her own persistence. If she was a gold digger or a green tea bitch, there would be no need for Kitahara to go to so much trouble to persuade her. A woman like that will find ways to get money out of his pocket. There's no need for that. I can only say that I was not thoughtful enough at the time and rashly set the neighbor's wife as my girlfriend without considering her personality. Of course, this cannot be blamed on Kitahara. After all, who could resist such a gentle and attractive widow? Although Hayami Rina is married and has a 5-year-old daughter, she is only 27 years old. As we all know, this is the best time of a woman's life. Baiyuan was already in his 30s and almost 40 in his previous life, and he had no resistance to such women. Sure enough, after hearing Kitahara's choked words, The kind-hearted Hayami Rina immediately softened her heart. She gently patted Kitahara's arm. Kitahara-kun, we'll have dinner here tonight. Go play with Xiaoling for a while. I'll make you something delicious right away. I didn't expect Kitahara-kun was so miserable. I always thought he lived a good life. As expected, everyone has unspeakable pain. At least I have Xiaoling, but he is all alone and has no one to talk to. Hayami Rina thought to herself. Favorability +3. Hayami Rina sympathizes with the host. Favorability +2. Hayami Rina is grateful for the expensive ingredients brought by the host. Seeing Hayami Rina walking towards the kitchen with the ingredients, a smile appeared on Kitahara's face. The favorability increased by several points. Moreover, the system just now indicated a cashback of more than 178,000 yen, which was exactly 3 times the amount he spent on the item. The system assumed that these things were received by Rina Hayami, and the portion she ate was also included in it. This system is so sophisticated. It seems that I have to treat this place as my own home from now on, and buy some food and eat here on time. This way he could not only solve his food and clothing problems, but also earn some money. Unconsciously, he had already regarded Hayami Rina as his money-making baby and housekeeper. After admiring Rina Hayami's busy figure in the kitchen for a few more times, Chiki Kitahara, feeling happy, withdrew her gaze and took time to look around her home. This is a warm house. The decoration is not luxurious, but very tasteful and has a strong breath of life. There are many decorative picture frames hanging on the off-white walls, the wooden floor is spotless, and the unique chandelier adds a lot of color to the room. Unlike the small one-bedroom house he lived in, this house was obviously different in layout and much larger in area. The living room alone is much more spacious than his, and there is also an extra bedroom, which looks to be more than 50 square meters. The place he rented was about 30 square meters at most. The living room is fully furnished with all the necessary furniture and appliances, with soft cushions on the sofa, and books, magazines, vases, toys, etc. neatly arranged on the shelves. Looking through the open bedroom door, Kitahara could see that the interior was decorated very elegantly, and the bedding on the tatami was neatly arranged, clean and tidy. There is also a small desk near the window, on which there is a cartoon typhoon and some children's picture books. Everywhere you look, everything is in perfect order without any trace of clutter. One can imagine that the owner here, Rina Hayami, must have paid a lot for this and how much she loves and dedicates herself to life. Baiyuan couldn't help but want to move in. This family is missing a man. A family without a man is incomplete. Brother Kitahara, are these candies for Xiaoling? The corner of his clothes was pulled, and a soft and pleasant questioning voice interrupted Kitahara's fantasy. Kitahara looked down and saw that it was the overly cute Xiaoling-chan. She had just gone to the sink to wash her hands. Now that she had finished, she was looking at him expectantly, and her eyes kept scanning the bag of candy he bought on the table. Those big black eyes and soft and cute look almost melted Baiyuan's heart. Yes, it's for Xiaoling-chan. Do you want to eat it? Kitahara touched Xiaoling's little head and said, "Thank you, Brother Kitahara. I want to eat, but I need to ask Mom first." Xiaoling said, "Then go and ask." What a sensible child, Kitahara thought. The little girl jumped to the kitchen, and after a while, she ran out happily. "Brother Baiyuan, Mom said you can have 2 candies and watch a cartoon for half an hour. Do you want to watch it with us?" "Okay, I like watching anime too. Let's do it together." Kitahara and Xiaoling were sitting on the floor mat in the living room, watching cartoons. Xiaoling laughed like a silver bell from time to time while eating candy. She was wearing a pink and white fluffy princess dress, the hem of which spread out like a blooming flower. On her feet were a pair of pure white stockings, with a small section of pink skin showing through the top of the socks. Since her shoes were taken off, her feet were fully exposed, showing their playful and cute appearance. Time passed quickly in the joy. Kitahara felt that he had not seen enough, and Hayami Rina came to urge them to eat. Xiaoling reluctantly turned off the TV, but when she came to the dining table and saw the sumptuous food, she instantly forgot her previous unhappiness. "Wow, Mom, today's food smells so good, there's so much meat." This was bought by Kitahara brother. Aya-chan should thank Kitahara brother first. Hayami Rina instructed, "Thank you, Brother Kitahara. I'm ready to eat." Hayami Rina's cooking skills are naturally impeccable. As a former housewife, she has taken professional cooking courses. I have a certain grasp of how to cook a variety of ingredients. This Wagyu beef feast is not difficult to prepare because the quality of the ingredients is good enough. It only requires simple processing to taste its ultimate deliciousness. Anyway, Kitahara Chiki was very satisfied with the meal. It was the most delicious meal he had ever had in his 2 lives. Not only him, but also Hayami Rina and Xiaoling were full. The mother and daughter had not eaten such delicious food for a long time, and the quantity is large enough for them to enjoy. After dinner, Kitahara wanted to help Hayami Rina clean up the table, but she firmly refused. So I had to sit on the sofa and rest. Xiaoling was also half lying on the sofa at this time, rubbing her belly with satisfaction and savoring the meal. Xiaoling-chan, is the beef delicious today? It's delicious, brother Kitahara, very delicious. Do you want to eat tomorrow? Ah, will Kitahara and I buy it tomorrow? If Xiaoling-chan wants to eat it, then brother Kitahara will buy it for you. But I've already eaten beef today. I want to eat fish balls tomorrow. Is that okay? Sure, then brother Kitahara will buy you fish balls tomorrow. But, Xiaoling-chan, don't tell mom yet. We will give her a surprise tomorrow. Chapter 8 Hayami Rina's favorability increases sharply. After a short rest, Kitahara politely said goodbye and left. The main thing is that they are an orphan and a widow, and he hasn't been leaving yet, which is a bit inappropriate and will cause resentment. Hayami Rina and her daughter sent Kitahara out the door. Xiaoling was still a little reluctant to leave. After a night of contact, she fell in love with this older brother. Because of the arrival of her big brother, she felt particularly satisfied with her dinner today, and there were still so many candies to eat slowly later. Oh, by the way, there will be fish balls tomorrow. So looking forward to it. Xiaoling looked at Kitahara with sparkling eyes. After returning home, Kitahara felt that he was suddenly surrounded by a cold and lonely feeling, which seemed like two different worlds compared to the lively and warm atmosphere at Hayami Rina's house. Fortunately, he was used to being alone in his previous life and was accustomed to this feeling. Without turning on the lights, Baiyuan walked straight to the window sill in the moonlight. He stood there and looked outside through the glass. Outside is a bustling street, and colorful neon lights are flashing like bright stars in the night sky. Tokyo at night is like a dream city, fascinating. Young people wearing trendy clothes chat and laugh in groups of 3 or 5, while office workers hurry to the izakaya to have a drink to relieve fatigue after a busy day at work. In the distance, tall buildings rise into the clouds, and lights illuminate the entire skyline. Many people still don't know that behind this seemingly prosperous scene, a huge bubble has burst, but people are still living in a drunken stupor. After all, not all industries have been affected. Or maybe they already know it, but are powerless to change it, so they can only choose to numb themselves, unwilling to wake up from the illusory and beautiful dream. In a sense, this is also a great era. All industries are depressed and silent. Destined to travel to Tokyo in this era, Kitahara doesn't know whether it is good or bad. For him who owns the system, he doesn't have to struggle for life like ordinary people and worry about 3 meals a day. So what can he do? You can't just hang around Hayami Rina all day, right? If you do nothing every day, you will become useless. The system also prompted that once Hayami Rina's favorability reached the maximum value, the second girlfriend column could be opened. But the original owner's social circle was too narrow. He was a pure otaku and had too few contacts with women. He must expand his social circle, meet more high-quality women, and prepare for the next step in advance. According to what Kitahara knew in his previous life, during the island nation's lost 30 years, almost all industries were sluggish, and only the entertainment industry was one of the few that went against the trend and flourished. Whether it is animation, music, games, movies, or other fields, they have all developed rapidly and achieved remarkable achievements. They have even become a cultural force, sweeping across many parts of the world like a tide. This is not difficult to understand. During the economic crisis, the people on the island are under great pressure in life and will choose low-cost entertainment to seek relaxation and entertainment. The entertainment industry has thus quietly risen. With the continuous emergence of excellent works, the expansion of export markets, and the involvement of capital, the scale has continued to rise until it reached its peak. Kitahara felt that this was an opportunity and that he should find a chance to enter this industry. As we all know, there is no shortage of beauties in the entertainment industry. Akina Nakamori, Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai, Shizuka Kudo are all the star goddesses of this era. Now that we have the system, we should always have dreams. Baiyuan wants to eat good food. Thoughts are flying. Kitahara feels that he still needs to pick up writing and not give it up, as this is an opportunity to enter the entertainment industry. The original owner was a writer and had already stepped half a foot into this circle, but because of his personality, he was unwilling to contact the outside world. The current Kitahara is not the same character as the original owner. He plans to write some works that are easy to adapt and actively go out, whether it is adapted into animation or TV series or movies, just to expand his social circle. As for what to write, it was not very difficult. In his previous life, he had watched a lot of Japanese comics and movies, and he could learn a lot from them. The original owner's writing style has been imprinted in this body, and he has traveled from the 21st century of information explosion. There are countless things in his mind, and his works that come to him easily will probably achieve good results. In just a moment, he came up with a good idea and even decided on a title for the book, Primitive Desire, The Unforgettable Adventures of a Beautiful Girl in the Goblin Cave. That's right. In his previous life he was a writer of erotic fiction, and the erotic stuff he liked required seeds to download, and he had never read much serious stuff. He also didn't want to write anything flowery. Firstly, it was too tiring. Secondly, it was boring and unnecessary. He didn't expect to gain fame and fortune from it. This story is very good. You can tell from the title that it combines beautiful women, curiosity, and adventure, and it will definitely have an impact on the hearts of the people on the island. It can also attract the attention of animation companies. As for whether anyone is willing to purchase the copyright for adaptation, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. If this one doesn't work, then let us go for the next one. He has already thought of the next one, and it will definitely be adapted. The name is The Sky of Fate. I can't refuse. While thinking about the specific plot content, it was late at night before he knew it, and Kitahara decided to go to bed. He didn't plan to write today. This is only the first day of the time travel, so I have to take a day off and think about writing tomorrow. Took a shower and washed up. Kitahara lay on the bed and called up the system interface to check Hayami Rina's information. Tonight's big meal had increased her favorability a lot, and it had reached 72 points. All of these were beyond Kitahara's expectations. This increase was mainly due to Rina Hayami's daughter Aya. Xiaoling was particularly happy tonight. As a mother, she must be very grateful to Kitahara. I guess her family hasn't had such good food for a long time, and it's probably not been so lively for a long time. Again, how can a family exist without a man? It is also indispensable for the physical and mental health of children. Coaxing Xiaoling can help win Hayami Rina's favor faster. Kitahara took note of this and will start from here in the future to integrate into their family earlier. Make yourself an indispensable member and get on base sooner. When the girlfriend's favorability reaches 70, the cashback multiplier for consumption is 4 times, and you can get more money, but there is no news about special rewards. Beiyuan was a little confused. When would the reward for this thing be given? Ding! When your girlfriend's favorability reaches 90 points, you will receive a special reward. When it reaches 95 points, you will receive a second reward. When it reaches the maximum value of 100 points, you will receive 3 rewards at once. Each girlfriend can provide the host with a total of 5 special rewards. The system provides thoughtful and timely answers to your questions. After Kitahara understood the situation, he was no longer anxious. There was no point in being anxious. He should just wait patiently for Hayami Rina's favorability to increase. Then, he looked at the girlfriend's real-time status at the bottom of the screen and clicked on it. In the dark bedroom, lying on the tatami, Hayami Rina was patting Xiaoling's back to coax her to sleep. Xiaoling must have fallen asleep. Her breathing became very even, and Hayami Rina also noticed this, and her movements became gradually gentler. After a while, she quietly got up and left the bedroom. The camera kept following Hayami Rina's figure. There was no light in the room, so it was very dark. But Kitahara could see it clearly, probably because the system provided a night vision function. Then Hayami Rina came to the living room, drank a sip of water first, then lay down on the sofa, leaned her head against the back of the sofa, opened her beautiful eyes, and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Her expression was neither sad nor happy. She just kept watching, as if the scene was frozen. Only the occasional blink let Kitahara know that the live broadcast was still going on. What is she thinking about at this moment? Or maybe you're not thinking about anything and are just enjoying this rare quiet time. Kitahara couldn't help but guess in his mind. Hayami Rina's life has been full of ups and downs, and she has experienced both highs and lows. She once had a husband and was a full-time housewife with a wealthy life. She didn't need to worry about money and only needed to enjoy a happy life. Now, she has to face the complex social environment for the survival of herself and her daughter, and work hard to earn a meager salary to support her family. She must be very tired and helpless, and such quiet moments are rare. She has to take care of the children and work every day. Only when the children fall asleep at night can she give her tired body and mind a temporary respite. This kind of life puts a lot of pressure on people, but she persists until the day she can no longer hold on. Through the screen, Kitahara felt the difficulties that Hayami Rina had to go through. Chapter 9 Help Me Clean. The next day, Beiyuan slept until noon. After waking up, he was still a little confused. It took him a long time to react and realize where he was. The bedroom curtains were not drawn last night. At this moment, the bright sunshine of Tokyo summer had already filled the entire room through the windows, lighting up every corner, and even making the dust in the air visible. Beiyuan got up lazily, felt hungry, and looked at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock. This is really like sleeping until you wake up naturally. After quickly washing and taking care of his physiological needs, he changed his clothes and went out to find food. After walking around downstairs, he randomly found a ramen restaurant and had a bowl of pork bone ramen to fill his stomach. He thought he would take a walk to digest the food and then go back to start his writing career. But when he reached a street corner, a flyer he received changed his mind. This is a beautifully printed flyer with half-length photos of several young ladies in yukatas. They are young and beautiful with bright smiles. Sir, please come to our massage parlor and experience it. You will definitely be satisfied. The regular massage package only costs 5,800 yen, which is absolutely worth the money. Please. The little girl handing out flyers was stopping Kitahara, trying hard to win this customer. Baiyuan was somewhat tempted. This seemed not impossible. He hadn't experienced the massage of his daily life yet. For a regular customer of the foot massage parlor like him, this thing had great appeal, no less than Hayami Rina. I earned over 100,000 yen yesterday. Why not spend some today? Excuse me, is this a regular massage place? Kitahara asked. It's absolutely formal, but if you have special needs, we can also provide services, and the price is very reasonable. You can follow me to visit the store first, take a look at the environment and service staff, and then make a decision. It's not far ahead, very close. Seeing that Kitahara seemed like a potential customer, the flyer girl became excited, pointed to the front and made a gesture of leading him, enthusiastically inviting Kitahara to come over. She gets a commission every time she successfully brings a customer to the store, so she cherishes every opportunity. Okay, let's go and take a look. I have nothing to do and there is no rush for a new book. Baiyuan is still relatively free now, so I decided to go and take a look and give it a try if possible. See what the difference is between this kind of massage and that in China. Just listening to the introduction, it seems that this place is more open and not so secretive. Upon hearing this, the flyer girl's smile widened. She immediately bowed deeply to express her gratitude, and then led Kitahara forward. Kitahara noticed that the girl was good-looking, young, and polite. On the way, he asked, "Excuse me, but is it possible to order in your shop? I would like you to serve me." "What? Me? Sorry, sir. I'm just a part-time temporary worker, handing out flyers to invite customers. I can't serve you. There are special technicians in the store for you to choose from. I'm really sorry." "Well, what a shame. It's an honor to have your favor." It said to be very close, but in fact it took nearly 5 minutes to walk to the massage parlor deep in an alley. However, the sign of this massage parlor was quite big, so it didn't look like a shady shop, so Kitahara walked in with confidence. "Welcome, Tilda." As soon as I entered the store, I was greeted with welcomes one after another. Kitahara was very familiar with this kind of scene and greeted the female technicians with a smile. Someone came over and led him to sit on the sofa, someone poured him tea, and someone else brought a project list for him to look at. After a while, Baiyuan was surrounded by a group of beauties. I have to say that Hao Qiang's service is quite good. In terms of enthusiasm alone, it is much better than that in China. Kitahara looked at the price list for a few seconds and listened to the waiter's explanation. In the end, he did not choose the basic set meal for 5,800 yen, but instead chose the full set meal for 9,800 yen. Don't get me wrong, this is a formal program, totaling 90 minutes. He found the price acceptable. After ordering the items and drinking a few sips of tea, he was taken to the second floor. As for the process, it's just like that, it's okay, but it can't be said to be amazing. Kitahara feels that compared to the technique, it mainly provides emotional value. The service was really excellent. The technician bowed dozens of times and kept asking about the strength and how it felt. Although it is a bit annoying to be asked so many questions, I feel that I am really respected and the money is not wasted. Chapter 10 Something has to pay. After the massage, Kitahara returned home and took a nap. When I woke up, it was already afternoon. Kitahara went downstairs to pay the bill and walked out of the massage parlor with a farewell message. "Thank you for your patronage. Welcome back next time." The sky had grown overcast at some point, making the heat even more sultry. Kitahara first went to a barbershop to get his haircut, and then went to the department store to buy food. Today we mainly buy seafood. Xiaoling wanted to eat fish balls, and Kitahara picked out the most expensive cod balls here. This is made from high-quality cod from Hokkaido. This fish is expensive in itself and has delicious meat. You can even eat it fresh. If used to make fish balls, the taste and texture are the best. Of course, the price is also very attractive. However, price is the only issue that Baiyuan does not have to consider. He also picked out a 3-pound sea bass and a few swimming crabs. Feeling that these didn't seem to be worth much, he also bought a few blue lobsters. This thing looks pretty good and the price is what Kitahara likes. In the end, the total cost was a little over 100,000 yen. After asking the waiter to simply prepare the seafood, Kitahara walked out of the department store and found that it was drizzling. Not only that, the wind was so strong that the trees on the roadside were shaking. The temperature suddenly became very cool. The weather has changed. Is there a typhoon coming? Kitahara muttered to himself and hurried home. As we all know, Tokyo is often visited by typhoons, especially in the summer month of August, when typhoon activities are very frequent. Just in case, it's safer to go home and hide. Fortunately, the rain was not heavy, just a drizzle. By the time he rushed back to the apartment building, Kitahara's clothes were not completely soaked. While waiting for the elevator, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, he found that Hayami Rina and Xiao Ling had also returned. Hey, Sister Rina, are you back so early today? Hello, Aya-chan. Hi, there was a typhoon today, and the kindergarten notified us to pick up the children early, so I took a leave to bring Xiao Ling back. Did Kitahara-kun just come back from going out? Wow, you look much more energetic with your short hair. It is indeed a typhoon, but it shouldn't be too serious, otherwise I would have received a warning to take shelter. This should be a common typhoon passing through. Kitahara thought to himself, then picked up the shopping bag in his hand and showed it to Hayami Rina and Aya-chan. Haha, my hair was a little messy before, so I cut it. It just so happens that I just bought some ingredients. Let's go home and eat. Ah, buying ingredients again? Kitahara-kun, please don't do this. I will feel unworthy of this. Hayami Rina said with embarrassment. But I've already bought it, and I don't know how to cook it, so I can't let it go to waste. Sister Rina, just accept it. I bought fish balls, and Xiaoling-chan will probably like them. Right, Xiaoling-chan. Kitahara gave Xiaoling a wink, and Xiaoling immediately nodded frantically, then looked at her mother eagerly, her eyes full of expectation. Seeing this, Hayami Rina became even more embarrassed. She pondered for a moment and said, Then Xiaoling and I can't just accept your kindness for nothing. We have to give something in return. Otherwise, I'll help you with the housework and do the laundry in the evening as a reward. Okay, that's settled then. Kitahara readily agreed. But after returning home and checking the ingredients purchased by Kitahara, Hayami Rina realized that her so-called reward of doing housework was a bit ridiculous. Such high-end seafood is very valuable. Not to mention doing housework once, I'm afraid I'd have to do housework every day to pay it back. Alas, Kitahara-kun's generous behavior is really troublesome. How can I repay? Her body was wet, and there was some massage oil left after the massage, which made her feel uncomfortable. Kitahara didn't go to Hayami Rina's house to wait for dinner. Instead, I went back home, washed myself, and then sat down at my desk to prepare to write. When dinner is ready, Hayami Rina will naturally come to inform him. The wind outside seems to be stronger. Although the doors and windows are closed, the whimpering sound can still be heard. This atmosphere is quite suitable for typing. After thinking for a while, his mind gradually calmed down, and Bayuan began to write on the manuscript. Hey, Keiru-chan, did you hear that? What did you hear? That rumor about the secret cave entrance is right behind Akihabara Mountain. I'm planning to go check it out. Do you want to come with me? What? Sakura, stop it. It feels too dangerous. This is exciting. Let's go together. If you're scared, we can call Nanako. She's a member of the martial arts club and can protect us if we really get into danger. But, well, go ahead. Aren't you curious? What secrets are there in the depths of that hidden cave? If we find the treasure, we will be rich. All right. Chapter 11, Hayami Rina's Happiness. The story of the book Primitive Desire, the unforgettable adventures of a beautiful girl in the Goblin Cave, is very simple. Kitahara's setting is that the protagonist girl Zun is instigated by her friend to go on an adventure and death-seeking experience in a secret cave with two companions. They packed their supplies, set out on a sunny morning, and arrived at their destination. Looking at the dark cave full of unknowns, I entered it driven by curiosity. At this time, they did not know that what awaited them would be a nightmare journey that would change their destiny and make them unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Because deep in this cave lives a large group of goblins. As we all know, goblins are very perverted creatures. After entering the cave, the three girls were captured by the goblins as expected. Even though they had a teammate with high combat power, he was like a joke in front of the numerous and extremely cunning goblins. Swish, 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 the tip of the pen slid quickly across the paper, writing one word after another. Bayuan's inspiration flows like a spring, and his writing is like a god. This was something he wanted to write but couldn't in his previous life. This time he could finally write it freely. He loved writing this kind of thing. Tomato had misled him in his previous life. Kitahara wrote 2 pages of manuscript in one breath, a total of 1,000 words, before he stopped. I read it from beginning to end and felt very satisfied with it. I only needed to modify the wording in a few places. The original owner's literary skills were not to be underestimated. Whether it was his mastery of vocabulary, the accurate use of vocabulary, the expression of meaning in writing, the description of various scenes, etc., he was very impressed and benefited a lot from it. In his previous life, he was limited by his own lack of literary skills and could only write brainless, amateurish writing, and no matter how he wrote, he could never find depth. Now he feels that the words he writes have been sublimated. Although the words are still the same, they are combined in different ways, which is really refreshing. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Kitahara knew that the neighbor next door had called him to dinner, so he put down his manuscript and went to open the door. Brother Bayuan, my mother asked me to call you to eat tilde. The unexpected person outside the door was not Hayami Rina, but the cute little Aya-chan. Kitahara felt particularly happy when he saw this little girl. This kind of kawaii little girl can really stir people's emotions. Okay, Xiaoling, thank you for coming to call me. Wait for me, I'll get the key and go. Kitahara touched Xiaoling's cute little head, turned around to take the key from the rack at the door, and then went to her house with Xiaoling. As soon as he entered the house, he smelled a strong fragrance. The sumptuous food on the table made him salivate and he couldn't wait to taste it. Today, Kitahara has only eaten 1 meal of ramen from this morning until now, and also consumed some protein in the middle. It is almost dark now, and he is already starving. If he hadn't been thinking about this big meal, he would have gotten something else to fill his stomach. Kitahara-kun, you and Xiaoling should eat first. The fishball soup will be ready soon. Hayami Rina leaned out from the kitchen and greeted Kitahara. Bayuan agreed, and without any hesitation, he called Xiaoling to start eating. Xiaoling, come, let's eat lobster. Delicious garlic lobster, roe-filled swimming crabs, steamed large sea bass, chewy, smooth and delicious fish balls and miso soup, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and steamed rice of the perfect hardness. This meal was much richer than yesterday's. Bayuan just focused on eating, and so did Xiaoling. Hayami Rina helped the big and small one peel lobster shells, peel crab shells, serve fish balls, and wait on the 2 of them. Her face was filled with happiness and joy, and her eyes were full of love as she looked at the 2 of them. She had experienced such a scene before and often missed it. Ding. Hayami Rina's favorability +1. Ding. Hayami Rina's favorability +1. Ding. Hayami Rina's favorability +1. Chapter 12 Want to Know. The system's prompt sound rang in his mind from time to time. Bayuan was very happy, and the food in his mouth tasted more and more delicious. He is also very satisfied with the current situation. He feels very warm, just like a family of 3. A gentle and considerate wife, a lively and lovely daughter, and him, the male host. Such a happy life for a family of 3. After a while, Kitahara took another peeled lobster tail from Hayami Rina and said, Sister Rina, you don't have to help me peel the shells, I can do it myself. You should eat some quickly, too, or it won't taste good if it gets cold. It had been a while, and Hayami Rina hadn't eaten much herself. She had been serving Kitahara and Xiaoling. Bayuan felt a little embarrassed. He had never enjoyed such treatment before. In the past, I only heard that women in their daily lives would serve others. Their husbands had a high status in the family, and many women would even provide kneeling service. But when he experienced it himself, he still felt a little uncomfortable. It's okay. Such a rich meal is delicious even if it's cold. Kitahara-kun, just enjoy it first. Hayami Rina shook her head and continued to work. In order to leave a good impression on Hayami Rina and gain more favorability, Kitahara reached out and snatched the sheller from her hand. Let me do it. I've almost finished eating. Sister Rina, enjoy it too. Next, it's my turn to serve you. What? Kitahara-kun, this is inappropriate. Hayami Rina wanted to refuse, but Kitahara smiled and shook his head, picked up the tools and began to cut the food seriously. After a moment, he picked up a lobster leg and placed it on Hayami Rina's plate, motioning for her to eat. Oh, Kitahara-kun is so considerate. I wonder which girl will be lucky enough to marry you in the future. She will definitely be very happy. Hayami Rina sighed. Haha, I just hope she can be as beautiful and gentle as Sister Rina, then I will be satisfied. But unfortunately... What a pity. Hayami Rina asked while chewing food. It's a pity that I'm afraid it will be hard to meet one. Sister Liana, you know that I'm not good at speaking, I don't like to go out, I don't socialize very much, and I'm not very good at communicating with girls. Sometimes I think, Maybe I will end up alone in this life. Kitahara was acting like a drama queen and said in a depressed mood. Upon hearing this, Hayami Rina hurried to comfort him. Don't think like that, Kitahara-kun. You are so outstanding that you will definitely meet the girl of your life. It's just that the time has not come yet. I have noticed that your personality has become much more cheerful in the past 2 days. This is a good start. Maybe, but I still don't dare to hope for it. My current wish is that you, Sister Rina, don't reject me and accept me coming over to eat with you from time to time. I like the current situation very much. Kitahara-kun, no one is rejecting you. Xiaoling and I both like you and are very grateful to you. You can come over often in the future, but don't buy too many expensive ingredients. It puts a lot of pressure on me. Don't be stressed, Sister Rina. These things are nothing to me. You know, I'm a writer and I have a decent income. I can afford such expenses. It's just some food. It's not a waste. Hey, Kitahara-kun is awesome. During the meal, the two communicated a lot and got to know each other better. Kitahara gained some more points of favor from Hayami Rina. The progress is quite smooth. After dinner, he took a brief rest here, played games with Hao Qiang for a while, and then Kitahara said goodbye and left. Kitahara-kun, after Xiaoling falls asleep, can I go to your house to clean up? Will it affect your writing? When Hayami Rina saw Kitahara about to leave, she pulled him aside and asked secretly behind Xiaoling's back. She did this because she was afraid that her daughter Xiaoling would be scared after hearing it and would not be able to fall asleep. As a child, if you know that your mother will leave after you fall asleep, you will definitely be scared if you are alone. In order to prevent Xiaoling from hearing, Hayami Rina spoke in a low voice, so she had to get very close to Kitahara when she spoke. Sure, don't worry, it's okay to go there later, it won't affect me. Yeah, okay. After returning home, Kitahara calmed down for a long time before he could devote himself to writing. Damn, women really do affect the speed of typing. If you don't have women in your heart, you can become a god at writing. The old saying is indeed true. Kitahara muttered to himself, temporarily sealing off everything about Hayami Rina in his mind, and began to type wholeheartedly. Time passed by minute, and Baiyuan wrote smoothly. Pages of manuscript paper were filled with ink and put aside. At this moment, he was like a ruthless coder. I already had a complete story outline in my mind, and with the help of the original owner's literary skills, it was really easy to write something without any depth. He can now be said to be a combination of a cool writer and a literary writer. Writing this kind of light novel can be regarded as a dimensionality reduction attack. I've been writing for a long time, and my wrist is a little tired, the fingers holding the pen are a little sore, and my waist is a little tired too. Kitahara Chiki had already written another 5 or 6 pages of manuscript when Hayami Rina knocked on the door. He glanced at the time and it was almost 10 o'clock. Once you get busy, time flies by really fast. He calculated that if he worked until midnight today, he could probably write another 2 or 3 pages, totaling about 5,000 words. This speed is acceptable. Handwriting cannot compare to typing on a computer after all, but this speed of creation is already amazing nowadays. I stood up and opened the door, and Hayami Rina's gentle figure came into view again. After bowing, Hayami Rina came into the room and explained. I'm sorry, Kitahara-kun. Xiaoling school is closed tomorrow, so she's very excited tonight and hasn't been sleeping. I'm late. It's okay, this time is just right. Are you tired, Sister Rina? Do you want to take a rest before working? Kitahara said with a smile. No need, let's start now, Kitahara-kun, don't worry about me, just do your thing. Hayami Rina said that she had no problem, then looked around the house, sorted out her thoughts, and started working. She first gathered up Kitahara's dirty clothes, put them in the bathroom and soaked them in detergent, then picked up a rag and wiped everywhere and the floor. Chapter 13. Be patient, Kitahara-kun. In this quiet late night, the wind was howling outside, and the raindrops were carried by the wind and kept hitting the windows, making crackling sounds. The 2 people in the room were not affected and were concentrating on the work in their hands. The man was writing at his desk, writing furiously. The woman cleaned the room in an orderly manner. The 2 of them are like a couple who have lived together for many years. They tacitly don't disturb each other and are both working hard for this family. After a long time, as Hayami Rina moved around every corner of the house, the place gradually became tidy. The floor was spotless, clutter had been put away, and even the bed had been neatly remade. Hayami Yuna finally stopped and looked at the cleaned room. A proud smile appeared on her face, and she felt a sense of accomplishment. Wiping the sweat from her forehead with her arm, she prepared to wash the dirty clothes. Once she finished this task, her mission for the day was over and she could go back to rest. At this time, she glanced at Chiki Kitahara at the desk and found that this outstanding young man was writing seriously. Hayami Rina noticed that Kitahara's eyes were fixed on the manuscript paper in front of him, which seemed to carry countless wonderful stories waiting for him to describe and present. Sometimes he frowned and fell into deep thought, sometimes he smiled and his pen tip quickly swept across the manuscript paper. He is so focused and so good. For a moment, Hayami Rina's heartstrings were touched. How nice it would be if he was my husband. At this moment, in such an atmosphere, Hayami Rina had an idea that even she found funny. What an unrealistic wish. Leaning against the wall in the corner, she looked absent-mindedly at Baiyuan not far away. He was a young genius, a gifted person with talents beyond most people. Although I don't know how much he earns, it is not difficult to judge from the food he bought in the past 2 days and the information revealed in his words. His income from royalties must be very good, perhaps far beyond his imagination. After all, the profession of writer is still a little mysterious. It is not easy to come into contact with it in daily life, and it is not easy to inquire about its salary. But if he is willing to spend tens of thousands of yen on a meal, then his monthly income must be at least over 1,000,000 yen. This already belongs to the high-income group. Besides, there may be more than that. Thinking of this, Hayami Rina was not excited at all, but felt even more depressed. The more Kitahara-kun earns, the more capable he is, and the chance of him choosing her is slim to zero. But she still had a question in her mind. What was the reason for Kitahara-kun's abnormal behavior in the past 2 days? It is really hard to understand why he spent so much money on expensive ingredients for himself and his daughter to enjoy with him. No one would be so generous for no reason, right? Or is it really like he said, that he is just afraid of being alone and wants to feel the atmosphere of home? Hayami Rina was filled with doubts, which made her frown. After a moment, she couldn't help but make a bold guess. Or maybe he is interested in me. After all, tonight at the dinner table, he said he wanted to find a woman like me. If this is the case, what should I do? Kitahara Chiki really felt tired. Her eyes were a little blurry, and maybe because she had been sitting for too long, her waist was sore that she couldn't bear it anymore. After finishing a plot, he put down the pen, rubbed his eyes, then stood up and pounded his waist. The body left by the original owner has not yet fully recovered, and today's long hours of writing at the desk have been a bit too much. It seems that I need to pay attention to this in the future. My body needs to rest for a while and I can't overexert myself for the time being. Just now, he forced himself into the writing state, and as he got into the mood, he slowly immersed himself in it, especially when he reached a small climax. 3 beautiful girls first entered the goblin cave. The cave was interconnected. The girl Zun was temporarily lost with the other 2 teammates and was found by a group of goblins. This is the first chaotic scene in the whole book. Kitahara Chiki wrote it with great excitement until the back pain became unbearable, which brought him back to reality. Damn it, my body limits my output. Otherwise I'd stay up all night tonight. It would be so cool to write. Muttering something, Kitahara pounded his waist muscles while looking for Hayami Rina. I was so engrossed just now that I forgot that the neighbor's wife was still there. I don't even know if she left or not. Kitahara turned around and immediately noticed Hayami Rina, who was half sticking her body out from the corner. She was looking over here, but seemed distracted, staring blankly and motionless. Sister Rina Tilda. Kitahara Chiki called out twice, bringing Hayami Rina back to her senses. Hey, Kitahara-kun, aren't you writing? What's wrong with me? Am I in a trance? Hayami Rina said after she came back to her senses. I won't write no more. My waist hurts a bit. I'll stop here for tonight. Sister Rina, you must be tired. It's already late. Go home and rest. Back pain. Kitahara-kun, there's no rush to rest. Do you need me to give you a massage? I've learned a little bit before, so I know a little bit about massage. Swoosh, thank you so much, Sister Rina. Chapter 14, This is Unreasonable. Chiki Kitahara didn't expect that Rina Hayami would actually take the initiative to ask for a massage. It was really unexpected. I can only say that hard work always pays off and the money was really not wasted. He hasn't even started the massage yet, but he already feels that his back pain is halfway gone. Sister Rina, where should we press? Should we go to the bed? Kitahara asked. Sure, it will be more convenient if we use the bed. Kitahara-kun, go ahead. I'll go wash my hands. Hayami Rina nodded and went to the bathroom to wash her hands. When she returned to the bedroom, Kitahara was already in position, lying on his stomach. The light in the bedroom was not so bright, with a warm atmosphere. Hayami Rina came to the edge of the bed and sat down, covering Kitahara's waist with both hands, slowly exerting force. Is this strength okay, Kitahara-kun? Just right, thank you for your hard work, Sister Rina. Kitahara answered. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the service of the neighbor lady. Through the thin clothes, He could clearly feel the touch of her gentle hands on his waist. It feels good. And it seems that Hayami Rina really knows how to massage, although she may not be a professional. But I don't know if it's an illusion. As she continued to press, Kitahara felt that the pain in his waist was relieved a lot. The original feeling of stiffness and discomfort gradually disappeared. In the slightly dim bedroom, Hayami Rina's hands continued to press Kitahara's body. Kitahara was not a very strong person, so she pressed quite easily. It's just that it's too late now and she's been working hard all day, so she still feels a little tired. But in comparison, Kitahara-kun is also having a hard time. Riding is not as easy as it seems. It is mentally and physically demanding. Seeing him pounding his waist and thinking about his support for her family in the past 2 days, Hayami Rina especially wanted to help him relieve his fatigue. It would be very tiring to maintain a posture for a long time, so after pressing for a while, Hayami Rina went to the other side of the bed and continued pressing in a different posture. She couldn't sit on the edge of the bed on this side, because Kitahara was lying on his stomach close to the side of the bed, and if she sat down, Rina Hayami couldn't reach him, so she chose to climb onto the bed, bend her legs, and kneel beside Kitahara. One advantage of this posture is that it can use the weight of the body to make it easier to apply force and make the massage easier. Sweat continued to seep out, and strands of hair stuck to her forehead. Although she was very tired, Hayami Rina persisted. After an unknown amount of time, she heard Kitahara Chiki snoring evenly. The snoring was not loud, but quite rhythmic. The movements of her hands gradually became gentler. After a while, she gently got off the bed, then tiptoed to the bedroom door, turned off the light, and closed the door. The next day, Kitahara Chiki felt relaxed after waking up. After thinking carefully, he couldn't remember when he fell asleep last night. He only remembered that Hayami Rina's hands were very soft and gentle, but also very penetrating, and they made him feel very comfortable and intoxicated. Those warm hands seemed to have magical power, bringing him an indescribable sense of comfort, and before he knew it, he fell asleep. Oh, so upset. How did you fall asleep? You should hold on a little longer and experience that feeling. Baiyuan felt very sorry. He could only blame himself on being too tired last night. He lay down on the bed and didn't want to move. He no longer had that idea. Alas, what a pity. System, check my girlfriend's favorability level. Kitahara Chiki called out to the system. Replying to the host, currently Hayami Rina's favorability towards you is 79 points. Please keep up the good work. Once it reaches 80 points, you can get 5 times the cashback. It's only 79 points. How can it be so low? I thought it would be more than 80 points. Kitahara felt that he had performed quite well last night and got along well with Hayami Rina and her daughter Aya, which was much better than the day before. However, the growth of favorability has slowed down. Isn't this unreasonable? Could it be that this thing grows fast at the beginning, and as the value gets higher, the growth rate will slowly decrease? Then the closer it is to the full value, the harder it is to grow? Chapter 15 Travel Plan. Ding! The host's guess is correct. The favorability increases more slowly in the later stages. I suggest that the host satisfy his girlfriend both materially and emotionally to accumulate favorability as quickly as possible. Brother Tongzi gave timely hints. Baiyuan frowned and thought for a while, and gradually came up with an idea. I understand. As for emotions, no one understands this stuff better than me. Now, let me show you how I can control little Rina. After getting up, washing, changing clothes, and completing a series of procedures, Chiki Kitahara went to the windowsill and looked outside. The situation outside is still quite bad, with the wind and rain still raging. The streets that were once clean and spotless have now become messy, with some branches broken by the strong wind and scattered all over the road. There were fallen leaves and all kinds of debris all over the ground. It was a mess. However, we can see that sanitation workers have started cleaning up in the wind and rain, and it seems that the situation will not continue to get worse. Kitahara looked at the time. It was just 8 o'clock in the morning. Just as he was thinking about how to solve the breakfast problem, there was a knock on the door. Could it be that my housekeeper, Hayami Rina, has prepared breakfast and called me to eat? Muttering to himself, Baiyuan went to open the door. Ah, Kitahara-kun. You're already up. I was worried that you hadn't gotten up yet and it would affect your sleep. So, I made a simple breakfast and would like to invite you to come over and eat with me. After opening the door, it was the neighbor's wife, Hayami Rina, outside, and what she said was exactly what Kitahara guessed. It makes people feel happy all of a sudden. The temperature today is a little low, so Hayami Rina wore a close-fitting base shirt with good wrapping properties and a cardigan jacket on the outside. Hi. Thank you for inviting Sister Linai. I just got up too. Can I go with you now? Baiyuan forced himself to retract his greedy gaze, for he was afraid that if he looked at her a few more times, he would drool. Okay, it's ready and you can eat it anytime. It's just, the food is quite simple, so please don't mind, Kitahara-kun. Hayami Rina bowed. She didn't notice Kitahara's greedy gaze because she kept her head down and didn't dare to look up. At this moment, she felt very ashamed, feeling that compared with the rich ingredients that Baiyuan had bought 2 days ago, what she cooked was too shabby. It feels a bit embarrassing. Originally, she felt that this was a bit embarrassing and didn't dare to ask Baiyuan to go for dinner. However, when she thought about how he had to make his own breakfast and the bad weather outside made it impossible to go out to find food, she still mustered up the courage to come over. After all, it was well-intentioned, and I'm sure Kitahara-kun won't blame me. How could I dislike it? I don't have any requirements for food. Besides, Sister Rina's cooking skills are so good. Even the simplest food will be delicious when made by you. Kitahara naturally had to say something nice. It's a good start that Hayami Rina took the initiative to invite him to dinner. We must encourage her and not discourage her enthusiasm. He just hopes that his favorability can increase quickly. He is no longer willing to be a real man for 3 seconds. After taking the key, Kitahara went back to her house with Hayami Rina. Kitahara remembered that he went to bed early last night and didn't know when Hayami Rina left. He said a little embarrassedly, "Sister Rina, I'm so sorry for last night. I actually fell asleep. You were busy until very late and came back late. It was so rude." "It's okay, no need to apologize. Kitahara-kun has worked so hard, and what I have done is insignificant compared to your gift. If Kitahara-kun needs anything in the future, I can help you." Hayami Rina shook her head, indicating that there was no need to pay attention to these insignificant details. Her mood improved a lot now because Kitahara-chiki praised her cooking skills. This is where emotional value comes into play. When he arrived at his cozy neighbor's house, Kitahara saw that food was already on the dining table. Well, it's somewhat simple. Rice, pickled vegetables, natto, fried egg, and some leftover fish balls from last night. But for breakfast, these are enough. A normal family would just eat these, unless they are really wealthy. Kitahara did not deliberately show anything. If he exaggeratedly said that the food was too rich in this situation, it would be counterproductive and make Hayami Rina embarrassed. It's better to behave normally. Seeing the cute little Aya-chan already sitting at the dining table waiting for dinner, Kitahara greeted her and sat on the dining chair. "I'm starting, Tilda. I'm starting. Sister Rina, have you listened to the weather forecast? How many days will it take for this typhoon to pass?" Kitahara-chiki asked casually while eating. "It should be soon. The wind and rain are lighter than last night. The morning news said that the impact of the typhoon will be over in a day or 2. Hayami Rina replied, "That's great. I just happen to have a plan. I want to invite you and Xiaoling to go on vacation together this weekend. It seems that we can do it. Today is Thursday, and tomorrow is the next day. The weather will be good the day after tomorrow, Saturday. Is it okay, Sister Rina?" Xiaoling. Kitahara-chiki told the plan he had prepared. This was a method he had thought of before to enhance their relationship. Through the novelty and excitement of playing, he and Hayami Rina could get to know each other better, making the two of them closer and more intimate. Well, you can spend a lot of money, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yeah, Sigwoi. The trip is great. I'm fine, brother Kitahara. When Xiaoling heard that they were going out to play, she nodded happily and raised her hand to show her agreement before she even swallowed the food in her mouth. Hayami Rina also had a smile on her face. She had to take care of the children on the weekends and couldn't go to work, so she could go out and play. Sure, where do you want to go, Kitahara-kun? Senji Temple, Meiji Jingu Shrine? Or Uyeno Park near us? No, let's not go to these places. They are too boring. We can only look at the scenery and the participation level is too low. We are taking Aya-chan with us to play something fun. How about Disneyland? Kitahara said. Great. Brother Kitahara is so nice. I haven't been to Disneyland yet. I'm so looking forward to it. Xiaoling-chan became even more excited. But Hayami Rina's face was full of embarrassment. Kitahara-kun, going to Disneyland is too expensive. I can't afford it. How about considering the free attractions? Chapter 16 Light Beauty Editor. Tokyo Disneyland was built in the early 1980s and is located in Chiba Prefecture, a suburb of Tokyo. It is the first Disney resort outside of the United States. As we all know, Disney is fun but also very expensive. Not only are the ticket prices high, but the food, accommodation, and surrounding toys are also expensive. A middle-income family could barely afford to go on a trip once or twice a year, but for someone like Hayami Rina, it was hard to just survive, let alone go to such a place. When it comes to leisure activities, she now only considers free attractions. Even so, you still have to consider those closer to home, as taking the tram to far places is also an extra expense. Every bit of savings counts. So when she heard Kitahara talking about going to a place like Disney, Hayami Rina's face was filled with embarrassment. Kitahara Kaishu naturally understood her concerns when he saw this, and quickly waved his hand and said, "Sister Rina, don't worry about the cost. Since it's me who proposed it, I'll naturally cover all the expenses. Sister Rina, you and Xiaoling just need to have fun and don't worry about anything else." Isn't this inappropriate? It will cost at least tens of thousands of yen. How many tens of thousands of yen? Isn't it just a meal? Kitahara responded with a smile. Forehead. Hayami Rina was suddenly speechless. Yes, tens of thousands of yen is really nothing to Kitahara-kun. He would spend more than that just to buy some ingredients. To me, the expense was unaffordable, but to him it was just the cost of a meal. Kitahara-kun is really rich, but we should always save some money. Mr. Kitahara, I would like to make a suggestion to you. You should pay attention to your consumption concept and not overspend. The economic situation is not very good now. I know that your income may be very generous, but it is also necessary to save some unnecessary expenses. I remember that you rented your house. You can save money to buy a property. After all, you will get married and start a family in the future, so saving money is still necessary. Speaking of which, I often regret not saving some money before. I spent too much money at that time. Kitahara Chiki was quite touched to hear Hayami Rina's sincere words and her concern for her. You know, he was spending money on the other person, but the other person not only disagreed, but also advised him to save money and make plans for future life. Such a kind woman is really rare. It's worth his efforts for her. Sister Rina, I understand what you mean, but you may not know much about my financial situation. I can buy a house anytime I want. My spending level is well within my income capacity. To give another example, I have more than enough money to support you and Aya-chan now. Saving money is just saving money, but spending money can earn more. Kitahara actually wanted to say, Sister Rina, please cooperate a little and don't delay me from making money. But, don't say buts. I've made the decision for you, Sister Rina. Let's go to Disneyland on Saturday. Don't refuse anymore. Don't you see how much Aya-chan is looking forward to it? Kitahara made the decision in a domineering manner. Yeah, my classmates said it's fun there. They've all been there. Mom, I want to go too. Xiaoling looked at her mother expectantly, and only cheered when she saw her nod. Yeah, Mom is so nice, and Kitahara brother is so nice too. I can finally go to Disneyland. Xiaoling, you've actually been there before. Have you forgotten? 3 years ago, when you were 2.5 years old, Mom and Dad took you there once. Hayami Rina touched her daughter's head lovingly and corrected what she had just said. Have you been there? Why don't I remember it? Xiaoling asked blankly. That must be because you were too young at the time and forgot. Anyway, Chiki Kitahara finally managed to get the trip done. Even though Hayami Rina had too many concerns in her mind and was unwilling to spend Kitahara's money, she nodded in agreement when she saw her daughter was so expectant and yearning. However, she felt that she owed Baiyuan more and more. I don't know how to pay it back. After breakfast, Kitahara went back to writing. He is in high spirits now and feels that he can easily write 2,000 to 3,000 words in the morning. I have to say, writing sex scenes is really addictive and really fun. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling tilde. After writing for a long time, Baiyuan was interrupted by the ringing of the phone. He looked in the direction of the phone and felt a little strange. Who was calling? As far as I can remember, this phone has always been like a decoration and rarely rang. With some curiosity, Kitahara answered the phone. Moshi moshi, Kitahara-kun, I'm Suzuki Misaki. How are you doing recently? How is the preparation for the new book going? The voice coming from the phone was a little hoarse, with a strong feminine tone and a slightly tipsy feeling. It was charming and intoxicating, and very nice to listen to. Kitahara recalled and combined her name with what she said, and quickly found out the other person's identity. Misaki Suzuki was the editor-in-chief of the original owner's publishing house. She was responsible for reviewing and editing his manuscripts, finalizing the printing and publicity of the manuscripts, etc. This should be a reminder to submit the manuscript. Good morning, Editor Suzuki. I've been doing pretty well lately. I've been having a lot of inspiration. I think the new book will be finished in a week or two, and I'll send it to you then. What? Just 1 or 2 weeks? Isn't that too fast, Kitahara-kun? What kind of story? Is it about a painful love? No, I will never touch painful literature again. This time I am writing something bizarre. Don't worry, editor Suzuki will be surprised when he sees it. Shocked. Well, Kitahara-kun, you have successfully aroused my curiosity. How much have you written now? Otherwise, you can bring it to me in advance and I will help you with some advice. Haha tilde. That's not necessary. It'll only take a week or two. Sister Suzuki, just wait patiently. Why did you change your name? Sister? This is something you've never called me before, but it sounds pretty good. Kitahara-kun seems to be in a good mood recently, and even his personality has become more lively. Okay, I won't disturb you from creating anymore. I look forward to seeing your new work soon. Bye tilde. Bye, Sister Suzuki tilde. After hanging up the phone, Chiki Kitahara recalled the appearance of the female editor with such a charming voice. This is also a light-type beauty, who should be about the same age as Hayami Rina, perhaps 1 or 2 years older than her. Ever since the original owner entered the industry, she was responsible for all matters related to the publication of her works, and the two of them have known each other and worked together for many years. This is an older sister whose appearance and figure are as charming as Hayami Rina. Unfortunately, as far as Kitahara knew, she was married. Brother Tongzi, are you sure you can't add a married person as your girlfriend? Can't you be flexible? Chapter 17. Is it not possible to simply join? Ding, I don't recommend the host to do this. It's against public order and morality. The system's cold voice sounded, making Baiyuan a little discouraged, but he still wanted to fight for it. Brother Tongzi, I didn't intend to destroy someone's family. How could I be that kind of person? I just want to join in. Isn't it okay to just join in? No. Okay, that's fine, Atone, you can leave now. If it's not possible, then it's not possible. Kitahara was just asking casually. He doesn't really like this one that much. It's really just a casual question. Besides, even if Tongzi agreed, it would be useless. The most urgent task is to conquer Hayami Rina, which is still a long way off. But why do I still feel it's a pity? In the Shueisha office located in a building at Haitotsubashi 2 Chome, Chiyoda-ku, after Suzuki Misaki put down the phone, the smile on her face lingered for a long time. Chiki Kitahara is a young writer she is very optimistic about. Before, she had always been worried that Kitahara would suffer a blow due to the unsatisfactory performance of his previous works and would never recover. As a senior editor, Misaki Suzuki has seen too many such examples. Many writers with amazing talent, after becoming famous with one of their books, disappear like a meteor across the sky. Literary creation is a very hard, boring, and lonely job that requires a lot of energy and time. Although some newcomers can write an excellent work with their talent, inspiration, and the excitement and freshness in the early stages of creation, they will soon become mediocre. There are many reasons why this is the case. Some people have run out of inspiration and can no longer write good works. Some have external factors such as family or health, but more have simply not been able to persist in creating. The road to writing is long and arduous. Many writers have achieved success in themselves and their works through persistence. Suzuki Misaki is very happy that as a writer she values, Chiki Kitahara has not become depressed and still has great passion for creation. In her opinion, Chiki Kitahara is a very spiritual writer. As long as he can persist, he will definitely write a best-selling work like his first one. And as the editor-in-chief of Chiki Kitahara, she can also receive considerable bonuses and professional achievements. Suzuki Misaki is quite ambitious and has always wanted to make achievements in the position of editor. Just like today, the weather was bad and many colleagues did not come to work in the company, but she still came here despite the wind and rain. Because she knows very well that if she wants to stand out in the fiercely competitive editing industry, she must put in more effort and sweat than ordinary people. Every discussion and communication with the author and every careful polishing of the manuscript are solid steps towards her dream. Shueisha is a large-scale comprehensive publishing house with many talented people. As a woman with a lower status in the workplace, she has to work harder than others. I wonder what kind of surprise Kitahara-kun can bring me. Suzuki Misaki smiled and said to herself. Then she shook her head, stopped thinking about it, and continued working. It seems like there are quite a lot of work tasks today. That's all I have today. I'm sorry I have a cold and my head hurts. I just took some medicine and will go to bed soon. I hope I'll feel better tomorrow when I wake up. Chapter 18 Important Tips for the System. Oh, host, don't feel too bad. There is still hope for this matter. Suzuki Misaki's current marriage is not stable and is expected to break up within a year. The host still has a chance. When Kitahara Kaishu was secretly regretting, the system suddenly prompted him, which surprised him. Brother Tongzi, how did you know? The system knows everything. You mean she'll get divorced within a year? And why? Suzuki Misaki was too focused on her career and not enough on her family, which made her husband very unhappy. The two also had irreconcilable differences over having children. Okay, let's put this question aside for now. Brother Tongzi, can you give me some advice? If I confess to Hayami Rina now, will she accept me? Kitahara consulted. He did not discuss the issue of Suzuki Misaki in too much detail. It would not be too late to study it later. The current issue of Hayami Rina was the key point. He had been thinking about confessing to Hayami Rina, but he was worried that if she rejected him, his favorability towards her would drop, which would be counterproductive. A single widow like Hayami Rina, who has experienced the pain of losing her husband, should be much more cautious about emotional issues. Whether it is the attachment to past relationships, the fear of being laughed at and misunderstood, or the consideration of whether the children can accept it. This will make her hesitate in making a decision. Kitahara Chiki was worried about these problems and was hesitant to make up his mind. Because once she refuses, it will create a gap, and it will take a lot of energy to ease the awkwardness. But he still hoped that once he successfully confessed his feelings, Hayami Rina would accept him and agree to be her real girlfriend. In this way, her favorability towards me will definitely increase sharply. In the future, I can spend money on her and give her cash back as a matter of course. This made him very conflicted. Currently, Hayami Rina's favorability towards the host is 79 points. This value has a high success rate for confession, but it is still recommended that the host raise the favorability to above 80 points to further increase the chance of success. At the same time, the host needs to pay attention to the timing of confession, and once the confession is successful, how the host should respond when Hayami Rina fulfills her obligations as a girlfriend. After all, the host is currently ill, and whether Hayami Rina can satisfy him will affect the subsequent improvement of his favorability. It might even go down because of it. The system's answer made Kitahara Chiki feel a chill in his heart. The latter tip was so important that he almost overlooked it. Yes, after the successful confession, the two of them are in a legitimate relationship, and Hayami Rina will definitely have some intimate actions with him in life. And he certainly couldn't resist the temptation of such a plump lady. Not to mention that Hayami Rina took the initiative. Even if she didn't take the initiative, I would have wanted to take the initiative to get close to her. The consequences of this are self-evident. She will definitely be disappointed, melancholy, heartbroken, and feel hopeless about life. By then, the favorability level will surely drop rapidly, and Beiyuan cannot bear such consequences. Thank you, Brother Tongzi. Is there anything else you want to remind me of? Kitahara Chiki sincerely thanked the system. He only thought about the benefits of a successful confession and some superficial issues, but did not consider deeper things. Fortunately, I received a reminder from a system, otherwise the consequences would be very serious. No more. The system said coldly. Well, you've worked hard, take a rest first. Well, even so, I still have to confess. The favorability after a successful confession is so good that I can't refuse. The only thing to note is that after you succeed, you still have to keep a distance from Hayami Rina and not get too close to her. Once I succeed in my confession, I will immediately start buying things for her, using money to win her over, and try to raise her favorability to 90 points as soon as possible, thus resolving my unspeakable pain. Then I can truly display my patriotic gene, satisfy her in this regard, and continue to gain her favor. Both material life and spiritual life are satisfied at the same time, and it is just around the corner that Hayami Rina's favorability will explode. Kitahara Chiki thought about it in his mind and slowly decided on the rules. He felt that this plan was quite reliable. The future is promising. Then, he focused his attention and continued writing. At noon, Kitahara still had a simple meal at Hayami Rina's house. In order to take care of her self-esteem, Kitahara ate the ordinary meal and looked very satisfied. Although her favorability has not increased, Kitahara can feel that Hayami Rina is in a good mood. Maybe she felt that she had been recognized and made some contribution in return. After dinner, Beiyuan went back to take a nap. When he woke up, he saw that the weather outside had improved a lot, so he decided to go out and buy some things. Before that, he withdrew the cashback he had previously received from a system. The tens of thousands of yen I withdrew the day before yesterday, and I spent a little over 100,000 yen yesterday, and got a fourfold cashback, bringing the cashback amount to an astonishing 400,000 yen. After the withdrawal was successful, Kitahara was overjoyed looking at the pile of Fukuzawa Yukikai in front of him. The needle doesn't poke. Money is such a good thing. This amount of money is equivalent to more than 1 month's income of an ordinary employee, and is almost half of the inheritance left by the original owner. Beiyuan earned a month's salary for others in just 1 day. He felt that he would never have to worry about money in this life. Moreover, these are just some food ingredients, and I haven't bought anything expensive yet. If I buy bags, cars, houses, and the like, I will earn more. It's terrifying. However, it would be fine if the amount was small, but if it was really an astonishing amount, reaching tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yen, is it really okay to have such money of unknown origin? Brother Tongzi, where did you get this money? Is there any risk? Kitahara asked. Host, just use it with confidence. The source of the money is all forgotten or missing in this country. There is no problem. With the intervention of this system at a high level, other people will not doubt that the host has too much money. They will just think it is normal. As expected, it was the system. Kitahara was relieved. The amount of money missing from a country was too much. He estimated that at least tens of billions of yen disappeared here every year. This little money of his is really nothing. It is quite considerate that the system can prevent others from suspecting him. At least he does not need to hide anything and does not have to worry about being investigated. Great job. After packing up, Baiyuan took his umbrella and went out. In addition to buying some more food, he also planned to buy some decent clothes. The original owner was about to go out to play, and didn't he care much about his image. He looked down upon his previous clothes and decided to buy something better. At the same time, he also planned to buy a few sets for Hayami Rina and Xiaoling. Chapter 19 Something is wrong. Through the contact over the past few days, Kitahara Chiki observed that the clothes worn by Hayami Rina were a bit old and showed severe signs of wear and tear. They should have been purchased a few years ago. Although Xiaoling-chan was wearing new clothes, the quality was very average and the style was also very ordinary. Considering her family's financial situation, Kitahara could understand. He planned to buy some better clothes for the mother and daughter, spend some money, and see if he could increase their favorability. After leaving the apartment building, the weather conditions were no longer serious. Although the sky was still gloomy, there was only sporadic rain falling, but the temperature was a little low. He was wearing less and felt cold. After walking quickly to the department store, Kitahara went straight to the clothing area upstairs and picked out a few sets of casual and sportswear for himself. Because he was a freelancer, he had no need for formal clothes, so he did not buy any. Even so, since they were all high-end brand clothes, they still cost tens of thousands of yen. Women's and children's clothing are even more expensive. Just buying a few skirts and a few pairs of shoes would cost you over 100,000 yen. Of course, there are some brands with more affordable prices here, but that is not what Baiyuan is considering. To him, those are not cost-effective. TSK, 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 these underwear are really nice. Sister Rina will definitely look good in them. So many sexy little skirts. There are so many kinds of stockings here: black stockings, white stockings, fishnet stockings, highlights. Unfortunately, now is not the time to buy such things. Chiki Kitahara walked out of the women's clothing area reluctantly, full of regret. He wanted to buy many beautiful clothes for Rina Hayami to wear at home. For example, stepmother skirts, tight miniskirts, suspender lace, and so on. There seem to be so many types of women's clothes. It's a pity that their relationship hasn't developed to that level yet, so they can't buy it. Even with these purchases, it seems like I've crossed the line. I don't know how to persuade her to accept it. After buying clothes, Kitahara went to buy food. The staff of the department store saw that he had bought a lot of things and it was inconvenient to carry them, so they took the initiative to help him carry them. Kitahara was quite grateful. "Can you provide door-to-door delivery service?" he inquired. "Sure, sir. We have this service at Mitsukoshi Department Store. If you have purchased too many items and it is inconvenient to take them home, we have a special car that can take you and the items home." "Where do you live, sir? Is it far?" "It's very close, just a few minutes walk." "Okay, I understand. I may need to trouble you to take me there later." Kitahara nodded. It would be great if the goods could be delivered. He wants to buy more things today and doesn't have to worry about not being able to take them back. In terms of ingredients, I still chose some high quality and expensive ones, and bought some extra. I can put them in the refrigerator when I get home, so I don't have to waste time buying them every day. I also bought some vegetables, 2 bags of high quality rice from Hokkaido, and some milk, eggs, etc. The family refrigerator in Hayami Rina's house has enough space. Kitahara noticed that it was empty before, and he thought he could fill it up this time. In addition to these, Kitahara also selected some drinks. In his previous life, he often liked to have a drink when he had nothing to do. He felt that under the stimulation of alcohol, he would be more inspired when writing. He has not been used to it these past few days since he traveled through time. He always feels like something is missing. He guesses that he misses that slightly tipsy state. Baiyuan is not picky about alcohol and can drink a little bit of everything. He picked out a few brands of beer and ordered a box of each, selected a few bottles of sake and shochu, and also bought a few bottles of red wine. When we finally checked out, the total cost was nearly 500,000 yen. Well, it's a bit expensive. The money I earned yesterday is not enough. However, Baiyuan was not panicked at all, because he could make a lot of money today. Even if some of the things were used by himself, the system would not give cash back. But if you only count the ingredients and the clothes for Hayami Rina and her daughter, the total is 300,000 yen, and the cashback amount can reach more than 1 million yen. Delicious. 2 delivermen pushed a cart full of goods and followed Kitahara home. Along the way, Kitahara was still thinking about how to persuade Hayami Rina to accept it if she didn't accept it. Unexpectedly, when they arrive home and the delivery worker was moving things into Hayami Rina's house, Hayami Rina didn't say much except for her initial surprise and panic. This actually made Kitahara quite puzzled. Except for some beer, please move the rest to this house. Sorry for the inconvenience. While directing the workers to work, Kitahara paid attention to Hayami Rina's situation. He saw that she was calmly helping to tidy up things while looking at him from time to time. Her beautiful face seemed indifferent, but Kitahara sensed from the way she bit her lips and the look in her eyes that she seemed to have made some decision. Huh? Why does it feel like something is wrong? Why do I feel a little nervous for no reason? The workers moved the things into the room, put them away and left. Xiao Lingjiang happily picked up the little skirts one by one, looked at them one by one, and tried them on her body from time to time, laughing so hard that she couldn't stop. I kept saying how nice it is to have brother Kitahara. Kitahara help her try on clothes and shoes. Well, they all fit well and she didn't choose the wrong size. Rina Hayami, who was still putting things into the refrigerator, was attracted by her daughter's laughter, and her face was filled with care and smiles from time to time. However, she didn't dare to look at Baiyuan, and her eyes seemed to be evasive. There was something a little off about the atmosphere in the room. In such an atmosphere, Kitahara went back to his home without staying after dinner. Something is wrong. It is so wrong. The favorability has not increased at all. This is unreasonable. What's wrong with Hayami Rina? She received so many things but didn't show any appreciation at all? Or maybe she wanted to express it in another way. It's terrifying when you think about it. Baiyuan didn't dare to think about it anymore, for fear that things would develop in the direction he thought. It's really hard to understand women's minds. I'll just keep typing. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Boom 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 tilde. At 10 o'clock in the evening, there was a knock on Baiyuan's door, which gave him a startle. What does Hayami Rina want to do? You didn't say you would come over in the evening? Don't mess with me. After opening the door, Kitahara became even more worried when he saw Hayami Rina, who seemed to have put on makeup and was wearing a light nightgown. He stood at the door and asked, Sister Rina, is there something wrong? It's so late, how about we talk tomorrow? Kitahara's words made Hayami Rina a little surprised. Was she wrong? Kitahara-kun didn't mean that. Her pretty face blushed a little, and she felt as if she had misunderstood something, but now she was here. Kitahara-kun, are you still working hard on your writing? I want to give you another massage. I brought some massage oil here. It will be more effective if you apply it directly on your body. Chapter 20. Sister Rina, I fall in love with you. Hayami Rina thought she had guessed what Kitahara Chiki was thinking. Over the past few days, this neighbor writer had been showing her abnormal affection, buying her expensive food and inviting her and her daughter to go out with him. This afternoon, I bought a lot of beautiful dresses and shoes, as well as a lot of food ingredients. The clothes and shoes are very valuable. Hayami Rina is a connoisseur of goods. These are all good brands and worth a lot of money. Even when the family was intact before, she would have to think twice before buying them. So the question is, Kitahara Chiki has no relationship with her. Why would he spend such a large sum of money to buy it for her? What is his purpose? Before, Hayami Rina had been thinking about this problem, speculating over and over again, thinking about any possibilities. It was not until the afternoon, when Kitahara was directing the workers to move things into the house, that she suddenly had an idea and seemed to have guessed it. Kitahara Chiki is young and handsome, and he is also a writer. Apart from that, he himself is indeed living a difficult life and needs financial support. If I can get Kitahara-kun's constant care just by using my body, then it is acceptable. Well, I won't lose anything if I listen to Kitahara-kun's words. You know, she even considered selling her only property. She was even tempted by the generous remuneration she received when a talent scout from the sex industry wanted to invite her to act in a movie. Therefore, Hayami Rina made the decision to devote herself to Kitahara, so that his efforts would be rewarded, and she also hoped that he would continue to provide financial support. Baiyuan has paid so much. It is unacceptable for me not to be sensible. After putting her daughter to sleep, the kind-hearted Hayami Rina changed into a sexy outfit. When she looked in the mirror, she found that her lips were a little pale, so she put on some lip gloss and knocked on the door of the Kitahara family. But it seems that it is not what she wants. What? That's not necessary. Kitahara was somewhat tempted, but he still blocked the door. He was willing but unable to do so, and did not dare to let Hayami Rina in rashly. Kitahara-kun, aren't you tired? My skills are pretty good, I can help you relax. Hayami Rina was a little confused. Could it be that Kitahara-kun was too shy to let go? Really, that's not necessary, Sister Rina. I'm fine today. I'm not too tired. Can you just forget about it? But I'm here and everything is ready. Kitahara-kun, come on, let me repay you. Hayami Rina felt that this should be the case. Kitahara Chiki's introverted personality made him a little embarrassed. But you can't be unreasonable. You have to be more proactive and be grateful at times like this. As she spoke, she placed her hand on Kitahara Chiki's shoulder, who was blocking her way, and gave it a gentle push. As soon as Hayami Rina came in, she went straight to the bedroom and after a while, urged him to go in. Baiyuan had no choice. At this point, he walked into the bedroom with his head held high. Sister Rina, there's no need to use massage oil. You'll have to clean it up afterward, which is very troublesome. Just massage through your clothes like last time. It's so late now, you should go back and rest early. No need, Kitahara-kun, don't be afraid of the trouble. You don't have to move for a while. I'll just wipe you clean with a hot towel. Come on. Hayami Rina stood beside the bed and said with a smile. Really not. Hey, come on, Kitahara-kun, don't be shy. It's okay if I don't go back tonight. Seeing Kitahara being so hesitant, Hayami Rina became impatient and reached out to help him change his clothes. Don't. Kitahara sternly refused. Sister Rina, what's wrong with you today? Why are you like this? Are you still the Sister Rina that I respect? You make me very disappointed. When Hayami Rina saw Kitahara getting angry, she was a little at a loss. She loosened her grip on Kitahara's hand, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Look at yourself, what a disgrace. What are you planning? You don't have to go home tonight, Sister Rina. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your thoughts, too depraved. Kitahara-kun, I just want to repay you. Don't be angry. When Hayami Rina heard Kitahara scolding, she lowered her head, not daring to look at him, and just kept apologizing. She felt extremely embarrassed and inferior. She explained, Kitahara-kun, to be honest, I may have misunderstood your care for me and Shaolin Jiang. Don't you have that thought about me? What's the idea? Baiyuan pretended not to know, sat down on the bed, took a pillow and hugged it in his arms. It's just that you spent so much money on me. I feel that you like me, but you were too embarrassed to say it, so I took the initiative to come here. Kitahara-kun, don't you have feelings for me? Then why did you buy so many things, including skirts and shoes? Hayami Rina was completely humiliated, so she just said whatever she wanted to say, put it out there on the table, and asked Kitahara for an answer directly. Not to mention, this really gives Kitahara a headache. In this matter, he asked himself whether he did anything right. It was reasonable to buy things for the person he liked in order to win her heart and improve her favorability. What did I do wrong? How did it become like this? You said the same thing about Hayami Rina. Can't you just keep this gratitude in your heart? Do you have to show it through actions? Thank you. If you want to return the gift, don't be so anxious. After scratching his head and thinking hard for a while, Baiyuan said, Sister Rina, I really like you. Chapter 21, Don't laugh at my hobbies. Kitahara-kun really likes me? Then what did you just do? Upon hearing this, Hayami Rina raised her head in surprise, but then became confused and puzzled. She didn't know what Kitahara Chiki meant. If you like it, just accept it? She has already offered it to me so actively, I won't refuse it at all, no matter what he does. How could I get scolded again? I clearly did not guess wrong, but it seemed as if I had made a huge mistake and ended up in such an embarrassing situation. Is it possible that writers' thinking and psychology are different from those of ordinary people? Hayami Rina was overwhelmed and waited for Kitahara's explanation. Kitahara Kaishu finally organized his words and slowly said, Sister Rina, to be honest, I do have some inappropriate thoughts about you. In countless late nights, I have fantasized more than once about having a relationship with you that goes beyond friendship. This is how I comfort my lonely, restless heart. Kitahara-kun. Hayami Rina covered her mouth in surprise. Kitahara stopped her from continuing. That's why, Sister Rina, you are sacred in my heart and cannot be desecrated, just like the pure moonlight. You shouldn't use repaying to make this relationship impure today. I help you and Xiaoling Jiang because I see that your life is not easy and I simply want to help you. You can repay me in other ways such as doing housework, but you can't involve emotions. What I hope is that our feelings will accumulate slowly in our ordinary life, and when the day comes when it is right, we will naturally develop a relationship. This is the kind of love I expect, without any interest involved and not affected by any other factors. Not like today. Such behavior today is dirty and I despise it. Sister Rena, do you understand what I mean? It was indeed difficult for Baiyuan to come up with such a reasonable explanation in such a short time. After this call, Kitahara finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least he could get over the matter temporarily, and their relationship could remain unchanged. In addition, this explanation has an advantage, which is that it leaves more room for subsequent operations. Because of this set of excuses, he will be a pure love party in the future, and can use the feelings are not there to reject Hayami Rena's courtship at any time. If the favorability is not 90 points, then things will never come to fruition. In this case, Hayami Rena can only wait, because she has to respect Kitahara's sincere feelings. I'm such a clever little bastard. Kitahara praised himself in his heart. At this time, after hearing Kitahara's sincere explanation, Hayami Rena felt guilty. She finally understood how innocent and simple Kitahara was. He still believes in love? Kitahara-kun is like a student living in an ivory tower, with beautiful yearnings for love. And I am the object of his yearning. Hayami Rena did not feel very happy about this act which could barely be considered a confession. On the contrary, she felt that she was not worthy of it and did not deserve the love that Kitahara-kun had given her. He is too pure, and I am so worldly. Kitahara-kun, or else go like someone else. I'm not worthy of you. Hayami Rena flinched. She flinched in the face of such an outstanding young man and a perfect marriage partner as Kitahara Chiki. Compared with Kitahara's purity, she felt that she was filthy and intolerable. But Kitahara didn't think so. After hearing such words, Kitahara felt that he had acted too much and made the widow feel inferior. Sister Rena, don't underestimate yourself. You don't know how beautiful you are. My whole heart is filled with you. Apart from you, I will not like anyone else for now. Really? Am I that good? Kitahara-kun, I'm a widow. Hayami Rena is still not very confident. Especially at the end she mentioned her identity as a widow. This kind of identity is equivalent to that of a widow in the country, and she is just a widow with children. It's no wonder she would be like this. Just imagine, a widow like this is suddenly confessed to by a tall, rich, and handsome man with an annual income of tens of millions. This tall, rich, and handsome man is also a talented writer who graduated from a prestigious university. Who dares to believe it? Who is not confused? In comparison, it is more realistic to be played with by this tall, rich, and handsome guy and earn some money from him. This is what Hayami Rena is thinking now. A big pie fell on her head and she couldn't believe it was true. Sister Rena, to be honest, I really like your identity. Please don't laugh at me for it. Kitahara smiled shyly. Kitahara-kun's hobby is really so special? Sorry, I don't mean to laugh at you. I admire you for being able to speak frankly. I respect your hobby. Now, Hayami Rena was not in such a gloomy mood. Moreover, she felt a little secretly happy. She wanted to thank fate for bringing her and Baiyuan together. She was so lucky. Yes, that's right. I didn't know I had this hobby before. We have been neighbors for several years. At first, I didn't have such thoughts about Sister Rena. It was after Mr. Watanabe passed away that Sister Rena's figure often lingered in my mind unconsciously. At first I refused, feeling that it was disrespectful to you, Sister Rena, but when this love became too overwhelming, I couldn't control myself. Sister Rena, I really like you. I haven't officially dated a girl yet. Can you please keep my feelings pure? If the time is right, I will not resist and will fall in love with you. Kitahara Chiki was talking nonsense in all seriousness. But at this moment, Hayami Rena really believed it, because Kitahara's explanation was self-consistent and there were no loopholes. She felt that this was the fact. At this moment, she was surrounded by great happiness. She took a step forward and crouched gently in front of Kitahara. Hayami Rena's eyes were full of tenderness and love. Her eyes were already hazy. Kitahara-kun, I listen to you. I'm so happy. Are we dating now? No, I haven't officially confessed to you, Rena-san. You can look forward to it. It will be soon. I won't keep you waiting too long. Kitahara Chiki tightened the pillow in his arms and said, Wow, there's a formal confession. Kitahara-kun really pays attention to the process and is not perfunctory at all. I'll be looking forward to it. So, what now, Kitahara-kun? Let's continue the massage. Don't worry, I won't have any other thoughts. I just want to relax, Kitahara-kun. Forget it. I don't want to do it today, Sister Rena. Go back and rest. But, didn't you just say you would listen to me? Sister Rena, there's a long time to come. Let's develop our relationship step by step, okay? I don't like to force things. Chapter 22 Self-Strategy. Hayami Rena finally left. She went home with joy in her heart and light steps. Her back was so charming, as round and soft as the full moon in the night sky. That graceful and plump figure really made Kitahara reluctant to leave. But Kitahara had no choice. Because he has been well for a long time. Yes, it simply means okay, literally. Oh, it's so painful. When will this kind of life end? Kitahara lamented. Fortunately, since just now, the system has been sounding intermittent reminder sounds, which comforted his wounded heart. Ding, Hayami Rena's favorability +1. Ding, Hayami Rena's favorability +1. The next day, early morning, after sending Aya-chan to kindergarten, Hayami Rena came to work at a convenience store. Her face was filled with unconcealable joy, a complete change from the sadness she had in the past. Sister Rena, it's a shame that you didn't come to work yesterday. It wasn't busy at all yesterday. There weren't many customers. It was so relaxing. Huh? What good news happened to you? Why are you so happy? Tell me about it. When Hayami Rena's colleague Sachiko saw her coming, she was still talking to herself, but soon noticed her abnormal state and asked. Hayami Rena did not hide it, and her smile widened. Sachiko-chan, I've encountered a great fortune. Kitahara-kun, do you remember my writer neighbor who came to buy things a few days ago? He said he liked me and wanted to date me. Hayami Rena told Sachiko everything that had happened in the past few days. This shocked Sachiko and made her feel incredible. Sister Rena, why does this feel so unreal to me? The possibility that Kitahara-kun likes you is so slim. You said he spent a lot of money on you. How much is that roughly? Is he trying to deceive you and play with your feelings? Sachiko felt that this matter was strange and somewhat suspicious. She suspected that Kitahara-kun was just investing a little money to play with Sister Rena. In the end, Sister Rena will be hurt by this. Absolutely not. In just these few days, Kitahara-kun has spent hundreds of thousands of yen on me, and this is not the key point. The key point is that I delivered myself to him last night, but Kitahara-kun did not accept me. Hayami Rena said with a smile. What? Why? Didn't he just say he likes you? Sachiko was confused. This is a manifestation of Kitahara-kun's integrity, and it is also something that is admirable. He said that he has not officially confessed his feelings to me yet, and in order to cherish this relationship and keep it pure and beautiful, we cannot have sex for the time being. Sister Rena, Kitahara-kun has never touched a woman, right? If he has, I don't think he can hold back. It is certain that Kitahara-kun is a very simple person. He said that he has never officially dated a girl. Sachiko-chan didn't know what to say for a moment. Her eyes kept looking at Hayami Rena, trying to see what was so special about this colleague that could attract such an outstanding young man. Kitahara-kun has such good conditions and can make money, but he is a blank slate when it comes to emotions and is easy to fool. Why is Sister Rena so lucky? Was it a wrong decision for me not to take the initiative that day? Maybe Kitahara-kun isn't picky and will fall in love with her? After all, Sister Rena isn't absolutely beautiful, she just has a good figure. My advantage is my figure. I am younger than Sister Rena. Thinking that she might have missed an opportunity to change her destiny, Sachiko couldn't help feeling a little regretful. What's wrong, Sachiko-chan? Why are you looking at me like that? Asked Hayami Rena. No, I'm just happy for Sister Rena. With Kitahara-kun, you've finally gotten through the hard times. You've finally made it to shore, but I don't know how long I'll have to struggle in the sea of suffering. Doesn't Sachiko-chan also have an Ogawa-kun? If you work hard together, your life will be better. Hayami Rena knew that Sachiko had a backup boyfriend, but Sachiko didn't fully accept him, and the two of them only dated once in a while. Sachiko still wants to find someone with better conditions. Although Hayami Rena disagreed with this, she didn't know what to say. She just felt sorry for Ogawa-kun and spoke up for him occasionally. Oh, don't mention that guy Ogawa. He was laid off by the company and couldn't find a suitable job, so he decided to go back to his hometown to grow potatoes. He even asked me to go back to the countryside with him to grow potatoes. It's ridiculous. I finally made it to Tokyo. How could I possibly go back to the countryside? Sachiko said angrily. If two people love each other, it's not impossible for them to grow potatoes, right? The cost of living in the countryside is lower, and I think the pressure will be less. Hayami Rena disagreed. Anyway, I won't go back to the countryside. Tokyo is so prosperous. I like it here. If I can't make it any longer, I'll stay here even if I have to work in a sex shop. If it really comes to that, I would actually rather make a small movie. I heard that you can earn tens of thousands of yen by making a movie, and it only takes 1 day. Unfortunately, I don't meet the requirements given my conditions. Several tens of thousands of yen? More than that, right? Didn't they say at least 200,000 or 300,000 yen? Huh. How come Sister Rena knows so much? A talent scout approached me and I almost got tempted. Then do you have any contact information? Please introduce yourself to me. No, Sochiko-chan, we should get to work. Thinking of the embarrassing incident that happened before, Hayami Rina still felt a little scared. The scout at the time was so persuasive, using all kinds of tactics to persuade her. If she hadn't been so ashamed, she would have almost agreed. The key is that the pay is really tempting. Fortunately, I held on and did not do anything stupid. Otherwise, I would not have waited for Kitahara-kun. Thinking of Kitahara-kun's many good qualities, his upcoming confession, and the happy life in the future, Hayami Rina's mouth corners unconsciously rose. No, you can't laugh out loud. Sochiko-chan will be sad to hear this. Ding, Hayami Rina's favorability +1. Huh. Why did this woman's favorability increase a little for no apparent reason? It's so early in the morning. Is she trying to conquer herself? Kitahara Chiki had just gotten up when he heard the system notification sound, which made him a little puzzled. Chapter 23, Going Out for Fun. After turning off the live broadcast and switching to the favorability interface, Kitahara saw that Hayami Rina's favorability towards him had reached 83 points. Among them, 3 points were added last night and 1 point was just added. Kitahara thinks this is okay. Although it is becoming increasingly difficult to gain favorability, the cost has increased exponentially, but the progress has become slower and slower. But as long as it is still growing, it is only 7 points away from the 90-point mark, so there is hope for the future. Kitahara is full of confidence. Kitahara was in a good mood as he received good news early in the morning. He went out first, had breakfast outside, went to the mall to buy a special gift, and then went home to write. In the evening, I went to Hayami Rina's house to have dinner and play with Aya to enhance their relationship. The day passed by uneventfully. The next day was Saturday, which was also the day we had agreed to go out for the trip. Baiyuan, who did not stay up late last night, got up early. After washing up, he went to the next door with a simple backpack. At this time, Hayami Rina was busy preparing breakfast. After welcoming Kitahara in, she gave him a sweet smile. Kitahara-kun, go and urge Xiaoling to get up. This little girl is staying in bed again like a lazy bug. I've called her several times. Children are like this. I'll go call her. Looking at Hayami Rina's beautiful smiling face, Kitahara also smiled. Hayami Rina must have been up for some time, and she had already put on exquisite makeup, which made her look much younger and more beautiful. Maybe she felt that their relationship was different from before and there was no need to pay special attention to it, so she didn't even change her clothes. She just wore a suspender nightgown and showed her body to Kitahara. Aya-chan, wake up quickly. Do you still want to go to Disneyland? If you don't want to go, Mom and I will go. When he came to the bedroom, Kitahara saw Xiaoling sleeping soundly on the bed. Kitahara urged as he stepped forward and rubbed her chubby little face. I want to go, but Brother Baiyuan, I still want to sleep. Xiaoling spoke in a soft voice without opening her eyes. That's not possible. Choose one of the two. Which one do you choose? I chose Disney, but why can't I open my eyes? Haha, then why don't you continue to sleep? Mom and I will leave first. No, I can suddenly open my eyes again. After coaxing Xiaoling-chan out of bed, breakfast was also prepared for Hayami Rina. After everyone finished their hearty breakfast and waited for the mother and daughter to change their clothes, they were finally able to set off. The weather is very good today. The sky is cloudless, there is a breeze from time to time, and the temperature is very pleasant. The impact of the typhoon in the past 2 days has completely passed. Kitahara Chiki and the other two who went out together looked like a sweet family of 3, making people envious when they saw them. Hayami Rina and Xiaoling were both wearing brand new skirts and the leather sandals that Kitahara bought for them, with happy smiles on their faces. The Beiji principle is a high-end casual wear. Although he and Hayami Rina are 3 years apart, they are only 3 years older. If you don't look closely, you would really think they are a family of 3. Because at this time, Xiaoling was in the middle, and he and Hayami Rina were on both sides, each holding one of Xiaoling's hands. The 3 of them were talking and laughing. It was sweet and full of warmth. Kitahara-kun, aren't we going to the platform over there to take the train? Why did it stop? After walking out of the apartment building for only a few steps, Kitahara signaled to stop on the side of the road, and Hayami Rina asked a question. Instead of taking the tram, we can just take a taxi. Taking the tram requires a long walk, and we should save unnecessary energy today and concentrate on having fun. Kitahara explained. Oh well. Hearing this, Hayami Rina wanted to persuade Kitahara to save some money, but I held back because I was afraid of affecting his interest. This Kitahara-kun is good in every way except that he spends money too lavishly. There is a direct tram available, but you insist on spending more money on a taxi. It's such a waste. When we live together in the future, we should correct his bad habits. Hayami Rina thought silently. Taxis pass by frequently here in a busy area. After just a moment, the three of them got into a very clean taxi. After the three people got on the car, the driver asked about their destination. When he learned that they were going to Chiba Prefecture, he was very happy. This is a big order. The cost is around 15,000 yen. The current market conditions are generally not good, which has had a great impact on the income of taxi drivers. He hasn't received such a good order for a long time. I'm so lucky today. Reminding the three passengers to pay attention to riding safety and to raise any requests at any time, the driver slowly started the vehicle and drove steadily on the road. The starting point of Kitahara is about 40 kilometers away from Disneyland in Chiba Prefecture. If the road is smooth, it can be reached in less than an hour by car. It has been several days since Baiyuan came here, and this is the first time he has traveled far away. The taxi drove directly to the entrance of Disneyland. Kitahara breathed a sigh of relief, got off the car and went to the ticket office to buy a ticket. Although the economy is in recession now, it seems as if it doesn't exist when you come here. It is a grand scene of singing and dancing, and there are long queues at the ticket office. There were young men and women everywhere, and there were also many families with children. Kitahara and the other two lined up and slowly moved forward with the ticket purchasing team. There was a tall girl in front of him with very long legs. Chapter 24. Encountering a voice actor girl. The long-legged girl in front of Kitahara Chiki should have come with two companions. Three girls were standing in line in front of him, discussing something with great energy. In the summer breeze, even their skirts seem to be filled with the breath of youth. It makes people feel so beautiful. Are these voice actresses? Kitahara guessed in his heart. Because their voices are all very nice, and what they discuss are lines and scripts, and they would recite a few lines from time to time. Those lines were given context and emotion, and had to be sung in a suitable voice, reaching Kitahara's ears, making him feel that the beautiful sound was like a clear spring flowing, cleansing his soul. Sometimes gorgeous and unique, full of charm. Or like a deer jumping in the woods, it makes people feel lively and energetic. It brought Baiyuan an auditory enjoyment. Due to the rise of radio drama and animation industries, the country of Kiyaima has had the official profession of voice actor since the 1960s. This profession is also called voice actor. In the early days, this profession was not well known to the public. However, with the promotion of several popular anime, a seiyuu craze was triggered, and many seiyuu of the main characters became famous overnight. Nowadays, this profession has become a new type of idol in the entertainment industry. Well-known voice actors are no less popular than idols in the traditional entertainment industry. Even among the younger audience groups, it is even better. This has also attracted many young people who are interested in dubbing to join this industry, because this industry is indeed highly popular, has many opportunities, and has huge development potential. Kitahara feels that the three voice actresses mentioned above have great potential. Because not only do they have nice voices, their looks are also amazing, and they have all the qualities to become qualified idol voice actors. The girl with long legs is very tall, with a healthy wheat-colored skin, beautiful appearance, and outstanding temperament. The girl next to her is petite, and her style is completely different from hers, but she is also very recognizable and unforgettable. Although the other girl's features were not obvious, she looked good overall and gave people a gentle feeling of being quiet, dignified, and gentle. They are all good. Kitahara likes them all. He is already considering whether to have a voice actor girlfriend in the future, even though he is not voice-controlled. Kitahara-kun's gaze. Hayami Rina keenly noticed where Kitahara's gaze was directed. She followed his line of sight and after seeing clearly, she couldn't help but frown slightly and fell into deep thought. Is Kitahara attracted by those long straight legs? Or is he attracted by those trendy high gloss stockings? However, Hayami Rina did not regard Kitahara as a man of misbehavior and lust for women. After all, his character is noble, which has been verified. Perhaps, he was just attracted by this unique scenery for a moment and was just appreciating the beautiful things. Keeping this in mind, Hayami Rina plans to buy a pair when she returns home, and wear them for Kitahara-kun to see when the time is right. There are many types of Disney tickets, including early bird tickets, afternoon tickets, evening tickets, one-day tickets and two-day tickets. Since you are here to play, you must choose a two-day trip to have a good time. After all, there are many entertainment projects here and the entire park is very large. It will be very tight if you don't have enough time. So when it was Kitahara's turn to buy tickets, he directly bought a family two-day tour pass. In addition, he also spent a lot of money to upgrade the Skip the Queue service and booked an expensive hotel room in the park for overnight stay. The total cost was more than 200,000 yen. Seeing that Chiki Kitahara took out her wallet to pay without blinking, Hayami Rina felt so distressed. So expensive. Kitahara-kun, you don't need to book 2 rooms. We can just squeeze in. One room costs more than 40,000 per night, which is too expensive. Also, the Skip the Line service is expensive and unnecessary. After getting the tickets, several people entered the park. Hayami Rina tried to hold back for a long time, but finally couldn't help it and muttered to Kitahara Chiki. She was used to living a hard life, and seeing Baiyuan wasting money and not taking it seriously, she felt uneasy if she didn't persuade him. After hearing this, Kitahara looked at this beautiful young woman who knew how to be frugal. He naturally understood her good intentions and his liking for Hayami Rina increased a lot. It's just that spending money is making money, but this can't be said explicitly, so he can only explain. Sister Rina, it's okay. These fees are not expensive. We can get a better rest if we book an extra room. It's even more necessary to buy the Skip the Line service. Don't you see so many tourists? If we have to queue for an hour or two to play one project, then aren't we wasting our time queuing? Well, the money has been spent. Stop worrying about it and go into the park and have fun. Look, Aya-chan can't wait. After saying that, Kitahara took Hao Qiang's hand and walked forward. Hayami Rina, who was behind, stood for a moment and then followed. She probably understood that Kitahara Chiki was indeed very financially strong, and if such a large amount of expenses was not considered expensive for him, then she really couldn't say any more in the future. As you enter the park, the first thing that catches your eye is the bustling and childlike cartoon Mickey Avenue. This place is like a fairy tale town. There are various shops and restaurants of different styles on both sides of the road. These shops are either decorated in colorful, playful, and cute styles, or create a retro, elegant, and unique atmosphere. There are many dolls that actively interact with tourists. This is a sea of joy where people can enjoy a pleasant experience to their heart's content. At this moment, Hao Qiang's eyes were dazzled. It was so fun here, she loved it. A cute mini doll happened to be not far away. After seeing Hao Qiang, it came over, took her hand, and circled around her. Hao Qiang screamed with excitement until all the dolls left to welcome new friends, her little face still rosy. Okay, our joyful journey today has officially begun, let's go. Kitahara Chiki held Hao Ling's hand with one hand and held Hayami Rina's soft hand with the other, and walked into Mickey Avenue. Chapter 25 Successful Confession. Experience the story of Snow White in the Fantasy Park and take a boat through the rainforest in the Adventure Park. Get up close to the animals at Animal Kingdom and visit Mickey and Minnie's home at Toontown. Disneyland has many parks. In addition, there are many other amusement facilities and performances such as float parades. I just had a quick lunch at noon, went to the hotel room to rest for a while, and continued playing in the afternoon. Before I knew it, it was dark, and the day had passed. However, today's show is not over yet. For dinner, Baiyuan booked a table at a high-end Western restaurant in the park and chose a seat by the window. While waiting for the meal, fireworks were set off outside. Rays of colorful light shot straight into the sky, and the fireworks bloomed like flowers in the night sky. The colorful fireworks complement each other, making the entire sky dreamy and beautiful. Each firework is like a little elf, jumping and spinning happily in the air, and then disappearing in a stunning posture. People looked up and stared at the magnificent scene. Everyone was immersed in this visual and emotional feast and was shocked by the beauty before them. Chiki Kitahara and Rina Hayami, mother and daughter, were naturally also attracted by the fireworks, especially Hao Qiang, who lay on the windowsill, staring at the night sky outside with her eyes wide open, and cheered from time to time when a firework exploded. Baiyuan just looked at it for a while and then looked away. He had seen this thing a lot in his previous life, so it was not very attractive to him. Well, definitely not as attractive as Hayami Rina. Kitahara took out an exquisite gift box that he had been carrying from his backpack, opened the lid, and gently pulled Hayami Rina's arm to get her to turn her attention over here. Kitahara-kun, what is this? Hayami Rina looked at the things in the gift box in front of her. She was a little confused at first, but soon she thought of something. She covered her mouth with her hands in surprise, and her beautiful eyes looked around. The gift box is exquisite, and the contents are even more exquisite. This is a gorgeous necklace, with countless dazzling diamonds inlaid on the chain, shining like the Milky Way. In the middle is a perfect teardrop-shaped gem, pure and transparent, as if condensed from a deep ocean. No woman can resist such a beautiful accessory. Hayami Rina's attention was completely attracted by the necklace. Her eyes were full of surprise and emotion. Her pretty face gradually turned red. Kitahara-kun, is this a gift for me? It's too precious. Sister Rina, when I first saw this necklace, I decided to buy it for you. Only you deserve it. You know, I have been looking for that life partner who makes my heart beat faster and keeps me awake at night, until I met you. Sister Rina, you are so gentle and beautiful. Every second, every minute, every communication we have with each other makes me feel happy and joyful. This is my true feeling in my heart. It is fate's blessing to meet you. Fireworks are beautiful, but not as bright as the light in your eyes. The night is gentle, but not even 1/10,000th as beautiful as you. Sister Rina, I want to intervene in your life from today on, go through the ups and downs together, and watch the sunrise and sunset together. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Sister Rina, are you willing to date me? Kitahara confessed affectionately. The high-end Western restaurant was elegantly decorated with bright lights. A pianist was playing an elegant melody, and fireworks were blooming in the night sky outside, lighting up the entire night sky from time to time. Everything is so beautiful and dreamy. Hayami Rina was so excited that she couldn't control herself. At this moment, she was surrounded by great happiness, and her life was also illuminated by happiness. My eyes were moist, filled with tears, tears of happiness. I do. Kitahara-kun, I do, thank you. Hayami Rina was choking and sobbing incoherently. At the moment, she was overwhelmed by the happiness and didn't know what to say or what to do. Her mind was blank, just like that of an ignorant girl who had never experienced the world. She only knew that from now on, Kitahara-kun would be her support. Hayami Rina's favorability +1. Hayami Rina's favorability +2. The system's prompt sounded in his mind, and Kitahara-chiki smiled. Looking at the woman in front of him with tears in her eyes, he persuaded her, "Why are you still crying, Sister Rina? You can't cry at this time, you should smile. Come, let me help Sister Rina put on the necklace and see if it fits." "Yes, it's suitable. It will definitely be suitable. Kitahara-kun, you are so nice." Hayami Rina said shyly. Putting the jewelry box on the dining table, Kitahara carefully took out the necklace from it and came behind Hayami Rina to help her put it on. Hayami Rina's skin is particularly fair, especially around her neck, which glows slightly under the light. When Kitahara touched her skin, he could feel its smoothness and delicateness. The necklace was quickly put on. Baiyuan turned around and carefully checked it, then nodded. "Yeah, it's indeed very suitable. She and Sister Rina are a perfect match." Hayami Rina looked down and saw the exquisite necklace, which was extraordinarily elegant and lightly wrapped around her neck. Every detail was so heartwarming. The perfect gem automatically fell into the ravine, appearing and disappearing, making people unable to take their eyes off it. Wearing such a necklace makes you look much more noble. Kitahara-kun, I'm so happy, thank you. After looking for a few times, Hayami Rina turned her gaze to the handsome young man in front of her. She expressed her feelings again, but then felt that this was not enough, so she took the initiative to step forward and hug him. With her hands around Kitahara's waist, Hayami Rina put her head on Kitahara's chest. After a moment, she raised her head, looked into Kitahara's eyes and said, "Kitahara-kun, I will definitely repay you for everything you have done for me. I will serve you with all my heart and soul. Please take care of me in the future." Being stared at by such a pair of beautiful eyes full of emotion, and the beauty taking the initiative to come into his arms, Kitahara couldn't help it and gently kissed her forehead. People on the island are generally more reserved in expressing their emotions, and such behavior usually does not occur in such public occasions. Fortunately, most people were attracted by the fireworks at this time and few people noticed the situation here. Even if someone sees it, I will pretend nothing happened and look away, then take a few sneak peeks to satisfy my inner curiosity. Except for one person. "Ha! Mom, what are you doing? Brother Kitahara, are you going to be my dad?" Chapter 26. Another special hobby. Xiao Lingchan's question interrupted the two people who were hugging each other passionately. Upon hearing this, Kitahara-chiki quickly stopped this behavior that could easily corrupt the child, and smiled awkwardly at Xiao Ling. Hayami Rina didn't dare to look at her daughter. Her face was red with shame. She regretted being too impulsive just now. Her daughter was right next to her, and she was so intimate with Kitahara-kun. This really shouldn't be the case. "Aya-chan, do you want me to be your daddy?" Kitahara Miyami Hayami Rina kept her head down and didn't say anything. The atmosphere was too awkward, so she had to speak up herself and ask the little girl Xiao Ling. Come to think of it, he quite likes Xiao Lingjiang and has no objection to being his father. After all, Who can resist such a soft and cute little girl? If in the future, she chases me and calls me daddy every day, I believe that feeling must be great. Well, although I am not a person who likes children normally, Aya-chan is an exception. Well, I want Brother Kitahara to be my dad. Brother Kitahara buys me delicious food, clothes, and takes me to Disney. I like Brother Kitahara so much, but I have a dad, and he's out of the country now. Xiaoling said with embarrassment. This made Kitahara very confused, and he looked at Hayami Rina with an inquiring look. Hayami Rina whispered in his ear, I lied to Xiaoling-chan and told her that his father went abroad for work and would come back later. This would prevent her from thinking that she has no father and developing an inferiority complex. Then, Hayami Rina bent down and spoke softly to her daughter. Xiaoling, I'm sorry, Mom lied to you before. Your father will not come back in the future. From today on, let Brother Kitahara be your new father, okay? Is that so? That's great. Brother Kitahara will be my dad from now on. I will have a dad too. Xiaoling said happily. Children's minds are the purest. They will like whoever treats them well. Beiyuan's previous efforts were rewarded at this moment. The main reason is that Xiaoling is still young. She was only 3 years old when she lost her father. Now more than a year has passed and she has forgotten what her father looks like. Normally, she goes to kindergarten and she is so envious when she sees other children being picked up by their fathers. So it was much easier for her to accept Chiki Kitahara than she had imagined. The main reason is that Beiyuan is really good to her. Haha, okay, from now on I will take care of Xiaoling-chan and your mother, and we will live happily together in the future. Kitahara Chiki also squatted down and rubbed Xiaoling's head. At the same time, his other hand also touched Hayami Rina's head. We can't lose sight of the big picture. Ding, Hayami Rina's favorability +1. The chef of this Western restaurant is very skilled. The steak is fried tender and juicy, especially delicious. The French foie gras has a particularly delicate taste. Kitahara asked the waiter to open a bottle of red wine, and he clinked glasses with Hayami Rina and enjoyed the food. Maybe because Xiaoling was in a good mood, or maybe she was very hungry after playing for so long, her appetite was great, so she ate a lot of meat and also tucked into several desserts. This meal took a little longer because of the drinking. After the meal, Kitahara and his 2 companions took a walk in the still bustling park to digest the food, and then returned to their hotel room to rest. Kitahara-kun, Xiaoling is exhausted today. I should be able to coax her to sleep soon. Once she falls asleep, I will come over to accompany you. I'm sorry to bother you to wait patiently. At the door of the guest room, Hayami Rina let Xiaoling go in first, and then bowed to Kitahara Chiki to express her apology. There are always many inconveniences when taking care of a child. For example, now that I have agreed to Kitahara-kun's request for a relationship, I should serve him well. Kitahara-kun is so outstanding that he doesn't care that she has been married and has children, and he is so good to her and her children. She should repay him with her whole heart. But she was dragged down by her daughter and couldn't get away for the time being. I could only apologize to Kitahara-kun with a guilty conscience and ask for his forgiveness. Hayami Rina decided to satisfy any request of Kitahara-kun tonight. This was her only way of repaying him. Sister Rina, you don't have to apologize for this. I'm not in a hurry. Everyone is tired today. We can talk about it another day. Kitahara naturally understood what Hayami Rina meant by accompany him. They were all adults, so he understood this. I have to say, Sister Rina is really sensible. Unlike some women in later generations, who would go out as soon as a man made an appointment with them, then eat and sing until late at night, and then just go back home in the end. No, why did you come out? Don't you really have any idea? Just pretend to be ignorant while knowing the truth and eat and drink for free. Look at Sister Rina, she really knows how to be grateful. Other women should learn from her. It's a pity that Kitahara couldn't accept it and could only find reasons to refuse. After a day of fun and the perfect success of his carefully prepared confession plan at dinner, Hayami Yuna's favorability towards him has now reached 87 points. Only 3 points away from the 90-point mark. But these 3 points seemed like an unbridgeable chasm, which discouraged him, made him sigh in despair and felt he could not catch up. Kitahara-kun, it's okay. I won't keep you waiting for long. The rooms here are so high-end and the room rates are so expensive. Don't waste them. Hayami Rina felt that Kitahara was still a little shy. She also understood that as a young person with no emotional experience and with a shy personality, it was normal for her to behave in this way when faced with such things. I feel a little bit expectant, a little bit uneasy, excited, nervous, and a little bit afraid. It's all due to my lack of experience. She felt that she should be more proactive. This aspect involves Kitahara-kun's blind spots in knowledge, but it doesn't matter, she understands. Also, when taking a nap at noon, Hayami Rina felt that the bedding here was really good. It was worthy of the high price spent, and it was very comfortable to lie on it. It's like this, Sister Rina. I'm really tired today. Let's do it another day. Kitahara-kun, are you tired now? I can still hold on, so why don't you take a rest first? I'll ask the waiter to bring some massage oil and I'll give you a massage to relax you. No, Sister Rina, to be honest, today is not possible. Let us do it another day. Chapter 27 Favorability is finally 90 points. Okay. That's it for today. Good night, Kitahara-kun. Good night, Sister Rina. Have a good rest. Finally, he managed to get away with it, and when he returned to his room, Kitahara felt exhausted and it was too difficult. Fortunately, today's results are pretty good. I'm only 3 points away from successfully turning over a new leaf. It's just around the corner. After a quick shower and lying on the soft bed, he soon fell asleep. In his dream, he still felt regretful. It was only 2 o'clock. The next day. It's another sunny day. The 3 people from Baiyuan continued the tour that they had not finished yesterday. There were many big projects today, like the Ferris wheel, pirate ship, and so on, which were all very fun. They didn't ride the roller coaster because it was too thrilling. Aya-chan must be too young to ride it, while Kitahara and Hayami Rina were too old to ride it. However, when passing by here, Kitahara saw the voice actor girls who had lined up in front of him yesterday. The long-legged girl among them wore a pair of white stockings today, which was very eye-catching. This is quite a coincidence. You know, Disneyland covers hundreds of hectares, and it is a kind of fate to meet you there by chance. Time seemed to pass very quickly while we were out on the trip, and before we knew it, the day was over. Towards evening, Kitahara and his 2 companions drove back to their home in the apartment building in Chiyoda Ward. Because we had been traveling for 2 consecutive days, we were really exhausted and very tired. Although there were still ingredients at home, Kitahara ate outside before coming back because he wanted to take care of Hayami Rina and didn't want her to cook anymore. This way, you can just come back and rest. Sister Rina, I'm going to go back and get some things. I'll come to talk to you later. Please open the door for me. Kitahara did not enter Hayami Rina's house, but went straight back to his own home, ignoring the confused look on the neighbor's wife's face behind him. After returning home and sorting out his things, Baiyuan called out the system and chose to withdraw cash. The expenses in the past few days were astonishing. A necklace cost more than 400,000 yen, and eating, drinking, and having fun in Disneyland, plus tickets, round-trip fares, etc., cost about 400,000 to 500,000 yen. The total is almost approaching 1 million yen. With 5 times the cashback, Kitahara earned nearly 5 million yen. What an amazing gain. He counted out 2 million yen in cash, took it in his hand, went out, and knocked on the door of the house next door. Wow, Mom, Brother Kitahara brought so much money. No, it was Dad Kitahara. Mom, Dad brought a lot of money. The one who opened the door was Xiaoling. When Xiaoling saw the thick stack of money in Kitahara's hand, she screamed in surprise. At her age, she already has a vague concept of money. She knows that it is a good thing that can meet many of her needs and allow her to live a good life. So excited. Hayami Rina, who was sorting out the things she brought back from the trip, heard what happened, came over to take a look, then sent Aya-chan to the bedroom to play with toys. Kitahara-kun, what are you doing? She asked. Kitahara didn't answer in a hurry. He took Hayami Rina's hand and sat down on the sofa. Then he put the money in her hand and said sincerely, Sister Rina, this is part of my savings. Since we are officially dating, I will give this money to you to help with household expenses. Don't refuse. I know that you and Xiaoling have had a hard life. Don't worry, with me here, you won't have to live a hard life anymore. From now on, I will give you enough living expenses every month, and you don't have to work so hard at the convenience store. Seeing you so tired every day, you don't know how much I feel bad. But this is too much. Hayami Rina was very moved. Not much. I told you that I must let you and Xiaoling live a good life. You can spend this money on taking care of your body, getting your hair done, buying clothes you like, whatever you want. And Xiaoling Jiang, let's buy her what other children have. We must not let her feel inferior and give her a good childhood. Since she calls me Dad, I have to take on the responsibility of a dad. Sister Liana, why are you crying? Hayami Rina's favorability +1. Hayami Rina's favorability +1. Hayami Rina cried, but Kitahara Chiki smiled. There is still 1 point left, so keep going. Sister Rina, here is 2 million yen. From now on, I will give you 2 million yen every month. I will give you a task. You must spend this money every month. It's too much. I don't need so much. A few 100,000 is enough. Kitahara-kun, you've been so good to Xiao Ling and me. I don't know how to thank you. No need to thank me. I just want you and Xiao Ling to be happy. A few 100,000 yen is definitely not enough. 2 million, not a penny less. Wow. Kitahara-kun, I'm so happy. Why didn't I meet you earlier? I could have given you the most precious thing. You are so good to me, it makes me feel guilty. Hayami Rina was really moved and cried, the kind of tears that went up her spine. Normally, she and Xiao Ling's monthly living expenses barely reached 200,000 yuan, because she could only earn this much from working, and they had to live frugally to make ends meet. Kitahara raised her salary to 2 million yen in one go. How could she not be moved? This is not just a 10-fold gap. In the past, the 200,000 a month was all necessary expenses, and apart from that, the remaining money for entertainment was almost zero. And if it's 2 million, then there will be 1,800,000 left for her to use as she pleases. There's a world of difference. Hayami Rina thought that her life would get better after dating Kitahara, but she never expected that. I am so lucky and so happy. Kitahara-kun, please stay tonight. I'll let Xiao Ling sleep in another bedroom. Hayami Rina said, holding Kitahara's hand tightly. Good. Kitahara agreed readily, because he heard another prompt from a system. Hayami Rina's favorability +1. Your girlfriend's favorability has reached 90 points. The host will receive a special reward. Chapter 28 Body Repair Fluid. It's not easy. It's really not easy. The day has finally come, and Kitahara Chiki can't help but feel filled with emotion. At the same time, he was full of anticipation for tonight. The Rina Hayami in front of me was in tears, and I felt pity for her. She looked excited, and although she was crying, she still had a smile on her face, full of anticipation. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were staring at Beiyuan, her gaze full of passionate emotions. No man could refuse such a gaze and such a lovely widow. Her body is plump and well proportioned, with round shoulders, slender waist, and plump hips forming a perfect figure picture that makes people fascinated. Not only that, she has a gentle and tender personality, and her every frown and smile reveals endless tenderness. Such a woman can be called a beauty. Beiyuan was getting impatient. He decided to leave first, and then stay, because he was afraid he couldn't bear it anymore. Sister Rina, I'll go back first and come back later. You go and coax Xiao Lingjiang first. By the way, remember to keep the money. Kitahara pulled his hand away from Hayami Rina's hand. Now he had to go back to collect his reward and couldn't waste time here. At this moment, he is still a rookie and has no ability to fight. In such a charming situation, even the slightest intimate behavior can easily make him lose control and enter the sage time. That would be embarrassing. Ah, Kitahara-kun, are you going back? Actually, you can wait here. It shouldn't take long. Hayami Rina is now in a very emotional moment, even a little confused. When she heard that Kitahara is leaving, she feels a little reluctant. Beiyuan smiled and said, Don't worry, Sister Rina. I'm not coming back. Actually, I'm looking forward to it even more than you are. But don't be anxious. Tonight is a long night and we have plenty of time. Yeah, okay. Hayami Rina blushed. She stood up and walked Kitahara to the door. Hayami Rina pursed her lips and said goodbye. Kitahara-kun, I'll take a bath and get ready. Brother Tongzi, please give me the reward. Hurry up, I can't wait. As soon as she got home, Kitahara Chiki excitedly called the system. Damn, Sister Rina is so attractive. I must teach her a lesson today and let her know how powerful I am. By the way, pass on the patriotic feelings to her. Love our China and promote our national prestige. Tonight. Well, I hope Brother Tongzi can give him some help and give him a better reward. Okay, host. I will now draw a special reward for you. I'm sure it's for improving your physical fitness, right? Yes, yes, yes. Kitahara nodded repeatedly. Ding. The lottery is in progress. The lottery is completed. Congratulations to the host for winning a bottle of body repair fluid. Body repair fluid. What the hell? Beiyuan was a little confused when he heard this. What is this thing? What is it for? It feels a little bit inferior to the bionic kidney. Brother Tongzi, please introduce me to you. Body repair fluid. Function. Repair the host's body functions, eliminate hidden diseases, and make it reach the perfect state it deserves. What is the perfect state that should be? It means the best condition your body is in at your age. Specifically, it should be above the average level in the current world and better than 80% of your peers. Huh. That sounds pretty good. Chapter 29. Kitahara-kun, sorry for the long wait. After listening to the introduction, Kitahara felt that this repair fluid could allow him to surpass most people. Although his performance would not be particularly outstanding, at least he would be able to reach the passing line. I believe this should satisfy Sister Rena. This was the first time he had received a reward. It was good enough to get something like this. At least it was enough for now. Don't be too greedy. Baiyuan chose to receive the reward, and then a small blue bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, the system gave him the instructions for use in his mind. Just drink it directly. The system is definitely trustworthy. Baiyuan drank the liquid in the bottle without hesitation, and then carefully felt the changes in his body. Standing there quietly and waiting for a few seconds, he gradually became aware of a tingling sensation in his body, as if an electric current was spreading. This is a strange feeling that quietly arises inside the body. At first, it was just a faint tingling sensation, like a soft feather brushing against the skin. However, this feeling spread quickly, like an electric current running freely through his body. The tingling sensation became stronger and stronger, gradually taking over his entire body. Every inch of muscle and every nerve seemed to be touched by this invisible force, trembling slightly. Although this feeling was not unbearable, it was very different from his usual comfort. It was neither as sharp as pain nor as annoying as itching. It's a wonderful experience in between. From the moment this numbing feeling began, Kitahara also felt his body becoming stronger step by step. After about 5 minutes, the numbing feeling disappeared and his body was transformed. The result was far beyond Kitahara's expectations. Kitahara could clearly feel his heart beating strongly. Every contraction and relaxation was like a passionate symphony, full of vitality and rhythm. His breathing also became steady and long. At the same time, the increase in physical strength surprised him even more. It should have at least doubled, which was simply surging. There are many other changes. Baiyuan feels as if his whole body has been reborn, and exudes unprecedented vitality. Are you sure? This body repair fluid is so awesome. It's simply a miracle drug. Baiyuan felt that he could beat 10 of him now. So awesome. He clenched his fists, raised his arms, and his bulging biceps proved how strong he was now. Although his body is still as thin and his figure has basically not changed, his feeling is completely different. He is now full of strength and passion. Only then did he realize how weak and useless he had been before. Ding, the host's body was too weak before, so he felt the change was so big. The body repair fluid will bring different changes to people with different physical conditions, but the final effect is the same. The system took the initiative to explain it to Baiyuan, and Baiyuan suddenly realized that this was the case. It's like two people using this thing at the same time. One is strong as an ox, and the other is terminally ill. After using it, both of them became as strong as bulls. This has no effect on the former, but for the latter, it is a panacea that can bring them back to life. I can be considered to have picked up a bargain by accident. Kitahara felt that this time, it was settled. Baiyuan's body was covered in sweat and dirt, so he went to the bathroom and rinsed thoroughly, making himself clean. After coming out, he changed into dry clothes and saw a pile of money on the table, so Kitahara put it away. These are the nearly 3 million yen left after giving them to Hayami Rena. They can't be just piled up like this, otherwise it would be inappropriate for others to see them. At this moment, he slapped his forehead, remembered something important, and called out the system again. Brother Tongzi, can I get a cashback for the money I gave to my girlfriend? Kitahara gave Hayami Rena 2 million yen today. It would be nice if I could get cash back. Previously, the system only said that I could get cash back if I gave gifts, but it didn't say whether I could just give money directly. It would be even better if you could give money. Ding, you can also get cash back for giving money. Hayami Rena's favorability is now 90 points. The 2 million yen you gave her can be cashed back 6 times. Do you need to withdraw the money now? The system replied generously. Kitahara didn't want so much cash, so he asked, Brother Tongzi, can you please transfer the money to my bank account instead of cash? Yes, it has been transferred to your account at Sumitomo Mitsui Bank. This remittance has been intervened by the system and will not arouse anyone's suspicion. Oh, thanks. The operation of the system made Kitahara Chiki no longer have any doubts, and she could wait patiently for Hayami Rena to sleep with her. The waiting is excruciating. He wanted to spend this time typing, but he had no heart to do so. Kitahara took out a bottle of sake from the refrigerator, stood in front of the window, looked at the night view outside, and drank slowly. I don't know how much time had passed, but when I was almost done with a bottle of sake, there was a knock on the door, which startled Kitahara. When I opened the door, I saw Hayami Rena standing outside, still wearing the same light nightgown as yesterday morning. Kitahara-kun, sorry to have kept you waiting. Hayami Rena bowed. Is Aya-chan asleep? Yeah. I'm asleep, the bed in the bedroom is already made, and I have washed it, too. Hearing this, Kitahara couldn't hold back any longer. Amid Hayami Rina's exclamation, he picked her up by the waist and ran straight to her bedroom. Chapter 30. Happy Hayami Rina. The warm yellow light creates a soft atmosphere in every corner of the bedroom. A few strands of Hayami Rina's wet hair softly stuck to her flushed cheeks, and her whole body exuded the fresh water vapor after a bath. She said she had washed it, but Kitahara didn't believe it. It's hard to believe this kind of thing based on just her words. It must be checked carefully and thoroughly. As we all know, women's mouths are deceitful. Well, even though Sister Rina doesn't look like that kind of person, we can't be sure that there is no water in her words. It would be more reassuring to check it again. Hayami Rina did not object to this. She remained quiet with a gentle and shy smile on her face. His eyes were full of understanding and tolerance. Therefore, with the tacit interaction and cooperation between the two, the inspection was completed smoothly. Everything happened so naturally and smoothly. Afterwards, Hayami Rina was like a lazy kitten, snuggling gently on Kitahara's chest. She closed her eyes slightly and breathed quietly, as if she was still immersed in it. Kitahara gently placed his hands on Hayami Rina's shoulders, feeling the delicateness and softness of her skin. He looked down at the beautiful woman in his arms, feeling full of pride. Outside the window, Tokyo's summer evening breeze gently brushed the curtains, bringing a hint of coolness. The moonlight shone through the window onto the bed, creating patches of mottled light and shadow. The whole room is shrouded in this peaceful and beautiful atmosphere, making people feel extremely comfortable and at ease. Hayami Rina's favorability +1. The next day, as soon as the sky was slightly bright, Kitahara Chiki opened his eyes. Although he was a little tired last night, he is now fully recovered after a night's sleep. I have to say, his current body is really good, with amazing recovery ability. He is extremely satisfied with it. Hayami Rina's body moved and her eyes slowly opened. After a moment of confusion, she regained consciousness, looked at the man who gave her happiness, and said with a smile, "Kitahara-kun, good morning." "Well, good morning, Sister Rina. You can sleep a little longer, it's still early now." Kitahara also responded with a smile. "No need to sleep, Kitahara-kun. It would be a waste to sleep on such a beautiful morning." Hayami Rina took the initiative to embrace Kitahara, closed her eyes slightly, and carefully felt the wonderful feeling of skin contact. After a long time, Hayami Rina dragged her tired body and got dressed. She had to prepare breakfast, take care of Xiao Lingchan and send her to school after breakfast, and then go to work at the convenience store. There are so many things to do, and time is running out. Kitahara Chiki was half lying on the bed, looking at the tired Hayami Rina, and advised, "Sister Rina, quit your job at the convenience store. There's no need to work so hard. This way, after you send Aya-chan off, you can come back and get some sleep to recover." I feel like this will increase Kitahara-kun's pressure. Hayami Rina smoothed her messy hair and said a little embarrassedly, "Quitting her job means that she will have no source of income, and she and her daughter will have to rely entirely on Chiki Kitahara for their lives. Even though the two of them have been officially dating and have had sex, but I always feel guilty. Haha, Sister Rina, are you still worried that I can't afford to support you and Xiao Lingchan? Don't worry, there won't be any pressure. Sister Rina knows my financial resources. The salary you earn is too meager. It's better to save your energy and use it elsewhere." Baiyuan smiled and said meaningfully. Hayami Rina understood. A hint of shyness appeared on her face, and she nodded slightly. "Then I'll leave everything to Kitahara-kun from now on. I will submit my resignation to the store manager today, but I will probably need to work for another day or two. I won't need to work anymore, and I will do my best to serve and take care of Kitahara-kun's life." "Well, that's right," Kitahara praised. Hayami Rina hurried to prepare breakfast, and Kitahara didn't stay in bed any longer. Aya-chan needed to get up quickly, and it would not be good for the children to see him like this. I got up, went home, took a shower, changed my clothes and came back. Hayami Rina was already urging Xiao Ling to eat breakfast. Seeing Kitahara Chiki coming back, she hurriedly served Kitahara and helped serve the rice. Kitahara said, "I can do it myself. Sister Rina will take Aya-chan to kindergarten later. I will take care of the dishes." "No, Kitahara-kun." Hayami Rina, who had always been very docile, acted particularly serious at this moment, as if this matter had violated her bottom line. "Kitahara-kun, you shouldn't do these trivial things. You are a young dragon, a rising star in the literary world. One day, you will become a great writer like Haruki Murakami and Keigo Higashino. You can't worry about trivial matters, but should focus on creation. Please don't bury or waste the talent you have. In Hayami Rina's opinion, Kitahara Chiki's talent for writing is unquestionable. He can support himself with writing, and he is so financially well off, so he must have earned a lot of royalties. Although Hayami Rina doesn't know much about the literary world, she only knows some particularly famous writers. But from this superficial understanding and knowledge, she felt that Kitahara Chiki had a bright future. He was still so young and his future achievements were limitless. How can I be entangled in family trivialities? Okay. Kitahara was stunned for a moment, then nodded stupidly in agreement. Baby dragon? Sister Rina is really good at using metaphors. Why don't you say he is a raptors? He was not so sure of becoming a rising star in the literary world, but he felt that he should be able to make a name for himself in the erotic novel world. Chapter 31. Sachiko decides to embark on a journey of no return. Because they were in a hurry, Hayami Rina didn't even have time to eat breakfast. After Aya-chan was full, she took her and hurriedly left the house. Before leaving, she specifically told Baiyuan, who was still eating, to go about his own business after he finished eating and not to worry about these things, and to leave them there until she came back to clean them up. Looking at Hayami Rina's departing figure, Kitahara smiled bitterly and shook his head. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. He thought of a girlfriend with whom he had lived in his previous life. At that time, he was still a worker with a working soul, and his girlfriend was unemployed and depended on him for support. At that time, I worked hard every day, leaving home early and returning late, just to earn more money so that my girlfriend could live a better life. Let her use a new mobile phone, buy her favorite clothes, and eat her favorite meal. Their cohabitation life was happy at the beginning. Although he was making one-sided efforts, at least he was not so lonely in bed. He had entertainment activities every day, and the girl was also his first love. However, gradually, he found that every time he returned home late at night, the pot was cold but the dumplings were hot. He was in despair. Reality hit him head-on and made him wake up. From then on, he became a regular customer of the foot massage parlor. At this moment, Kitahara was thinking, if his ex-girlfriend was like Hayami Rina, even if she was only half as good, he and her would definitely get married and have children, maybe even a second or third child. I can bear it even if I have pulp. What a pity, the beautiful love of youth. Reminiscing about the past, for a moment, Kitahara thought that his current life seemed perfect. There is no shortage of money to spend, Sister Rina is very gentle, and the daughter Aya-chan who I picked up for free is very cute, and I can raise her slowly. It seems like there is nothing left to pursue. He felt that it would be nice to maintain the current situation and live a quiet life with Hayami Rina and her daughter. When this thought came to his mind, Baiyuan immediately slapped himself. Bah! How can you be so unambitious? A widow makes you unable to move your legs? Isn't the voice actress girl attractive? Isn't the editor sister big? The celebrity goddesses are still waiting for you. Kitahara-kun, please put away your kindness, abandon your conscience, show your edge, and be a ruthless teddy bear. When Hayami Rina arrived at the convenience store, her colleague Sachiko immediately noticed the necklace around her neck. This necklace is really too dazzling and eye-catching. At the same time, she also noticed Hayami Rina's radiant complexion. Sister Rina, are you living with Kitahara-kun? She asked. Yeah. Hayami Rina nodded with a smile. Wow, Sister Rina really managed to win over Kitahara-kun. Tell me, how did Kitahara-kun perform? I noticed that he was a little thin. Sister Rina, you have to be careful and don't hurt him. By the way, was this necklace given to Sister Rina by Kitahara-kun? It looks so high-end. It's a luxury item, right? It should be very expensive, right? Sachiko chatted enviously. Hayami Rina shook her head and smiled bitterly. I don't know how much Kitahara-kun paid for the necklace. Probably hundreds of thousands. Sachiko-chan, Kitahara-kun is not skinny. He looks a little skinny, but is very strong, and quite amazing. Ha! Awesome. How awesome. I won't tell you. I need to use the phone to contact the store manager. Sachiko, I'm resigning. I can't work with you anymore. It's a pity. Thinking back to the time we spent together, I really miss it. Thank you, Sachiko, for accompanying me through the most difficult journey of my life. I will always remember you. You will always be my friend. Hayami Rina told Sachiko that she was going to resign. What she just said was from the bottom of her heart. Having worked here for nearly a year, this chubby, cheerful girl has indeed brought a lot of joy to her boring and even difficult life. Make it not so hard for her. Now that they are about to part, she is really reluctant to leave. There is a sense of inexplicable sadness in my heart. Sister Rina, are you going to be a full-time housewife? Taking care of Kitahara-kun. Sachiko didn't look sad at all. She just asked curiously. Well, Kitahara-kun thinks my part-time job is too hard and won't let me do it anymore. I will stay at home to take care of him and Aya-chan from now on. Wow, I envy you, Sister Rina. I want a life like this, too. Sister Rina, Kitahara-kun is so considerate. You have reached the pinnacle of your life. Well, Kitahara-kun is indeed very good to me. Sachiko, I hope you can be happy in the future. Hayami Rina comforted. Me? I don't expect that anymore. Actually, Sister Rina, even if you don't quit your job, we won't be able to work together for a few more days. I've already decided to work in a brothel, and I'm going to quit my job in the next few days. Sachiko looked a little lonely as she spoke of this matter which concerned her own destiny. This sentence may seem light, but both people present know the heavy meaning it represents. This means that the cheerful and lively Sachiko may never be able to return to a normal life. She will drift away from the life of ordinary people. Sachiko-chan, why don't you reconsider this? Once you take this step, there's no turning back. What about those boys who pursued you in the past? You can take the initiative to contact them. After a moment's silence, Hayami Rina gave sincere advice. She really didn't want to see Sachiko working in that kind of place, although she had had such thoughts. It's easy to make money in that kind of place, but if you really become a prostitute, you will lose the right to pursue love, and no outstanding man like Kitahara will accept you. If you are lucky and work for a few years and make some money, you may be able to find an honest man. If you are unlucky, you will be lonely all your life. Knowing the consequences well, Hayami Rina advised Sachiko to hold on and think of other solutions. Sachiko shook her head with an embarrassed look on her face. I contacted Sister Rina, and for some reason, they don't want to be in a relationship anymore. I have no other choice. Sachiko was also really puzzled. In the past, she had several backup boyfriends, some who delivered meals to her, some who gave her pocket money, and some who were responsible for buying clothes. The days back then were so carefree. But she didn't know since when her backup boyfriends abandoned her one by one, and the last one, Ogawa-kun, also returned to his hometown a few days ago. Apart from the little money she earned from working, she had no extra income, and no one paid her bills. But with her own income, she is simply unable to afford the rent, commuting, food, clothing, and other living expenses. The cost of living in Tokyo is too high. She wants to stay here, but doesn't want to lower her quality of life. This is the only way for her to go. Sister Liana, don't persuade me, I have made up my mind. I hope I can make a lot of money and live a good life in the future. Sachiko forced a smile. At this moment, something suddenly occurred to her. When she went to apply for a job at a brothel these days, the madam there told her that if she could attract high-quality customers, she would get a generous bonus. Kitahara-kun seems to be of very high quality. Chapter 32 writing should be accelerated. Sachiko doesn't know many rich people. After all, she has a low level of education and the work she does is some basic work at the bottom of society. Chiki Kitahara is one of the few high-quality men she knows. A writer, rich and young. Well, it is said to be quite strong. Even without mentioning the generous bonus, she still wanted to communicate with Kitahara. Although it's a pity that I'm not as lucky as Sister Rina to live with him, but it was only a short-lived possession, so isn't it also a beautiful memory? Sister Rina, you haven't told me yet how powerful Kitahara-kun is. I won't tell you, it's amazing anyway. Didn't you see how tired I am today? At this time, Kitahara Chiki didn't know that he was already being targeted by someone. He is currently typing away on his book Primitive Desire, The Unforgettable Adventures of a Beautiful Girl in the Goblin Cave. He lost 2 days of time on the weekend because he went out for a trip, which resulted in slow progress on the book. It would be difficult to submit the manuscript this week, so he had to speed up the process. In fact, now he no longer needs to write this kind of thing. He earned more than 10 million yen yesterday, and he will be able to earn at least this much every month in the future. You can't spend it all, you can't spend it all. However, everyone has to have dreams, right? Without dreams, what is the difference between you and a salted fish? Kitahara's dream is to write erotic fiction. Even if it cannot be published and does not make money, it is fine to write it for fun. He now has no financial pressure, so writing this stuff is actually easier and more interesting. He himself thought it was really good. Well, if the book sells well in the future, it can affect the lives of some people and corrupt the social atmosphere here, which can be considered a roundabout way of revenge. Another point is that Sister Rina hopes that he will become a great writer, so he must keep writing. You know, erotic writers are also writers. Does it mean that they can be divided into different levels just because of the differences in the subject matter or style of their works? Obviously not. In the vast field of literature, everyone who writes with heart and expresses himself or herself with words should be respected and recognized. Whether it is depicting a romantic story of love, flowers, snow, and moon, or portraying the ups and downs of real life, whether it is showing the magnificence of history with a grand narrative, or exploring the subtlety and depth of human nature through delicate brushstrokes, they are all telling stories of life. Kitahara has written about 1/3 of this book so far, and the plot has progressed to the point where the protagonist Kaoru has been fighting alone after he and his companions got lost, facing the cruel treatment from the goblins alone. After experiencing such a nightmare-like tragic experience, Zun thought he was going to die, but unexpectedly, he actually persevered. Moreover, something seemed to be activated deep inside her, and she was no longer so resistant to goblins. It's outrageous. At this time, Kitahara designed a plot and added a scene, the dark lake in the underground cave. The girl Zun was taken to the underground dark lake area by the goblin team, where she met up with 2 companions. The 2 companions had similar experiences to her, but were a little worse than her. Because she did not resist, she was not beaten. The teammate who was responsible for the force was in a more miserable state. He was covered in wounds and one of his legs was lame. The instigator Sakura is also in a miserable state. Her misery is not because she was beaten, but because she has a weak ability to withstand pressure and her spirit is on the verge of collapse. These 2 people arrived here earlier than Zun. When Zun arrived here, he saw that they were in such a miserable state. Seeing this, she was kind-hearted and wanted to save her 2 good friends from suffering. She shouted, "Stop! Please come to me." Chapter 33. Hayami Rina resigned. He kept writing until almost noon. After finishing the description of the Dark Lake scene, Kitahara felt hungry and decided to go out to find food. I found a tempura set meal restaurant nearby. It costs 2,800 yen per person and includes sashimi, tempura fried prawns, eel rice, miso soup, etc. Bayuan was quite satisfied with the meal. Thinking that Hayami Rina probably didn't have lunch at the convenience store, she would probably have to eat a discounted bento again. Kitahara asked the restaurant owner to pack a portion for him. At present, although the relationship with Hayami Rina is going smoothly, it is still a long way to go before she has the maximum level of favorability towards me. From last night to today, Hayami Rina's favorability has only increased slightly. It can be seen that it is becoming increasingly difficult to increase favorability. Well, even though she was so satisfied. Therefore, Kitahara has to pay more attention to details and sees every opportunity to show his concern for her and increase her favor. We don't ask for the full value, but we hope to reach 95 points as soon as possible. Because when you reach 95 points, you can get another special reward. Kitahara felt that he still had some shortcomings and was not perfect enough. People are like this, they will never be truly satisfied, and their desires seem to be endless. When the initial dream comes true, new desires and demands will arise in your heart. It's like a bottomless pit. No matter how hard you try, it can never be filled. This never-ending desire makes people deeply trapped and unable to extricate themselves. But at the same time, it also promotes social progress and development. "Oh, boss, can you give me another portion? I'll take it away too." Kitahara remembered that Hayami Rina had a good relationship with a colleague, so he brought a copy for her as well. Maybe because he loved the little fat girl, he had a good impression of her. It's plump and definitely won't make you feel uncomfortable. After packing the food, Kitahara carried it to the convenience store. On the way, he turned on the live broadcast to take a look at Hayami Rina's situation and found that she and her colleagues were discussing what flavor of bento to eat. So he quickened his pace and arrived at the store before the 2 of them came to a conclusion. Well, the restaurant where he ate was quite close. "Nana, I bought your lunch, so don't eat the bento. And this girl, you have your share too." Pushing the door open, Kitahara shook the food in his hand and spoke to the 2 women. Hayami Rina was very surprised to see this and a sweet smile appeared on her face. She didn't expect Kitahara to be so considerate and even bring her lunch. There seemed to be ripples in her heart, and an inexplicable sense of happiness filled her heart. "Kitahara-kun, you're so nice to me. There's no need to go through so much trouble." Her voice was like honey, echoing softly in the air. "It's okay. I just want Sister Rina to eat better. Eat quickly, or it won't taste good if it gets cold." Kitahara smiled warmly at Hayami Rina, helped open the lunchboxes, and invited the 2 girls to enjoy. After opening the lunchbox, the tempura that had just been fried inside exudes an enticing aroma, and the golden color makes people salivate. The 2 hungry women immediately swallowed their saliva. After expressing their gratitude, they began to enjoy the meal. While eating delicious food, Sachiko looked from time to time at Kitahara Chiki, who was having an intimate conversation with Hayami Rina next to her. The tempura is delicious, with good ingredients, and the frying temperature is well controlled. It looks quite expensive. But Sachiko was a little absent-minded while eating. Because Kitahara-kun is so nice and thoughtful, and Hayami Rina is so happy. She was feeling worried that her colleagues would suffer, but also worried that they would drive a Land Rover. The thought of working in a brothel and serving men who were much older than her and particularly disgusting. But Sister Rina was enjoying Kitahara-kun's care, and her heart suddenly ached. Our situations were originally the same, so why is there such a huge difference suddenly? Is this fate? So Chiko had originally been thinking about trying to talk to Chiki Kitahara and asking him to take care of her own business, but she saw how inseparable the two of them were. So I gave up the idea. The two of them had just started dating, and Kitahara must be indulging in Hayami Rina's tenderness. He would not be interested in her proposal, and might even feel disgusted by it. Let us talk about it later when there is a chance. After delivering lunch, Kitahara didn't stay long. He spent some time with Hayami Rina before going home. He took a short nap and continued writing after waking up. In the evening, Hayami Rina happily told Kitahara that she had completed the resignation procedures and would not need to work part-time starting tomorrow. The remuneration has also been settled. Kitahara was very satisfied with this, as it meant the two of them could spend plenty of time together. Chapter 34 Meticulous Care. Starting from the next day, Kitahara enjoyed Hayami Rina's meticulous care in his daily life. Every morning, Hayami Rina would prepare a hearty breakfast, and after sending her daughter to kindergarten, she would come back to serve him wholeheartedly. Two people who have just started dating are in a stage where they are attracted to each other and their feelings are strong and passionate, just like two magnets that attract each other and they can't wait to stick together all the time. Whether it is in the warm kitchen, in the misty bathroom, in the sunny balcony, or in the spacious and bright living room. Everywhere you can see the two of them leaning on each other, sweetly loving each other, leaving behind their romantic and beautiful love footprints. Sometimes when Hayami Rina was busy in the kitchen, Kitahara would gently hug her waist from behind and feel her warmth. In the bathroom, warm water washed over their bodies, and crystal water droplets danced on their skin. Kitahara gently wiped Hayami Rina's hair, and Hayami Rina closed her eyes and enjoyed this intimate care, with a happy smile on her lips. On the balcony, the two of them looked out at the beautiful scenery in the distance. A breeze blew by, blowing up Hayami Rina's hair. Kitahara gently pushed it behind her ears. The moment their eyes met, love flowed in the air. They sat on the sofa in the living room, hugging each other and watching their favorite movies together. Sometimes, Hayami Rina would be moved to tears by the plot, and Kitahara would hug her tightly and comfort her softly. In this way, the relationship between Kitahara and Hayami Rina continued to heat up and grow deeper in these ordinary yet warm places. However, Kitahara's writing progress is becoming increasingly slower. It wasn't until Thursday that he received a call from the editor urging him to submit his manuscript. Moshi Moshi, this is Kitahara Chiki. Who is this? Kitahara asked after answering the phone. Kitahara-kun, my name is Suzuki Misaki. How is your new book going? Today is already Thursday. Can you finish it this week? The call was from Suzuki Misaki. Kitahara felt a little embarrassed when he heard her question. Lately, I have been busy with two important things, 3 meals a day. He did almost nothing else, and the deadline for submitting the manuscript was nowhere in sight. I'm sorry, Sister Misaki. I probably won't be able to finish the new book this week. I'll try to submit it next week. Haha, it's okay. I'm not in a hurry, so Kitahara-kun doesn't have to rush. But please take care of yourself. That's all. The phone was hung up. Hayami Rina looked back at Kitahara and said hesitantly, Kitahara-kun, have I delayed your writing progress? Hayami Rina said a little ashamed. She had already noticed this and felt that this shouldn't happen. But she couldn't bear to reject Bei Yuan and couldn't control herself. Kitahara smiled and shook his head, indicating no. Hayami Rina said, Kitahara-kun, this won't work. It will affect your writing. Your editor must have urged you to submit your manuscript. How about I take Xiao Lingchan back to my parents' house for 2 days this weekend? This way you can have some peace and quiet and write more. Huh? Go back to your parents' house? I don't even know where Sister Rina's hometown is. Kitahara asked. My hometown is Kamakura City, Kanagawa Prefecture. Come to think of it, I haven't been back to visit my parents for more than half a year. I miss them a little bit. Then let's go back. Besides your parents, what other relatives does Sister Rina have? I only have one sister. Chapter 35 My sister's marriage is unhappy. Chiki Kitahara really doesn't know anything about Hayami Rina's family situation. Well, even though the relationship between the two is already so close. There are several reasons for this. He never asked, and Hayami Rina never said anything. Their relationship developed too quickly. I didn't have time to understand. Another reason is that people on the island are relatively indifferent to family ties. Unlike in China where we value family affection, Many people lose contact with their parents for a long time and no one cares. Not to mention brothers and sisters, aunts, uncles, cousins, etc., who are almost like strangers. Many people, after becoming adults and able to survive independently, rarely interact with their parents. From what Hayami Rina said, her relationship with her parents is pretty good. Well, she has a younger sister. I don't know what this sister-in-law is like. How old is she, and is she married? Kitahara-kun, when I return to my hometown this time, can you tell my parents about our situation? They have been worried about my life. If they knew that I have found someone to rely on now, they would surely feel much more relieved. Hayami Rina raised her head and asked Kitahara Chiki. The reason for this is that Hayami Rina still doesn't know how Kitahara Chiki is going to treat this relationship. He never mentioned marriage to me. Hayami Rina didn't know whether Kitahara was willing to make their relationship public. When Kitahara heard Hayami Rina ask this, he didn't react for a moment and was a little confused. What's wrong with that? Just tell them. Do you need me to go back with you? No, we can't waste your precious time, Kitahara-kun. This is good enough. Hayami Rina was very happy, and a smile bloomed on her flushed face. She was already very happy that Chiki Kitahara agreed to let her make their relationship public. Then, Sister Rina, when you go back this time, buy more gifts for your parents. I will give you 1 million yen for your expenses later. Kitahara said generously. Isn't this the chance to make money again? No need, Kitahara-kun. I still have a lot of money here. Besides, no matter how much I spend, it won't be enough to spend 1 million yen. It's just a trip home. There's no need to waste it. Hayami Rina refused repeatedly. How could Kitahara give so much money just for a trip back home? She was shocked. Haven't you heard of such a thing? Kitahara Chiki persuaded again. Your money is for living. I will cover the cost of your return trip. 1 million yen is not a lot. Your parents should be getting old. You can buy them some supplements and nutritional supplements. If you find it troublesome, you can just give them the money. Our parents raised us, and we should know how to repay them. And your sister, how is she doing now? Your parents will grow old one day, and you only have one sister who is your blood relative. You should maintain a good relationship with her and give her some gifts. Kitahara-kun, I didn't expect you to value family so much and know how to respect your elders. You are such a kind-hearted person. Hearing Kitahara say this, Hayami Rina was very moved. It was really rare for Kitahara to treat her family like this. You know, even if her late husband was a very good husband, he couldn't do this. Kitahara-kun is a really nice person. Hayami Rina felt that this might be related to his miserable life experience. The more he lacked family affection, the more he valued family affection. However, we don't cherish things like what we have, and sometimes even feel that they are a burden. This is something that Kitahara-kun is worth learning from. Hayami Rina gradually realized that the more she interacted with Kitahara Chiki, the more she could detect his shining points, and his advantages shone like stars. Hayami Rina's favorability +1. Yay! One more point added. It increased a little on the day they officially started dating and had sex, and it increased a little from the hard work over the past few days, and it increased a little just now, and now Hayami Rina's favorability towards him has reached 93 points. There are only 2 points left before you can get the reward again. Kitahara felt that it was quite fast, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. He stood up and walked to the desk, took out a stack of money from the drawer, counted out 100 Fukazawa Yukikai notes, returned to the sofa, and put them in Hayami Rina's hands. Sister Rina, don't be frugal. Don't let your family worry about you anymore. This way, we can live more peacefully. Well, thank you, Kitahara-kun. I will do it. Dad likes fishing. I will buy him a good fishing rod. Mom likes cooking and has always wanted a set of German knives. I will buy them for her. As for my sister, she is already married. The last time I went back was to attend her wedding, and I couldn't think of what to give her for a while. After taking the money, Hayami Rina muttered while thinking, they are already married? What a pity. Kitahara thought to himself, but I talked to my mother on the phone a while ago, and she said that my sister's marriage is not happy, and she doesn't know why. I'll see if I can give her some money to help her financially. Great. Kitahara was overjoyed. After receiving the huge sum of 1 million yuan from Kitahara, Hayami Rina could only repay him with her endless tenderness. Kitahara Chiki naturally put in a lot of effort. Another day wasted. Fortunately, on the next Friday afternoon, Hayami Rina took her daughter back to her hometown, so Kitahara was able to concentrate on writing without being burdened by love. Hayami Rina's hometown, Kanagawa Prefecture, is not far from Tokyo, just southwest of Tokyo, about an hour's drive away, which is considered a short trip. But Bayuan doesn't need to worry. So the following weekend, He put all his energy into writing Primitive Desire, the unforgettable adventure of a beautiful girl in the Goblin Cave. He is in very good physical condition now. He is full of energy, has good physical strength and a good memory. He can type with twice the result with half the effort, as if he were assisted by God. After staying up all night for 2 days, I finally finished the first draft. On Sunday afternoon, near dusk, Hayami Rina came back with her daughter Xiaoling. Xiaoling Chan was jumping around happily, and seemed particularly satisfied to be able to return to the countryside to play for 2 days. When Hayami Rina saw Kitahara, she first embraced him with her open arms and expressed her love for him. Then a trace of sadness appeared on his face and he said, "Kitahara-kun, my sister's marriage may not be able to maintain order. Her marriage is in crisis." "Huh? What's going on? Tell me in detail." Chapter 36. We are all family. Hayami Rina heard Kitahara's question and said after a little hesitation, "Kitahara-kun, please don't spread this. The person my sister is marrying seems to be gay." "What? Bent?" "Yes, she is a lesbian. My sister has been suffering since the beginning of her marriage. She struggled for half a year and recently decided to end the marriage." Hayami Rina nodded in confirmation. "This. How could such a thing happen? The probability is too small. Didn't your sister have sex with that man before marriage?" Kitahara was surprised. "No, that man looked gentle and refined. If he didn't take the initiative, my sister couldn't take the initiative to ask for it. The man's conditions were very good, so my sister married him without thinking, who knew it would be like this." "So what's the situation now? Can the divorce go smoothly?" Kitahara was very concerned. The man didn't want a divorce and wanted to maintain the marriage on the surface. He said it didn't matter if my sister found someone else as long as it wasn't known to everyone. "But my sister doesn't want to suffer anymore. She feels sick and doesn't want to stay in their house for a day. Now she has returned to my parents' house." Hayami Rina felt sad for her sister's misfortune. "This. Sister Rina, is there anything we can do to help your sister? By the way, we don't even know her name yet." Kitahara asked. "My sister's name is Hayami Rina. Come to think of it, she is the same age as you, Kitahara-kun." Alas, the man is still dragging his feet. "Let's see how it will be resolved later. My sister said that she wanted to deal with this matter as soon as possible, and then might find a job in Tokyo and temporarily leave the place that made her sad. By then, my sister might stay with us for a while. Kitahara-kun, what do you think?" Hayami Rina looked at Kitahara and asked. Bayuan gave her a firm look. "I absolutely support this. Reina-chan is so pitiful. We must help her and let her feel the beauty and kindness of this world. Help her get out of this unfortunate shadow." "Well, Kitahara-kun, you are so kind. Fortunately, I have you, otherwise I can't help her. Speaking of which, you gave me so much money this time, so I can buy gifts for my parents. My parents like it very much and are also happy that I can find you to rely on. I gave the remaining money to my sister, which at least helped her solve some of her living problems. This good news also helped to dispel some of the gloom in my family." Hayami Rina was very emotional. "Fortunately, I met Kitahara-kun. If she went back this time, she would still be like before, raising Xiaoling alone, and it would be difficult for her to make a living. How could she buy gifts for her parents and help her sister? If that were the case, and both sisters were living such a miserable life, how sad would their parents be? At least her life is better now, which gives them peace of mind. Sister Rina, you don't need to be so polite to me. Your relatives are my relatives. We are all family. It is only right for us to help each other when we encounter difficulties. Kitahara thinks that he must help Reina-chan, and he has to help her. Even Jesus can't do anything about it. He said so. Hayami Rina is so attractive, so her sister can't be much worse. I really want her to come and stay with me soon." The next day, Kitahara and Hayami Rina, mother and daughter, went out at the same time after breakfast. Rina Hayami sends her daughter to kindergarten. Kitahara took the manuscript of his new book to Shueisha Publishing House to find his editor. The headquarters of Shueisha was not far from where he lived. He took the train for 2 stops and then walked a short distance to get there. Today is Monday. It's still early and the streets are full of office workers rushing to work. These office workers seem to be driven forward by an invisible force. Looking closely, they were all dressed very neatly, with the men wearing well-cut, spotless suits and shiny leather shoes. The smaller number of women wore elegant suits or professional dresses, with delicate makeup but unable to hide their tired looks. Everyone seemed to be in such a hurry, as if a second's delay would bring serious consequences. Most of them had serious expressions on their faces, with slightly furrowed brows, tightly closed lips, and their eyes revealing an indescribable stress and anxiety. Those tense faces were like puppets tightly bound by life, losing the ease and freedom they should have. From their slightly heavy footsteps and occasional yawns, one can clearly feel the fatigue they're carrying. This kind of fatigue does not only come from physical exhaustion, but more likely comes from deep-seated boredom and helplessness about work. These are the corporate slaves in Tokyo whose bubble burst. They basically all have huge mortgage loans, and the tremendous pressure makes them breathless. They work very hard, but still face the risk of being laid off at any time. Comparable to cattle and horses. Compared to the hurried pace of these people, Kitahara was enjoying the morning scenery of Tokyo as if he was strolling in a garden. And by the way, he was looking for any woman who caught his eye. Wasn't that the guy who just passed by? When he was about to reach Shueisha, Kitahara suddenly stopped without any warning, as if he was under a spell. He turned around quickly and looked behind him. What appeared in his sight was a tall and graceful girl. The girl's face is as delicate and tender as a flower just blooming in spring. Her pure beauty makes people fall in love with her. She has a graceful figure, beautiful long legs, and a slender waist. The fresh and natural temperament she exudes is like the warmth brought by the first ray of sunshine in the morning. The key point is that Kitahara knows her. Isn't she Izumi Sakai? In his previous life, most of the women on the island that Kitahara knew were from the dark world. Izumi Sakai is one of the few girls he admires who lives a simple and clean life. This is the national goddess of everyday people. Why is she here? What does she want to do? How to get in touch with her? 3 philosophical questions instantly arose in Kitahara's mind. Chapter 37: Suzuki Misaki's Persuasion. There is no doubt about the beauty of Izumi Sakai. Just like her name, she is really as pure as a clear and transparent spring water. She is also known as the most beautiful female rock musician in history. Beautiful, clean, and pure. This is the first impression everyone gets when they see her, but this alone is far from enough to describe her beauty, because her elegant and refined temperament is indescribable. To be honest, Kitahara was moved at this moment. At this moment, his heart, which had always been as calm as water, suddenly began to ripple as if a stone was thrown into it, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. This kind of heartbeat did not come suddenly, but was like a seed buried deep underground, which quietly broke through the soil and grew and spread rapidly without anyone noticing. At this moment, he clearly felt that the dormant emotions deep in his heart began to awaken and become restless. Because once upon a time, he was also a pure love boy. But after being hurt in love, he thought he would never love again. Especially after traveling here, Baiyuan's initial idea was to play around in the world and face this life with a cynical attitude. Because a broken heart is like broken glass, and the stupidity of loving can never be recovered. He doesn't want to be a prisoner of love anymore. But the moment he saw Izumi Sakai, Kitahara felt that he had fallen in love again. Damn it! Why is Sister Quan Shui so beautiful? You really can't blame him for being useless. Chiki Kitahara did not rush to say hello, but quietly watched Izumi Sakai walk farther and farther away, and finally disappear in the crowd. There's no point in going up to say hello. As we all know, Izumi Sakai is very shy, so this might scare her. Besides, I don't have any extra girlfriends right now, so I have to think about this matter carefully. Kitahara withdrew his gaze reluctantly and silently made up his mind that he must make Izumi Sakai, the national goddess of his future life, become one of his girlfriends. In the editorial office on the 3rd floor of Shueisha, Kitahara Chiki waited for a while before Suzuki Misaki arrived after the regular meeting. Just as I remembered, Suzuki Misaki was a plump woman with mature charm. The headlights are even better than Hayami Rina. She has short hair that reaches her ears and has slightly curled ends. With her pretty face and a professional suit, she looks neat and tidy, with a capable temperament. What an intellectual, elegant, mature, and beautiful woman. After seeing her, Kitahara's love for Sakai Izumi faded a lot. A wise man does not fall in love, and an iron pot only stews geese. When it comes to love, whoever touches it will be fooled, and whoever falls in love first will lose. We must not forget our original intention. If you really love someone, what will you do with Misaki Suzuki, who is right in front of you? What about Reina, your ill-fated sister-in-law who you have never met? On this island, there are countless beauties waiting for him to take care of. We must stick to our original intentions. Kitahara Chiki reminded himself secretly. Good morning, Kitahara-kun. I didn't expect you to come so early. Hurry up and show me your new manuscript. Come to think of it, I can't wait. Suzuki Misaki rushed into the office, threw the pile of documents in her hand onto the desk, then greeted Kitahara while taking off her coat. After a moment of distraction, Baiyuan reacted. Oh, okay. Here, please take a look, Sister Misaki. Kitahara took out the manuscript from the briefcase he carried with him, walked up to Suzuki Misaki and handed it to her. As he got closer, He could smell a pleasant scent coming from Suzuki Misaki. It was a scent like that of ripe fruit, lingering faintly at the tip of his nose, making him feel a little intoxicated. I couldn't help but sniff it a few more times. By the way, take a closer look at her proud figure. Huh. Why is the title so long? That's weird. Kitahara-kun, what were you thinking? Why did you choose such a long title? Suzuki Misaki didn't notice Kitahara's bad behavior. She focused all her attention on the manuscript. When I saw the huge title of the book at the beginning, I had a question. Isn't this a selling point? The longer the name, the more eye-catching it is, and it can also show more information about the content of the book. This should be fine, right? Kitahara explained, then asked uncertainly. He also didn't know whether the cultural industry department here in Shaorizi had any regulations in this regard. Anyway, in his previous life, he knew that the names of Shaorizi's light novels were all quite long. This also indirectly affected the domestic novel industry, causing book titles to become longer and longer. If there weren't a 15-character limit, I wonder how long those failed authors would dare to come up with. It's quite outrageous. To be honest, this is really hard not to complain about, and it is also hard to understand. Such a long title makes people feel that it is not concise enough and lacks depth. It must be a piece of rubbish. The author's level must be average. Kitahara thinks so too. But there is so much traffic. If a book had a short title but could still get the same amount of attention, Baiyuan would not have given the book a title that he himself despised in his previous life. Of course, this life was different. In his previous life, he passively accepted it, but this time he took the initiative. The main thing is that this kind of book title does have a selling point. Making money is not shameful. Suzuki Misaki heard this and shook her head. There's no hard and fast rule for this. Nowadays, the titles of light novels of the genres like bizarre and romance are generally long, but they're not as long as yours. We'll study the title later. Let me read the content first. After a brief explanation, Suzuki Misaki carefully read the contents of the manuscript. While reading, I also exclaimed, Kitahara-kun's writing style is still so beautiful and fresh, so smooth and natural. As an editor, she read very quickly. She had flipped through several pages in less than a minute, and those embarrassing plots came into her eyes. She raised her head in astonishment, her face full of disbelief. Kitahara-kun, is this a hentai novel? How can you write something like this? Why not? Kitahara-chiki shrugged and asked back. Because. Kitahara-kun, are you giving up on yourself because the results of your previous books were not satisfactory? You can't do this. Wouldn't you be abusing your talent? Yes, literary creation is hard and difficult. But you can't give up easily. I just got the data this morning that Mr. Haruki Murakami's Norwegian Wood has sold 3 million copies. This is such exciting news. Kitahara-kun, I have always believed that your talent is no less than that of Mr. Murakami. You should stick to it. Suzuki Misaki advised earnestly. After hearing this, Baiyuan smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Misaki, I'll never be able to write a book like Norwegian Wood. But I can write Norwegian groaning. Do you want to read it? Chapter 38 Professional Suzuki Misaki. Kitahara-chiki saw a hint of disappointment in Suzuki Misaki's eyes after she heard her joke. Her sadness was evident on her face. I thought of all the care she had given me in my previous life, and how sincere her concern and attention to me had been just now. Baiyuan couldn't bear to let this mature and beautiful woman down, nor did he want her to misunderstand him. He quickly explained. Misaki sister, I have no intention of giving up literature, but I have to eat, right? Ideals can't be eaten, nor can they pay my rent. I have no choice but to write erotic novels. Ah, Kitahara-kun is short of money now. Is it to the point where you can't afford your living expenses? Do you need me to lend you some money for temporary use? When Suzuki Misaki heard Kitahara say this, her expression finally improved a little. She really had a good impression of Baiyuan, and when she heard that he was short of money, she thought about lending him some. How could Baiyuan have the nerve to use a woman's money? He was not a gigolo. This was just an excuse he made up temporarily. That's not necessary, Sister Misaki. Can you help me look at the new book and see if it can be published? To be honest, I was under a lot of pressure some time ago and almost had a mental breakdown. I finally came out of it and decided to write about light-hearted topics. I think this work is pretty good, and I think I have a talent for writing erotic stories. Scratching his head, Kitahara smiled shyly. Suzuki Misaki also laughed when she heard this, but she quickly became serious. Kitahara-kun, you must pay attention to your mental state. When you are under too much pressure, you must find a way to relieve it. You can talk to a friend or to me. You must release your emotions. Writers are indeed under a lot of pressure, and it is easy for them to take extreme personal actions, that is, suicide. In our country, there are famous or unknown writers who commit suicide every year. You should pay special attention to this point. Baiyuan nodded. Yes, I will pay attention to it. But I don't need to worry about this problem for the time being. There is no pressure in writing this kind of thing. Sister Misaki, please help me take a look. What Baiyuan was thinking was, it's a pity that you reminded me too late. The original owner Baiyuan has already died. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this book Primitive Desire, the unforgettable adventure of a beautiful girl in the Goblin Cave. Kitahara doesn't have any pressure now. Damn, the more he writes this thing, the more fun it becomes. Sometimes, when he's having so much fun writing, he even wants to ask Hayami Rina to practice with him. Where does the pressure come from? However, he knew that the suicide rate among writers was high. He had seen statistics that said 80% of writers had emotional disorders and 45% suffered from mania or depression. This is indeed a high-risk industry. Alas, I still think it's a waste for Kitahara-kun to write this kind of thing. Is it really necessary to do this? Otherwise, you should reconsider it. You are a top student in the Department of Literature at the University of Tokyo. It's too unqualified to write erotic things. Don't you have any mental pressure? Back to this erotic novel, Suzuki Misaki is still a little speechless. Why did Kitahara-kun write something like this? At this moment, she still felt like she was dreaming. This was once a rising star in the literary world. How could she have fallen to this point? If it gets out, it will make headlines. She also wanted to save Baiyuan, just like saving a girl who was about to fall. Sister Misaki, I have to solve the problem of food and clothing first. We can talk about literature after I have enough food, right? It's just for survival. There is no such thing as disqualification. I promise you that I will never give up literary creation in the future. Kitahara said helplessly. This editor sister is really persistent in saving him. She has good intentions, but he doesn't need it. He just wanted to see if he could get published. If that doesn't work, try asking another publishing house. Trouble. Seeing Kitahara say this, Suzuki Misaki sighed. Well, you must remember what you said. Also, you need to prepare a pen name. You can't publish this thing under your real name, otherwise your reputation will never be restored. I won't tell anyone about this either. Hi, thank you, Misaki-ne. Kitahara nodded and thanked him. I have to say that this editor is really nice and treats him really well. She really considers him in every way. Kitahara was quite touched. He had considered the pen name before. At first, he thought of using his real name. If nothing else, it would at least create enough hype. Literary rising star Chiki Kitahara has become a pornographic novelist. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Just this one title on the newspaper headlines can at least attract enough attention to his new book and sell tens of thousands more copies, right? Fame is worthless anyway, so he doesn't care. But after meeting Izumi Sakai today, he felt that he should still take care of his reputation. It doesn't matter for ordinary people, but if you want to date such a goddess-level person, you still need a serious professional identity. The profession of erotic novelist is obviously not suitable. Well, literary writer sounds much better. Kitahara-kun, what you wrote is quite interesting. Your writing style is excellent and your writing foundation is solid. What's rare is that you can put aside your pride to study erotic novels, carefully shape the characters, conceive the plot, and make innovations and changes. I have read quite a few erotic novels, and yours ranks among the best. Misaki Suzuki watched and gave comments. To be honest, when she read the book carefully and got into it, she really thought it was well written. Generally, people who write this kind of stuff lack literary literacy and writing skills. With Baiyuan's level, he is more than enough to crush them in this aspect. But it should be noted that erotic novels do not value writing style, but are more concerned with the description of the plot and the story. People who read this kind of thing just want to feel excited and thrilled. Kitahara's story is very exciting. Well, it's exciting almost the entire time. It loses some of its rationality, but it still feels coherent and makes people want to continue reading until the end. This story is also very innovative. I really don't know what Kitahara was thinking. Then, Sister Misaki, can this be published? Kitahara asked hopefully. Of course I can. If your work cannot be published, it will be a great loss to the entire erotic world. Kitahara-kun, you said you have talent in this area, and I think it's really possible. Your last few words of description have given rise to endless reverie. Do you plan to write a second volume? Suzuki Misaki exclaimed. Well, I do have that plan, but it depends on how the sales go first. At least I can only write it if someone likes it. I think it should be fine. Let's put it this way, Kitahara-kun, This work is basically mature, but there are some details that need to be worked out. Let me help you revise them. For example, some descriptions of the environment are too detailed and complicated and need to be cut out. There is no need to describe them like this in such erotic writing. In terms of the plot, I plan to add a little more content. The setting of the dark lake is good, and on this basis, we can add a dark river. The dark lake you wrote about is not very large and can get dirty easily. It would be great if there was a flowing river to wash it. You could also add some interactive descriptions of the dark river scene. Listening to Suzuki Misaki's story of offense, Kitahara Chiki was at a loss. What's going on? How come Suzuki Misaki looks like a professional? Chapter 39, The God of Hentai. Also, you only described Zun's state in the end. What about the other two supporting characters? Do you need to write about them a little bit? Will they have more scenes in the future plot? Is this necessary? Misaki Suzuki expressed her opinions on the problems in this book, mainly focusing on the details and the overall ideas. Kitahara Chiki shook his head after listening. They don't have many scenes together, so there's no need to write about them. The atmosphere and scene at that time are not suitable for too much description. Misaki sister, can I ask you why you seem so professional about erotic novels? Do you also write this kind of thing? Hobbies are just hobbies. I haven't written much about them. Kitahara-kun, let's talk business. Do you have any objections to what I just said? A hint of embarrassment inadvertently flashed across Suzuki Misaki's face, but she quickly evaded the question. However, Kitahara caught it keenly. He was extremely sure in his heart at this moment. Damn, this woman must also write pornographic things, it's confirmed. As expected, not only novel authors like to have side jobs, editors do the same. Kitahara really wants to take out her ID and see what it says. No wonder the system said her marriage was unstable. She was so busy at work every day and had a side job when she got home from get off work. She didn't even have time to deal with her married life. It would be strange if her marriage was stable. Haha, no problem, absolutely no problem. I believe in the professionalism of Sister Misaki. Kitahara said with a smile. The beautiful editor was willing to help him revise his article, and he was so grateful that he had no time to complain. This stuff doesn't matter in the first place. It's just a little pornographic story. He is not like some extreme authors who value their works like their own children, which are more important than their lives. Here in Beiyuan, as long as it can be published, he will make any changes he wants. Not to mention changing less than 1/3 of the content. He has no objection even to changing the entire text. The premise is that he should not do it himself, but have someone help him to revise it, like Misaki Suzuki did. That's it. I'll help you revise it in the next 2 days, and you can come and take a look at it. If there are no problems, I'll submit it for review. Erotic novels are reviewed and approved very quickly. If everything goes well, it will probably be published and released next week. The publishing industry on the island is very developed and ranks among the best in the world, especially now in the 1990s, when the per capita book consumption level ranks first. This has led to extremely high efficiency in this industry, with it only taking a few days for a book to go from finalization to publication. Especially for light novels like Kitahara's, which don't have much content and are very thin books, there is no need to distribute them nationwide. In the early stage, they only need to be tested in major bookstores in Tokyo. This kind of thing can be published in 2 or 3 days at the fastest, and if there is no need to wait in line for printing, it will not be much slower than a newspaper. So the success or failure of writing this kind of thing will be revealed very quickly. Hearing what Suzuki Misaki said, a smile appeared on Kitahara's face. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. This was the first time in his second life that something he wrote was published as a paper book and sold. It gives me a great sense of accomplishment. I don't know how many people will spend money to buy it by then. But soon he thought of a question. Misaki sister, I have to find a good artist to draw the cover of this book for me. I'm counting on the cover to attract people to buy it. Suzuki Misaki smiled and said, Don't worry, Kitahara-kun. We take this more seriously than you do. After all, if the sales are good, I have performance, and our publishing house can also make a profit. I will arrange a good artist to design it for you. How about using the Dark Lake scene for the cover, with 3 beautiful girls in the center and a group of short green goblins around them? Good. That's it, Misaki-ne. I'm going to go back first. Remember to inform me when you make the cover. You don't need it after you revise the content. There's no need. Just use Hikawa Tsunasoka as your pen name. You don't need to think about it anymore. Hikawa Tsunasoka? Why such a strange pen name? Shueisha is a large publishing house, and erotic novels are not banned publications here. So with the nod from editor Misaki Suzuki, The publication of Kitahara's book was basically confirmed. Therefore, Kitahara felt particularly happy. As long as it can be published, he doesn't care how much it can sell in the end or how much royalties he can earn. With the system in place, he doesn't need the money. What he cares about is the sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. He achieved this not by relying on the system but by his own ability. If it sells well later on, and an animation company takes a fancy to it and buys the copyright to make an animation, that would be perfect. The weather today was good, not too hot. I had only been at the publishing house for less than an hour, and it was still early, so Kitahara, in a good mood, decided to walk home. Anyway, it's only 2 stops away and it won't take too much time to walk. I'm just on the road to see if I can meet a goddess like Azumi Sakai, and also to think about my next plan. Next, Kitahara will continue to write. As for what to write, he needs to study it carefully. There are currently 3 directions for him to choose from. One is to continue writing the 2nd volume of Primitive Desire. He already has a preliminary idea of the content of the 2nd volume, and it will be easy to write and can be completed in about a week. Moreover, he is even considering the contents of the 3rd and 30th volumes. If all goes well, he plans to make Primitive Desire into a series. I believe that if it is really successful, it will be quite a sensation not only in the erotic world, but also in the entire island country's novel world. The 2nd direction is to write The Sky of Fate. This book is also very easy to write because it is completely based on reference plagiarism. You don't need to rack your brains to think about the plot. You just need to write it down with some literary skills. Moreover, the story is perfect, has been tested by the market, and has a certain influence and popularity. It was released about 10 years earlier than the normal timeline, and I believe that the people of the island will love and pursue it. In addition, Kitahara also plans to make The Sky of Fate into a series. The content is all based on some well-known anime. Some innovative changes can be made to the plot, and the story can be written more outstandingly. In this way, he fundamentally raised the standard of erotic novels by his own efforts, and used these 2 series of novels to make the pen name Hikawa Tsunezaka the god of erotic novels. This is a vague thought that Kitahara has had recently. This idea is mainly based on his hobbies and bad tastes, and it is really of no help in other aspects. He doesn't need money, but fame. He needs to use a pseudonym to get it, and can't do it openly. He is now considering whether to implement it, because he has a 3rd option, which is the path he just decided to continue. That is the path of pure literary creation. I have to say that this road is difficult to walk on. As mentioned before, many people have reached a dead end on this road and forced themselves to death, just like the original owner. But he still wanted to leave, because he needs this identity. In the island country, writer is a very respected and beloved profession, and because of copyright protection, the income from this profession is considerable. If you are really talented and hardworking enough, you can indeed make a lot of money. Just like Haruki Murakami, who wrote a book like Norwegian Wood and sold millions or tens of millions of copies, and earned hundreds of millions from royalties. This is not the most important thing. What is important is the social status he gained as a result. Who dares to despise and neglect such a great writer? If it were Baiyuan, if he said he liked someone, which woman would dare not date him? Of course, Kitahara believes that he does not have as much ability and talent as Murakami. But it doesn't matter, he has a system plug-in. Brother Tongzi, among your special rewards, are there any rewards for improving my literary literacy to help me become a great writer? Damn, there are hosts, but they cannot be directly anchored and selected. They need to be drawn from a large range of literary skills. Chapter 40. Hayami Rina's sense of security explodes. Baiyuan felt a little resentful that he couldn't directly select the reward. Are there many things in this literary skill? Is it easy to extract? He asked the system. Kitahara wanted to know how many types of rewards there were within this range and what the chances were of winning a certain one. Replying to the host, literature and art is a broad and diverse field of art that contains a variety of styles and forms. It includes music, fine arts, literature, photography, painting, dance, performance, drama, and hundreds of other types. If the host wants to draw something, it will depend entirely on luck. That's useless. It seems that this cannot be obtained in the short term, and I can only rely on myself for the time being. When Kitahara heard that there were hundreds of types, he was stunned and wanted to give up. But it was impossible for him to give up. Putting literature aside, he was actually coveting the music reward. If I could draw this thing and become a musician, wouldn't it be easy for me to get in touch with Azumi Sakai? As fellow musicians, it should be easy for us to get in touch with each other and discuss and communicate with each other, right? But this one is also very difficult to win. Kitahara thought to himself that it seemed that he had to speed up the process of conquering Hayami Rina and improve her favorability so that her favorability would reach the maximum value as soon as possible. In this way, She can get 4 special reward opportunities through herself. Leave a little to continue to improve your happiness index. I guess you can always draw something useful from the other 3 points. On the way, Kitahara bought a bouquet of flowers for Hayami Rina at the flower shop and returned home. Hayami Rina was indeed very excited to receive the flowers. There was a gleam of happiness in her eyes and a sweet smile. I did not let Baiyuan down. Unfortunately, my favorability didn't increase, and I only got a few thousand yen in cash back. Kitahara-kun, why did you buy me flowers? It's quite a surprise. Hayami Rina held a bright rose in her hand, with a shy and charming smile on her face, as beautiful as peach blossoms blooming in spring. She hasn't received flowers in many years, and she has forgotten when was the last time. Her late husband was not a romantic man. He only gave her gifts a few times when they were dating. There were no such little surprises after they got married. She thought that Chiki Kitahara had never been in love and would not understand these things. Unexpectedly, he is not as dull as he looks, and he actually knows how to enjoy life. When I came back, I saw roses for sale at a roadside flower shop, so I bought a bouquet for Sister Rina. Roses symbolize love and represent my love for Sister Rina. Sister Rina, do you like them? Kitahara said affectionately. Yeah, I like it. Kitahara-kun, I love you too. Hayami Rina was very moved and walked up to Kitahara and hugged him to express her feelings. No woman can resist the offensive of flowers and sweet words. What's more, it was brought by someone as outstanding as Kitahara. By the way, Kitahara-kun, what did the publisher of your new book say? Has the manuscript been approved? Of course I passed. You can tell by looking at my mood. Kitahara said with a smile. Sugoi. Kitahara-kun is amazing. He got his manuscript approved in one try. When will it be published and sold? Your writer's royalties are settled based on the sales of the works, right? For a book like this, how much royalties can you expect to get? Hayami Rina asked curiously. Now that she has such a close relationship with Kitahara Chiki, it wouldn't hurt to ask about these things. She also really wanted to know Baiyuan's specific income, as it was related to whether her future life would be stable. This has nothing to do with morality or character. It is human nature. Baiyuan hesitated for a moment, then replied. This book is expected to be available next week. As for royalties, I estimate I can only earn a few million yen, or tens of millions at most. After all, this is a light novel that only took me a week to complete, so I can't ask for too much. Sugoi, so much? Are you that good at making money, Kitahara-kun? Can you make hundreds of millions of yen in just 1 week? Hayami Rina's mood at this moment was extremely complicated. In addition to shock, she also felt surprise, disbelief, and some complex emotions. She thought about how she had worked so hard before and only earned a few 100,000 yen a month, while Kitahara Chiki could earn in a week what she would have earned in several years of working. This is so unfair. But soon she felt a great sense of security again. If it's unfair, then it's unfair. There are many unfair things in this world. It's a good thing that Kitahara-kun can make money. The more he earns, the more stable his and Xiaoling's lives will be. So writers can make so much money? At this moment, her sense of security was overflowing. She doesn't know yet that Baiyuan is bragging. That's right. Kitahara deliberately exaggerated his income. Even if this book sold well, he estimated that the income would not exceed 1 million. Light novels are low-end publications, generally selling for only a few hundred yen per copy. The royalties he receives are probably only a few dozen yen per copy. How is it possible to make millions or tens of millions of yen with this thing? How many copies would that sell? Why do so many people like goblins? Kitahara just wanted to prove his ability by exaggerating his income so that Hayami Rina would not be so stingy when spending money in the future and delay his making money. It also saves you from wasting time and effort when buying things for her. Haha. Sister Rina, now you know my financial ability, so you don't have to save money for me in the future. Just spend it with confidence. I can afford it. I can fully guarantee the lives of you and Xiaoling-chan. By the way, I plan to write this book into a series, so that the income will be continuous and stable. If I sell the adaptation rights, I will have an additional large income. Kitahara Chiki continued to brag. Hayami Rina was overjoyed when she heard this, and happily threw herself into Kitahara's arms. Kitahara-kun, you are amazing. I never thought your income was so amazing. I admire you so much. Ding, Hayami Rina's favorability +1. Oh shit, what is going on? Giving flowers didn't increase my favorability, and neither did doing that thing. But hearing myself brag did. Ice and tea, Sister Rina, too realistic? Chapter 41, Love and Friendship. If you think about it carefully, Kitahara can actually understand it. Women, after all, just want a stable life, especially women like Hayami Rina who have experienced marriage and low points in life. They are no longer so love-brained, and they are no longer yearning for pure and beautiful love. What they care more about is material stability. Kitahara also hit upon it by accident. By bragging a lot, he actually gained a little favor. Alas, I don't have enough life experience and my experience is too shallow, so I don't know what women really need. If he had known earlier, he would have done it a long time ago. Gently stroking Hayami Rina's head, Kitahara said, "Don't worry, Sister Rina, for you and Xiao Lingchan, I will work hard on my writing, and I will definitely make more money to make you happy." "Well, thank you, Kitahara-kun, I feel so lucky and happy." Hayami Rina was very moved. She put her face on Kitahara's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat and feeling extremely peaceful. There was no more confusion and anxiety in her heart, and she felt more at ease than ever before. It's the feeling of finding dependence and reliance. After a moment, she suddenly woke up. "Oh, it's already noon. I have to hurry up and make dinner for Kitahara-kun. I can't delay your meal, otherwise it will affect your health." After lunch and a short rest, Kitahara returned to his home to write. After sitting at his desk and thinking for a long time, he decided to try writing a serious novel first. We must do both things well. We must work on erotic novels, but we cannot give up on literary novels either. At present, he is not in a hurry to finish the 2 series of erotic novels. While he has time, he wants to try writing some literary novels. After all, who doesn't have a literary dream? Who is willing to spend their entire life writing only erotic novels? Although he has not yet gained any ability bonus from the system in this regard, he wants to give it a try. What if it works? After spreading out the manuscript paper, Kitahara picked up his pen and wrote the words Tokyo Love Story on the paper. Literary works require depth. They should make people think and feel after reading, and arouse readers' resonance and emotional resonance. So the choice of subject matter is very important. Kitahara thinks that the current era of bubble bursting is a good backdrop. This is more in line with reality and makes it easier for people to empathize. As for the specific content of the story, he wanted to refer to the story about her colleague Sachiko that Hayami Rina told her a few days ago. The plots of the novel are all based on reality, and the story of Sachiko is a good one. 2 young men and women in love are separated by the various social contradictions and the ruthless reality, which is like an insurmountable gap between them. The male protagonist, a once high-spirited young man, gave up life in the big city and returned to his hometown to grow potatoes with loss and sadness. Although he was reluctant and loved her deeply, he had no choice. In order to pursue her dream and stay in this prosperous yet cold city, the heroine stepped into the customs house, forcing herself to smile and flatter. Every night, when the lights come on and the hustle and bustle of the city fills her ears, the heroine's heart will involuntarily drift far away, missing the hero. Of course, this has been processed by Kitahara art. If it was written that the 2 people did not love each other so deeply, and that the man just couldn't survive and would starve to death if he didn't go back to grow potatoes, and that the woman was selling them to make money, no one would read it. He wanted to find some reasonable reasons to make the plot not abrupt, and to highlight the unfriendly nature of the real society to young people, as well as the lives of the lower class people, the indifference of big cities, and so on. He has already thought of the ending. The story tells about the male protagonist who made a fortune growing potatoes, then returned to Tokyo to start a business, successfully founded a company and became a president. One day, when he was entertaining a client, he happened to meet the woman who was working as a nightclub. After many years, the former lovers met again. The male protagonist's love for the female protagonist is still deep. He has been single all these years. After this meeting, he decides not to let go and to be with the female protagonist no matter what. But the heroine feels that she is dirty now and is no longer worthy of the hero. So after a joyful occasion, he left quietly. Sold it in another city. For a literary work like this, the ending cannot be perfect, it must be a tragedy. There should be regrets, so that people will be impressed. Only tragedy can trigger readers' deep thinking and serve as a warning. Kitahara felt that his ending design was perfect. As for the plot, you can polish it as you go. After he started writing, Beiyuan, because he inherited the original owner's writing style, wrote well at the beginning. However, as he wrote, he discovered a problem. Why did you start writing directly from the beginning when the heroine fell into prostitution? What the hell is this description of how she receives different clients and has different experiences? Is it true that if you write too much pornographic content, you will not be able to write serious articles? Oh, let us leave it at that for now. Kitahara sighed helplessly, put away the several pages of manuscript he had written, and temporarily gave up this creative plan. Let us talk about it later. Let me write about goblins first today. Otherwise, what you write will be incoherent and you will waste your time. Goblin is much easier to write, and doesn't require any brainpower at all. An introduction was left at the end of the first volume, and the protagonist Zun was obviously a little unsatisfied and became addicted. The content of the second volume, conceived by Kitahara, is about how she and her companions often miss what happened that day after returning to the city school. Such unforgettable adventures are deeply engraved in people's minds and make people reminisce. She is obviously suffering from a disease called masochism syndrome. As the peaceful days passed, Zun's longing became more and more serious, gradually reaching its extreme. Thinking that there was no life-threatening danger there, Zun went to the cave again alone. The next day, Zun returned tired but satisfied. From then on, she began to visit the cave regularly. Little did she know that her abnormal behavior attracted the attention of her boyfriend. That's right, the second volume has a male protagonist. The first volume mainly talks about the friendship between the girl Zun and her companions, while the second volume, Kitahara, mainly talks about love. Friendship and love are both very special emotions in human life. They are both important, precious, and worth writing about. After discovering her abnormal behavior, Zun's boyfriend secretly followed her out of concern and wanted to see what his girlfriend was doing. Then he saw the most painful scene in his life. The important thing is that my girlfriend actually volunteered. He was extremely sad and jumped out and loudly asked his girlfriend why. He got no answer because he was dead. When the goblins discovered that this guy was not a female, they simply divided him up to fill their stomachs. And Zun, after seeing her boyfriend lose his life in front of her, felt extremely regretful. She felt guilty for what she had done and she wanted to atone for it. She wants to destroy these goblins and avenge her boyfriend. Chapter 42, Goblin Volume 2 Contents. Everyone must have guessed that it is difficult for a girl like Zun to seek revenge, as she can only rely on her own body. This was the only solution she could think of. It's still difficult. But when the seeds of hatred are planted in the heart, they begin to grow and spread wildly. Even if the road ahead is full of thorns and difficulties, to her, it no longer matters. Because the hatred that was deeply rooted in her heart was like a raging fire, devouring her reason and soul. She bit her lips tightly, her eyes firm and resolute, and vowed to personally put an end to these evil creatures that once brought her endless happiness. She wanted them to use their lives to commemorate the beautiful and innocent boy who would forever remain in his youth. That originally pretty and tender face was now covered with crystal clear tears since I don't know when. However, Zun still suppressed his inner grief and anger, and tried hard to flatter the group of hideous goblins. Her every smile and every flattering gesture were like sharp daggers, piercing his heart deeply. But only in this way can she get close to them and wait for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. At this moment, Zun's heart was already occupied by the thought of revenge, and nothing else. After that, Zun still came to the goblin cave regularly to serve them, but she secretly practiced martial arts with her good friend Nanako. Love, friendship, betrayal, and revenge. The second volume of Primitive Desire, The Unforgettable Adventures of a Beautiful Girl in the Goblin Cave, contains many elements. Compared with the first volume, the story content of this volume is extremely rich and colorful. Kitahara feels that this is a fascinating and perfect work. This work expresses the complex emotions of human beings and is thought-provoking. At the end, Kitahara also designed an introduction to facilitate the subsequent content. The introduction is that after the three beautiful girls dealt with all the goblins, they explored the cave. Finally, they found a portal that was flashing with mysterious light in the deepest part of the cave. They guessed that this might be the reason why the goblins appeared here. I don't know what the other side of the portal leads to. This is the overall story outline, which is already very complete. Kitahara has basically sorted it out in his mind, so it is very smooth to write. It was much smoother than writing that crappy Tokyo love story. Completely immersed in the joy of typing, Kitahara forgot everything else. It was not until Hayami Rina came to call him for dinner that Kitahara realized it was already evening. He wrote for a whole afternoon and produced 3,000 to 4,000 words. He stood up, stretched his slightly stiff body, and rubbed his sore cervical vertebrae and wrists. Kitahara smiled at Hayami Rina and said, "Sister Rina, what delicious food did you make? Come to think of it, I'm a little hungry." Hayami Rina did not answer him, but her face was full of consideration and distress. She stepped forward and asked Kitahara to sit back on the chair. She put her hands on Kitahara's shoulders and pressed gently. "Kitahara-kun, it's not good for your health to work at your desk for a long time. You should get up and move around to relax your body. Don't get too tired." "Yeah, I know. I was so engrossed in what I was writing that I forgot about it. Sister Rina's massage is really comfortable. Press harder." Upon hearing this, Hayami Rina immediately increased the strength of her hands. At this moment, she was full of admiration for Kitahara Chiki. Kitahara-kun was so outstanding and yet he worked so hard. No wonder he could achieve such success and earn so much money. Sure enough, Success is not accidental. It is the result of Kitahara-kun's persistent efforts. It is amazing. This made her ashamed. I can't just sit there and enjoy the fruits of Kitahara-kun's labor. I must work hard to repay him. Hayami Rina was thinking in her heart, is there anything else she can do and be of help? At least, I can let Kitahara know my feelings. Xiao Lingchan was still alone in the next room, so after a while, the two of them went back first. Hayami Rina said to press it again before going to bed at night. The dinner was very sumptuous. Since Beiyuan joined the family, the quality of the meals has improved, and there is no shortage of fish, meat, eggs, milk, etc. The faces of Hayami Rina and her daughter looked much better as a result. At the dining table, the family was having a great time enjoying the delicious food while listening to Xiao Lingchan talking about the interesting things that happened in kindergarten with her hands and feet dancing. Although it is just an ordinary life, this ordinariness is very precious and full of happiness. After dinner, the family went out for a walk. The night in Tokyo is beautiful. Walking on the street, all you can see are colorful neon lights flashing. This is a city that never sleeps. Even at night, there are pedestrians everywhere. Street performers are showing off their talents on the roadside, and there are also many food stalls that have set up their stalls to welcome customers. There are children playing, couples quarreling, some people crying, and some people laughing. All of this makes the city's night more lively and interesting. Chapter 43. A turning point appears. In the dim bedroom, Hayami Rina took out the prepared massage oil, unscrewed the cap, and poured some of the liquid with an elegant and refreshing scent into her fair palm. Then, she gently closed her hands and rubbed them slowly and gently, as if she wanted to transfer the warmth of her palms to the cold essential oil. As she continued to rub, the originally cold essential oil gradually became warm. After making preparations, Hayami Rina leaned over slightly and applied the essential oil that had been rubbed warm on Kitahara-chiki's back. Her movements were extremely gentle. The moment the essential oil touched her skin, a warm and comfortable feeling arose and quickly spread throughout Kitahara-chiki's body. Then, Hayami Rina began to display her skilled massage techniques. She first used her fingers to gently press the acupoints on Kitahara-chiki's back with just the right amount of force, which made people feel obvious stimulation without causing pain. Then, she used her palms to slowly massage along both sides of the spine, relieving the tension and fatigue of the muscles. Her technique was skillful, sometimes as light as a spring breeze, and sometimes as powerful as a raging sea. Under her massage, Kitahara-chiki's tense body gradually relaxed, and she enjoyed this rare tranquility and comfort. The night was dark and the temperature in the bedroom was a little stuffy. Massage is not an easy job, and Kitahara's body is no longer as thin as before, and the muscles on his back are now firm, so Hayami Rina gradually feels tired. Kitahara spent the next 2 days riding at home. In his spare time, he gets along very well with Hayami Rina and her daughter. Unfortunately, his favorability has not changed in the past 2 days and is still at 94 points. He was just one step away from getting another reward. Kitahara was a little anxious. The value of this thing is increasing too slowly. We must do something. But what to do? Send gifts? Send things? Go on a trip? I always feel like there's a lack of reason and it's not quite appropriate. Is it really true that we can only wait and see? While Kitahara was feeling a little anxious, a turning point occurred on Thursday. On Thursday morning, Kitahara received a call from editor Suzuki Masoki, asking him to go to the publishing house to sign the authorization agreement for publishing the novel and to give him some advice on the cover. Set out to Beiyuan. Things went very smoothly. The original owner had been cooperating with Shueisha for many years, so the contract and other things just followed the previous ones and was signed quickly. As the author of this thing, he has no say in it, so he just has to listen to others. Unless he really becomes famous and becomes a great writer. Only then will you be qualified to negotiate with the publishing house about the sharing of royalties. The cover issue was also simple. The artist hired by Suzuki Masoki had already drawn 3 drafts. Kitahara picked the most revealing and stimulating one, and that was the finalized one. After leaving Shueisha and returning home, as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw several strangers in formal attire standing at the door of Hayami Rina's house. These people kept nodding and bowing, as if they were asking Hayami Rina to do something. Hayami Rina blocked the door with a stern face, not even letting them in. Beiyuan was confused. What was going on? What were these people doing? Are you selling insurance? Smith, please move aside. Kitahara separated the people at the door, squeezed into Hayami Rina's house, and asked what happened. Hayami Rina's expression was very unhappy. She shook her head slightly and said to the leader of the group, Mr. Nakamura, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Please don't bother me anymore. After saying that, she closed the door mercilessly. It really turns people away. This time, Kitahara was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. This situation is too abnormal. You know, Hayami Rina is usually known for her gentleness, gracefulness, and tenderness. What kind of vicious behavior and unreasonable demands could make her so angry? Hayami Rina walked back to the sofa with a gloomy face and sat down. Then, as if all her strength had been drained away, she slowly leaned against the back of the sofa. At first she just shed silent tears, but they soon turned into soft sobs, and her shoulders shook slightly as she cried. Seeing this situation, Kitahara Chiki couldn't help but make a bold guess. Could it be that Sister Rina had some shameful dealings with the Yakuza gang or people in the sex industry? Has she borrowed money from loan sharks? Have you ever taken a photo album? Or sold it? I heard that the underworld and grey industries here are quite formal. But isn't this too polite? Although he was extremely confused, Kitahara calmly came to sit next to Hayami Rina, handed her a tissue and let her lean on it. It would be inappropriate to ask her further at this time. Just wait until she calms down and tells her the answer herself. Sure enough, after a while, Hayami Rina spoke up. Those were people from the bank. Phew, when Kitahara heard that it was someone from the bank, he finally felt relieved. Chapter 44, Bold Ideas. Someone from the bank? Sister Rina, do you owe money to the bank? Kitahara asked with concern. It wasn't me, it was my late husband. Watanabe borrowed a large sum of money from the bank before he died, which was why he jumped off the building. Before, he and I both wanted to own a single family house. Hayami Rina slowly told the whole story. After listening for a long time, Baiyuan finally understood. It turns out that after Hayami Rina and her husband got married, they bought this apartment here to live temporarily. Both of them like single family houses and plan to buy a piece of land and build an independent house of their own. They can then rent out the apartment and collect rent, or sell it. After all, the real estate industry was very hot at that time, and housing prices rose sharply every year. You would never lose money by buying a house. At that time, her husband Mr. Watanabe also had a considerable income, because in the financial industry, when the market economy was good, the income was far higher than that of ordinary industries. He was also overconfident, thinking that he would always be able to earn such a high salary and was too optimistic about the future. So after seeing a piece of land, he borrowed money from the bank and bought it despite the high price. Including the later design, construction, decoration, etc., a lot of loans were taken out, which can be said to be overconsumption. It was not until the financial crisis broke out, Watanabe lost his job and was unable to repay his loans that he chose to commit suicide after being frequently harassed for debts. Now a question arises, right? Hayami Rina should also be obligated to repay Watanabe's bank loan? They were husband and wife at the beginning. Isn't it only natural that people come to collect debts now? Why is Sister Rina still giving me a cold shoulder? Isn't this a bit rude? Kitahara asked this question. Hayami Rina objected. I have no obligation to repay the loan. Watanabe has already considered everything for my daughter and I's future life. Before this, we had already agreed to divorce, and legally, we no longer have any relationship. According to the divorce agreement, except for the unfinished single-family house, all the property including my daughter belongs to me. This is the stable life that Watanabe bought for me and my daughter at the cost of his life. No one else has the right to take it away. Hayami Rina's expression was somewhat sad and painful. Perhaps she was recalling how good her late husband had been to her and her previous happy life. The emotions that had just calmed down on her beautiful face collapsed again and tears rolled down her face again. She bit her lips tightly, trying not to cry out loud, but the sadness was like a flood that broke through the dam and could not be controlled. Seeing her sad look, Kitahara was also touched. Alas, it seems that my ex-husband Watanabe-san is a very particular person. This was done very well. Being able to do this for his wife and children, he has fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband and father. Did I go too far? That day, I even specifically asked Sister Rina to have some super friendly behavior in the bedroom. Sister Rina and Mr. Watanabe must have had a lot of feelings for each other, but they were forced to separate. His chest was wet with tears again. After a long while, seeing that Hayami Rina was feeling better, Kitahara still had doubts in his heart. He asked again, So, shouldn't the bank come to you, Sister Rina? Mr. Watanabe is no longer with us, and you didn't deliberately defraud the loan. Isn't it okay to just use the single-family house to offset the debt? It's like this, there's no reason for them to bother me anymore, even though everyone knows what's going on. The reason these bank people came to me was mainly because the value of the single-family house had dropped so drastically that it was far from enough to offset Watanabe's loan, and it was also difficult to sell now. They probably had no other options, so they wanted me to buy it, but how could I afford it? When I explained the situation, they even suggested that I sell this apartment and buy that one family house, and they could provide a loan if I didn't have enough money. Hayami Rina smiled bitterly, feeling extremely ridiculous. In order to fill this hole, the people in the bank can think of any way possible. They don't even consider whether these orphans and widows have the ability to do so. If Kitahara-kun hadn't appeared, they wouldn't even have enough food to eat, so how could they move to a bigger house? It would be more reasonable to move to a worse house. Hayami Rina really didn't expect that these people in the bank could be so shameless, and this was not the first time they came to persuade her. They had come several times. She had already made it clear that she refused. But these people still persevere, and I don't know what they are thinking. This time, Kitahara finally understood what was going on. He could understand the bank's actions. It was simply because it lost money on the loan and wanted to find someone to take over. It is difficult to find an outsider, and if you can't find one, and the borrower has died, then of course you have to look for the borrower's family. What if Hayami Rina has feelings for that house and does something outrageous on impulse? Then wouldn't they have lost their money? Although the probability of this happening is extremely low, what if it happens? I guess it's because the banking industry is having a hard time right now, and they have nothing to do anyway, so they come out to try their luck. During the economic crisis, many industries were affected and all kinds of outrageous operations emerged. Kitahara gently stroked Hayami Rina's delicate shoulders, expressing his sympathy for her situation and saying with concern, "Sister Rina, they didn't do anything excessive to force you, did they? It would be fine if it was just lobbying and persuasion. We all work and it's not easy for everyone. Kitahara can understand that. But if there are any extreme behaviors or frequent harassment that affects normal life, then it is not acceptable. Kitahara must come forward to warn them." Hayami Rina shook her head. "No, we live in a society ruled by law now. They dare not do anything. This is the third time they have come, although the number of times is not too many, but every time it makes me sad for a long time." Kitahara nodded to show his understanding. Anyone who encountered such a thing would be very depressed. "Yeah, that's too much. Next time if they come again, Sister Linai should not open the door for them, or call the police directly to report them for harassment. Of course, you can also tell me and I will beat them away." "Well, Kitahara-kun, you're so nice, but hitting people is wrong, and it might get you hurt. I'll just not open the door for them." Hayami Rina finally felt better. Maybe because someone was listening to her, she was able to vent her emotions and she felt that this time she was not as sad as before. Maybe it's because I have someone to rely on. Speaking of which, Sister Rina, what is that single family house like? How much did Mr. Watanabe borrow from the bank for it? Do you like that house? Kitahara looked at Hayami Rina and asked. He suddenly had a bold idea. Chapter 45 Single Family Building. Kitahara felt that if Hayami Rina really had feelings for the single family house, he could buy it for her. As we all know, the people on the island have a special affection for single family houses and are particularly fond of them. One household building means one building for each household. Purchasing land and building an ideal home according to one's own preferences and wishes is the lifelong pursuit of most islanders. Having it means a fulfillment and success in life. According to statistics, more than half of the island's residents live in such single-family buildings. The remaining people do not want to, but they are temporarily unable to purchase land and build. As for the reasons for this situation, Kitahara thinks it may be due to factors such as the attachment to the land, complete control over the land, and the quiet and privacy of the living environment. Anyway, he felt it was okay and it was quite convenient to live in an apartment. That thing was just a villa in China, nothing special. But if Hayami Rina likes it, that is another story. I'm looking forward to moving in with her and Xiao Ling into the single-family house carefully built by my ex-husband's brother. And you can also earn a lot of rebates, so why not do it? I just don't know what the house looks like and whether it fits his aesthetic taste. I guess it should be not bad. Well, he is actually not that picky. Hayami Rina didn't know what Kitahara was thinking yet, and she couldn't imagine that Kitahara would actually want to buy that house for her. After all, the value of that house was astonishing, and most people would never have such an idea, nor could they afford it. Hearing this, she hesitated for a moment and slowly said, "That house is in Ni-Chome, quite close to here. I'm sure you know, Kitahara-kun, that the land price in Chiyoda-ku is very expensive, especially in the past few years. It was ridiculously expensive. The land area of the house was close to 200 square meters, and the selling price at the time was close to 200 million yen. Watanabe basically used loan funds when buying it." "What? 200 million yen?" Kitahara exclaimed. "Yes, that's 200 million yen. How much money did Mr. Watanabe make every month? How dare he borrow so much money?" Beiyuan couldn't understand it. This was too stupid, wasn't it? Was he still going to be able to live? How can you sleep well with a loan of 200 million yen? Anyway, If it were him, he would definitely not be able to sleep. Let's say that this single-family building is a must-live-in. How big of a mind do you have? At that time, Watanabe's monthly salary was about 2 million yen, plus benefits such as year-end bonuses. His annual income was about 30 million yen. Maybe you can't understand it, Kitahara-kun, but it was a good deal to spend 200 million to buy such land. This kind of land is very scarce, and people usually snap it up when it appears. Moreover, the price rises by about 10% every year. You can say that you made a profit if you bought it. Afraid that Kitahara Chiki might have misunderstood that she and her late husband were overestimating their abilities, leading to the current situation, Hayami Rina patiently explained. Back then, they were from a high-income family and high-net-worth individuals, not ordinary people. Bei Yuan then realized that the man did earn a lot at the time, so borrowing 200 million yuan was not too outrageous. If he was lucky, he could pay it back in a few years. However, the land prices in Tokyo are really high. No wonder he dared to say that he could buy the entire United States. Seeing that Kitahara understood, Hayami Rina continued. The subsequent construction, decoration, furniture purchase, etc., cost tens of millions of yen, but compared to the land price, these are nothing. At that time, Watanabe and I put a lot of effort into this house. When the house was built and we were about to move in, Watanabe lost his job. We still had illusions at that time, hoping that everything would get better through hard work. Watanabe looked for a job every day, and I lived frugally and saved some money to repay the loan, even though it was a drop in the bucket. Kitahara-kun, I'm sure you've guessed what happened next. Watanabe repeatedly encountered setbacks and could no longer find a high-paying job. Ordinary jobs could not even support his basic life, let alone repaying his loans. His faith collapsed. Alas, Sister Rina is so gentle, and Aya-chan is so cute. Mr. Watanabe really shouldn't take this step. Kitahara sighed. Hayami Rina also nodded in agreement. Yes, that's what I said to Watanabe. We are not really in desperate situation, and I can live a hard life. But he just gave up on us and gave up his own life. Oh, yes, why is it so? So, Sister Rina, you really like that single-family house? Kitahara asked the question again. Well, for that house, Watanabe and I discussed various details countless times, and spent countless time and energy. Maybe that's the most I've ever paid for in my life. Unfortunately, I will probably never be able to live in it. Hayami Rina said with endless sadness. Which bank are those people from? I'm from Sumitomo Mitsui Bank. What's wrong, Kitahara-kun? You're not. Hayami Rina asked in surprise. I'm just asking casually, Sister Liana, don't think too much about it. So, I'll go back to writing first, and you can also recover your mood. Things are in the past, and there is no doubt that we should look forward to it, right? Chiki Kitahara did not reveal this matter first. We don't know if this can be done yet, so it's better not to talk about it for now, to avoid causing trouble and sorrow when it really cannot be done. After leaving, Kitahara did not go home, but instead prepared to go directly to Sumitomo Mitsui Bank to inquire about how much the house was currently selling for and what it looked like. As for the price, he really doesn't care much. This is the only thing he doesn't care about. While waiting for the elevator, suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. It seems that the original owner has acquaintances in Sumitomo Mitsui Bank. Well, it's a girl. After carefully recalling and thinking for a moment, Bei Yuan did not go downstairs. He took out the key, opened the door and returned home. After rummaging around at home, Kitahara found a pile of envelopes. He took out page after page of letter paper and searched until he finally found the page with contact information. This is a girl named Yumi Matsuda, a junior of the original owner. She was also the girl who once pursued him, bravely confessed to him, and looked forward to dating him. This girl has always had a crush on the original owner. Most of the letters here were sent by her, and the most recent one was sent a month ago. It also expressed his longing for Kitahara, and his hope for a reply and a request for a relationship with her. Bei Yuan felt that even if he didn't give the girl this opportunity, just because she had loved the original owner for so many years, giving her this big order could be considered a reward. As far as I can remember, this girl named Yumi Matsuda's appearance is not that outstanding, just average, but her smile is charming and she is very energetic. Very kawaii.